Such a picturesque view it is, the Connery Sports Facility cricket ground here at Bastia in the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis. It is a round two of the CWI Championship, the CWI 4-day Championship. This encounter at a Connery Cricket Facility between the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force such a picturesque ground and a lovely facility, the Connery Sports Club Cricket Ground here in Bastia, the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis, as they play home to the CWI 4-day Championship edition 2024, and the encounter in round two. This is day two of the encounter between the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force and the West Indies Academy. Of course, just to remind you where play stands as we enter the second day, the West Indies Academy chose to bat first after winning the toss on the first day, and they only managed 163. Some good bowling by the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force bowlers, in particular Jaden Seals and Anderson Phillip. And the Academy, Teddy Bishop with 65, the standout Joshua Bishop and Johan Lane 32 and 27 respectively, giving some impetus at the end of the innings. The Trinidad and Tobago Red Force at the end of a play, 128 for 3. Vikash Mohan with his maiden first class half century. Cephas Cooper with a well played 28, and the not out batters, Jit Guli on 15 and Amir Jangu on 24, as you see them just in a short time here entering the frame as umpires Banwari and the Blades already out in the middle. Umpire Banwari with his back to us. So play is definitely imminent in day two of this round two encounter. And I'm joined by a gentleman this morning with 59 first-class matches to his name, just under 3,000 first-class runs at an average of 35.64, and 44 wickets at an average of 37 in those 59 matches. The effervescent, the evergreen, Mr. Victor Eddy is with me this morning as the Academy make their way on to the playing surface. Good morning, Victor.
Good morning to you. I'm Gerard Basu, and to all our viewers and everyone here at the Connery Cricket Centre, including our scorers also who are present and with us for day two commencement of this fourth encounter. 128 it is for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force overnight total. So all the players are out there, and the captain is getting the fielders in the various field positions. And Gerard Brasu is to my left. And Gerard, we are anticipating an enterprising second day's play in this second round of matches here at the Connery Cricket Centre. So all is in place now. The fielders are into their respective positions. And Basu, we all would like to see a continuation as the umpire signaled to our scorers that they're just about to ready. And we are all anticipating a wonderful day. Well, so far the sun is shining brilliantly here at the Connery Cricket Centre, and as an open ground, it is surrounded not by a lot of properties, just the east. So that cool breeze will always be coming across the ground, and it will be very accommodative for all the players out there and even the umpires. But Gerard, here is going to be the first delivery.
So Jid Guli not out on 15 from 70 deliveries. Joshua James with ball in hand round the wicket to Jid, who is forward and defending. And of course this innings by Jid Guli, probably not what we're not accustomed to with Guli. We have seen so much of Jid Guli in the white ball format and grown accustomed to seeing him power the ball to all parts and score runs at will, almost in a T10, a T20 cricket in particular. But a good steady innings by Jid Guli so far, spending some time at the crease.
Yes, and even though he, at the present moment, looking for his first run, but it's not to be. Let's play it out to point, and there is no run. even though he have faced some 72 deliverers and just 15 runs, that's Jed Gooley, and Amo Django, 24 deliverers, 39 runs. But in a three-day complex, this is what so many of us would like to see going forward happening on a consistent basis where players can occupy the crease and eventually after a while he will get fluent.
Indeed. James just going back of a length this time, but too wide, and Gully again is watchful, letting it go by. Wicketkeeper Carlon Bowen Tuckett, son of Carl Tuckett, the match official, who is out there at Warner Park today. And of course, this is the 4-day championship. There are 3 other encounters presently on the way, and as we go through, we'll give you the scores and the updates. Of course, Jamaica being an hour behind us, they haven't gotten started just yet. Again, just back of a length from Joshua James. Gully continues to be watchful. 4-dot balls to start with.
Well, Joshua James will have to try and get that line and length established very early, get it more wicket-to-wicket deliveries, make the batsmen play early because as this is the first over and it is so essential that you bowl wicket-to-wicket because the batsman still have to find his rhythm, still have to find what the pace of the pitch is doing on day 2. But we will just have to wait and see what will be the end result.
As James pushes this one up, Jed Gully pushes out a point. And of course, the start of play today, Trinidad and Tobago still trailing on first innings by 35 runs. The Academy not getting over 200, falling for 163. And possibly the thoughts from the Trinidad and Tobago setup, just thinking of batting once possibly in this encounter. Flicked away from Gully. It's down to fine leg, and the long leg fielder comes around. And there's just 1 run, so Jed Gully is off the mark, off the final delivery of the first over of the morning on day 2. And the Trinidad and Tobago score moves on to 129 for 3 at the end of that first over. So possibly thinking of batting once in the encounter, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. I joked with Tion Webster this morning. I said, you're not going to bat today. He said, boy, I had a bat today. I say, you don't know if Django and Gully going to bat the whole day. Of course, no, Trinidad Tobago. He said, come to think of it, I would love that. So possibly looking for a lead of somewhere 150, 200, and then go at the Academy later in the day.
Yes, but first of all, they have to try and establish this partnership and also to the runs required. And if they can get over it with these 3 same wickets in hand, then they can start thinking what they think would be an appropriate total to just bat once. I think that should be really the intention by Trinidad and Tobago Red Force on day 2 here at the Connery Cricket Centre. But we'll just have to wait and see. But on the other side of the coin, if the Academy should get some early wickets, then too we can see a different complex of the match transpiring here today at the Connery Cricket Centre. But spin is going to open from the other end of the ground here. Probably it's the southern end.
So this one flicked away by Gully again into that leg side, this time the mid-wicket region. And a bit of a fumble, but just a 1 run. So Amir Django will get his opportunity now to face up this morning. So one Joshua partners the other. Joshua Bishop from that northern end, if you will. And I had a chat this morning with both Jason Mohammed and Carrie Peer, and they both indicated to me that the pitch does seem to be spinning a bit. This one foolish in length from Bishop. Carrie Peer told me that he did get some to grip on the surface, and Mohammed confirmed with me that the ball that got him out, he was playing for it going straight on, and he was defeated by the turn. A little bit shorter from Bishop, and Django just punches into the mid-on region for an easy single.
On occasions, too, both spinners have gotten bounce out of the surface. So if you're getting turn and bounce, and they have the appropriate feeler in the right, the feelers in the right position, there is a leg slip and a forward short leg for that one coming into the batsman pads. But being played out to wideish mid off, and in the end, the batsmen were able to get another run. So these two will obviously try to consolidate this morning and build their partnership. And on the other side, though, the West Indies Academy, they will be looking to make early inroads into the batting order of the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. But we'll just have to wait and see, as one is just played quietly to a short leg and there is no run. But today is, so as weather-wise, as we can see that it is brilliant sunshine here at the Connery Cricket Centre. So a lovely day for cricket. One being struck over wide, long off, few bounces into the wide, long off boundary for four. So the first boundary of the morning.
Indeed, and over the bat of Amir Jangu. We saw Jangu late in the afternoon yesterday, using his feet well to the spinners and hit probably the shot of the day by my estimation, a glorious extra cover drive all along the carpet today. He's gone in a similar region, in fact, over the leg side, and picking up a boundary to end the over. The end of the over, 136 for 3. The Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. In fact, picking up that boundary on the leg side this time. So getting into his work early is Amir Jangu, who, as I mentioned, used his feet well yesterday to the spinners. And we'll see that from him. He loves to cut, but he loves that slog sweep as well, getting inside the line. Joshua James continues and driven through extra cover by Jed Guli. Is it going to get to the boundary? No, it's going to hold up, and Akim Ogis does the retrieval.
Yes, a good cover drive there, and advances the total now on to 136 for 3. 2.72 is the current run rate, trailing by 27 runs now. So these two early o'clock executing well when the deliveries come that they can try and get runs. And nothing out of the extraordinary, none of them has demonstrated so far. And no doubt the captain would really like to see these two establish a good partnership, especially if they can bat the first hour and beyond. But on the other hand, if the academy bowlers get early wickets too, it can present a different picture of delivery outside the off stump, and the batsman doesn't have to play well. He needs to get Gerard, he needs to get the batsman playing as often as possible in these early opening overs.
And something to look at during the course of the day as well, as far as this Trinidad and Tobago Red Force innings goes. The bowling innings of the West Indies Academy will be those tactics, both from the bowlers as well as their captain, Naim Young, who's been good in the tournament so far with his tactics. This one, there you go. Exactly what Victor is mentioning. Pitching on a length to get the batter playing at the delivery.
Yeah, because once the batsman is feeling the ball and the bat more often, his confidence grows a little more. But also to the bowler in James. Yes, he should be looking now and then to try for the Yorker to also. Oh, that was a good
there you
delivery.
go. He's on that corridor, and Jid Guli is watchful, possibly just playing a bit inside the line as it goes by the outer edge of the bat, and he's doing some gardening. So that's something we're going to look at during the course of the day as well, and how this pitch pans out. A good surface, and of course kudos to the ground staff and the facilities managers here at Connery Sports Club and Cricket Ground. And definitely a wonderful playing venue. The surface seems to be holding up nicely into day 2 as James draws Guli forward again. And of course, not just the pitch, but the outfield. Batters throughout the day have gotten true value for their shots.
Yes, sir, because a few hours before the start of play, the ground staff, they were out there doing the necessary cutting of the outfield itself. So it has been very quick here too. When the ball go into the deep areas of the field, well, a delivery just on about off stump, and that has completed another over. But another good welcome and congratulations to Mikhail Louis. He scored 100 against the Guyana Eagles at Warner Park. So that is the third Centurion. He's brother also of Jeremiah Louis. So many congratulations to him and to the Leewards. So any level of consistency by any player in this tournament, they will be asking questions towards the selectors, and you just have to keep that scores coming. And if you're getting your 5 wickets all, you try to be getting one or two more, and in that column, because the game is about performance and results. So many congratulations to Mikhail Louis of the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, scoring 100.
So Joshua Bishop will continue from that northern end. He's around the wicket instead, this time to Django, who just tucks it around to backward square and picks himself up an easy single. So possibly the thought, as we mentioned, the tactics and how the bowling of the academy, just possibly a thought that some of the fielders may be just a tad too deep to start the day, and possibly can be a little bit tighter in to prevent those singles, because of course that's how you get wickets at times. It's not just about bowling that unplayable delivery, but you can create pressure, Victor, that you can create or induce the fall shot to get the wicket.
Certainly, certainly. That's the real point. And for the first hour, instead of having the long on and the deep mid-off, bring them within what would be considered a 30-yard circle, and that might just induce the batsman to try to go over the top, and then you might get a result. But it's a luxury whereby if either batsman just stroke it down to mid-off or long off, it's an easy single. But then earlier clock, if those fielders are in closer to the wicket, then it's a different way that the batsman will have to think how to get runs or how to pace the infield. And in taking that element of risk, it might just bring you results. But the captain, he would know his reasons for going that defensive that early. I don't totally, Gerard, accept that view, really, in going on the defensive that early on day two.
And I'm leaning on the side of agreement, as this one down the leg side, and Gully just lets it go by to young Tuckett, and the end of the over. Another over goes by, just one from it, and the score moves on to 139 for 3. The Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Still some 30-odd runs in the deficit on first innings. 24, in fact, the deficit on first innings. And that would definitely, from a batting perspective, be the first modus operandi. Get the deficit out of the way, and then you can probably push on.
And at this present moment, Gerard, I would like to say many congratulations to Mr. Desmond Haynes, and a happy birthday to him today. He's celebrating his birthday today. Desmond Haynes, one of our former opening batsmen for the West Indies and now chairman of the West Indies selection panel. And he is here with us at Connery. So we all wish him well and do hope that he have a very enjoyable day.
Joshua James continues from Heroes Park End, just outside that off stump, going a little bit fuller on this occasion. He has now decided that he's going to change his approach and go over the wicket to the left-handers. Of course, from a tactical point of view, we've been talking about those tactics and the field placements and so on. And I guess it's a luxury, if you will, that Naeem Young has two left-handed batters facing. Of course, they're two different comfort from a you bowl those deliveries, as we see here. James just pushing one across Django.
Yes, and you're quite right in terms that it is much more, not so much more challenging task for bowlers when two of the same kind, but when there is a left and a right-hander, that is a difference. But it gives the bowlers easier options to get their lines and lengths correct. And let us see where this delivery would be pitched. A good line and length, and just played out to short cover, and there is no run. 139 for 3, trailing now by 24 runs is Trinidad and Tobago, that trailing the academy, the West Indies Academy, who scored 163 all out. And overnight, the Trinidad and Tobago Red first. They were 128 for 3. Now they are 139 for 3. So these two, Gerard, they are gradually building a partnership, which is very appropriate from a Trinidad and Tobago point of view.
Indeed, as this one, a lifting delivery that Django gets up and over and punches into the covers. And of course, this is the CWI 4-day championship, and lots to play for, not just the championship itself, but from an individual perspective. As you've made mention of Mikhail Louis, of course, we know that Jason Mohammed has already gotten a century as well. Kevin Wickham, of course, the winner of this tournament, the 6 franchises, the 8 franchises, in fact, are playing for the Headley Weeks Trophy. And not just the Headley Weeks Trophy, but a purse of 250,000 US in cash money. And the runner-up is playing for 100,000 US in cash money. But outside of those team awards, each individual match obviously having a player of the match, and that player gets a 500 US in the bag, in their bank. And of course, there are other individual awards to be given out at the end of this tournament in a couple of months' time. James is a fuller. Django drives, but fielded at extra cover. And just to go through some of those awards, Victor.
But you said it is George Headley and Everton Weeks?
There you go. The Headley Weeks Trophy.
Okay, so the Headley that they're referring to there is George Headley. He was originally from Panama, and he was referred to as the Atlas. And Sir Everton Weeks, who was in that format of the 3 Ws, Sir Frank Worrell, our first black West Indian captain, and Everton Weeks, the late Sir Everton Weeks, and George Headley. And quite appropriate in terms of those legendary cricketers who served West Indies cricket quite eloquently and established good records.
Well, if you love that, when I go through the balance of the list after this delivery, if nothing happens, you're going to love some of the other names that I call. Joshua Bishop continues. Tosses this one up, and Guli just guides it behind square on the offside. Teddy Bishop does the fielding and an easy single, carrying the score on to 140. So we've talked about the team and the team award of the Headley Weeks Trophy. So from an individual perspective, the top batter in the tournament gets 2,500 US, as this one Django just pushes into the covers. Again, the fielder possibly a little too deep, and an easy single for them. And the award for the top batter in the tournament, I'll give you one guess who it might be.
Sir Vivian Richard.
There you go.
Alexander
yeah. So it's
Isaac.
Isaac.
Sir Vivian Isaac Alexander
Richards. There you go. There can be no other. Of course, we're talking about legends of the game.
And what I did like what the Eastern Caribbean Central Bank do by putting him on the $2 note, because most of the times it's more about politicians. So it's good, and especially in the sport, the love of my heart, cricket, and my former captain, Sir Vivian Richards, we're also proud. Any accolades?
This one driven on a fumble in the mid-off region allows the batters again, and just that easy single, the relief of pressure. You're telling me about Sir Viv?
Oh yes, and any accolades or all the accolades that he would get now, fully deserving of it, because really the only West Indian captain who never lost a test series, and no bowler in the world test cricket level had the answer or prize on his wicket.
This one down the leg side, man. And Django on bended knee sweeps around the corner, and not well timed, but Johan Lane is able to haul it in just a couple feet in front of the boundary rope, so a couple runs to the total again.
But just to expound upon Sir Vivian Richards, just recently the Antigua and Barbuda government would give him a salary every month equivalent to a government minister elected politically. All duty-free concessions on any vehicle every 7 years, a brand new vehicle. No grocery bills. Just go to a supermarket with a valuable ID, present it, fill up his trunk, go home. No utility bills at all. And that is the way that Antigua and Barbuda recognize the man for his great prose and contribution that he has done for the Leeward Islands. But first of all, Antigua and Barbuda, the Leeward Islands, Combined Islands, and then extensively the West Indies.
So a meeting of the brains thrust of the academy as Joshua James takes the ball. Probably just slight discussions on the tactics. And James will continue from Heroes Park end with Ajit Guli on a strike. James is full, drawing Guli forward, and a watchful pushes out to the short extra cover region. And we speak about Sir Viv, and you talk about all the accolades and what the governments and various administration bodies have done for him. And there's a chat, if you will, back in Trinidad about us honoring our heroes while they are alive. There's actually a calypso song that Neil Iwer George sang about where he said, "Don't wait till I'm dead and gone." Pitched up, and Guli just looking to guide this one. In fact, he does get it in that little gap that there is between Tuckett and his first slip fielder. And Guli is going to get himself a boundary.
Fortune favor the brave, and at times as a batsman, you all need that little bit of luck. And he was lucky on that occasion. Well, it travelled fast. It was a bit low, but close enough for the fielder to should have made a better attempt, but it was not to be, so the batsman gained it.
Yeah, I'm one who's never much of a fan when you have a slip cordon and you have those type of gaps. And again, this comes back to us what we were chatting about a bit earlier about those tactics and how you place your fielders.
Okay, but like for example now, if you're gonna have a first slip, he is actually at second slip. So where a first slip would have been, it's vacant. So what might have been better advice is that the guy at second slip now come closer to the keeper, then the keeper stretch out his arm, then the fingertips by the stretch out arm where he confirms his position in that position. And those are the little technical things. It isn't everything the coach is going to see. It isn't everything commentator is going to see.
I want to get back to Sir Viv after Joshua James delivers this one. Foolish length, Guli drives, and again, just can't pick that gap between cover and the short catching extra cover.
Well, and if he's in Antigua, I would like to say a pleasant good morning to him.
Of course he's listening. Of course he's listening.
Okay.
The great man follows his cricket all the time. Can you beat him in golf?
Well, I cannot come close. I cannot come close. Conclude that conversation. That's out of the picture.
So you're telling me
that will be total advantage. Total advantage. But Sir Vivian, I mean, and we are also proud of him and so many others. And there's the Curtly Ambrose, the Richie Richardsons, the Keith Atherton, the Stuart Williams, and in this Leeward Islands, probably per capita, we have produced the most cricketers who have played at the highest level, Test cricket. Well, some of us who did not officially get the opportunity to play Test cricket, but an individual like me, I can say, when we played against Trinidad and Tobago, because of the composition of the team, Larry Gomes, Inchanali, Jumadane, and so some persons would say to me, well, Victor, you were tested, but you were not officially selected.
Indeed. You have called some great names of Trinidad and Tobago cricket as the over ends, and talking about Trinidad and Tobago, the Red Force are now 148 for 3, starting the morning, some 35 runs behind on first innings, have now scored 20 runs for the morning and are now 15 runs in the deficit on the first innings. Django and Guli, the not-out batters. And Guli moving on from his not out 15 to 26 now, just about finding his footing, as well as Amir Jangu. Some lovely shots to start with this morning, and has moved on to 33.
So just trailing by 15 runs now, 148 for 3. So
Indeed.
these two have decided, or it was suggested, obviously, from the team meeting by the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force that the intention should try to be to bat once, and these two come out in that mode. We have not seen any indiscretions. 148 it is for 3. 55 overs have already been bowled. So 15 runs. So these two have done the job partly.
Nice flight delivery here as Bishop. This is Joshua Bishop from the northern end, and Django using his feet to get into the pitch and just pushing out into the covers, so giving the bowler something to think about. He pitches this one up a little bit more, and Django is solid in defense. So as we get back to some of the awards, the individual awards, as we talk about Joshua Bishop bowling here. So we've spoken about the team awards, and we've spoken about the top batter in the tournament. And this one just played back along the ground to the bowler. So the top bowler in the tournament also gets a 2,500 US purse money. And that award is the Courtney Walsh Award.
Well, that too is a good recognition, who have taken the most wickets as a fast bowler of the West Indies. And so the accolades and prizes that would be distributed in the various capacities, well in order, good batting order.
So the end of another over, and a maiden over from Joshua Bishop, so the score remains at 148 for 3. So as we go through the awards, we spoke about top batter, the Sir Vivian Richards Award, the top bowler, Courtney Walsh Award, the top fielder, the Sir Clive Lloyd Award, and 2,500 US. And I am one, not to take away from what Sir Clive Lloyd would have done, but I would have given it as the Augustin Gus Logie Award. Or the Roger Harper Award.
Oh, okay, because I was just going to say that is just nationality passion.
No, that's not nationality passion. That is, for me, I have not seen a better fielder than Augustin Gus Logie.
Okay,
and I'll tell you,
you're very young, man.
A very close behind would be Roger Harper. As I said, it's not to take away from anything that Clive Lloyd done, and it's not nationality bias. I'll tell you after this Joshua James delivery why I say that. James to Guli, and bringing him forward again into the extra cover region. I saw multiple fielding efforts from Augustin Gus Logie around the bat. He never dropped anything but once. And then there was one time I saw him, he was fielding at fine leg, and he ran all the way around. And this is in the days when there was no leeway between the boundary rope and the fence. The fence was the boundary. And he ran probably about 30 yards to a well-timed pull shot. Can't remember the batter. Guli forward again. Played the ball, collected the ball at the square leg boundary. And in one fell swoop, he turned around and got it into Jeffrey Dujon. And for me, that is just a part of why, for me, Augustin Gus Logie is the best fielder to ever play in the Caribbean. But nonetheless, the best fielding award in this tournament, it will be the Sir Clive Lloyd Award. Guli just turns this one into the leg side. And just to go through the remainder of the awards, the top all-rounder will be the Malcolm Marshall Memorial Award at 2,500 US. The top wicket-keeper, Derek Murray Award at 2,500 US. And the most promising fast bowler, the Sir Andy Roberts Award, and 2,500 US as well. So a lot to play for in the CWI 4-day championship. Not just from a team perspective, but an individual perspective as well. Turned away into the leg side, and a good one-handed stop by the mid-on fielder Kiddy Malin, but can't stop the quick single and allowing the batters to progress that score and bring the deficit even closer. So just taking some time and composing himself here, Joshua James, before he delivers this one. Possibly just wants to get his plans right. This one a little bit shorter, but that length to draw Django forward. And just one delivery to go. And so far, the first half hour of play for the morning, the second morning in this encounter here at the Connery Sports Complex, the Connery Cricket Ground, possibly belonging to the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. They haven't lost a wicket, started the day with just those 3 wickets down. And the overnight batters have progressed nicely. This one Fuller. Django just lets it go by. And this signal from umpire Banwari, it is at the end of the over. We're going to take a short break, and when we get back, more cricket action between the West Indies Academy and the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force.
So good morning to listeners and welcome back to Connery. This is the encounter between West Indies A and the Red Force. They started the morning 128 for 3. So they have added some 21 runs. Victor, good morning. 21 runs in a half an hour's play. Good going.
Yes, good going indeed. Good start, and these two trying to consolidate a good partnership, and so far they have been doing well. They were overnight at 128 for the loss of 3 wickets. It's now 149 for the same 3 wickets. So a good partnership developing between these two.
So just 14 runs away from the first innings score, which was made by the West Indies Academy. These two came together on 93, so they've added a good partnership for the 4th wicket. So it's 93, that's 56 runs, partnership between these two. So good going between these two batters. And it's on the onside, and good bit of feeling by Lane, diving away, running away from the short backward of square area, and made a good save. And given some round of applause by his teammates. So Victor, listening to the discussion about the awards for the tournament, best fielder, most promising bowler, driven nicely into the offside. We get 4 runs. As a matter of fact, it will go close to the boundary. It has crossed the hoops now for 4. Lovely flowing drive. And it has gone into the boundary for 4. Lovely shot, Victor, to bring up the 150 for the TNT Red Force.
Yes, and a lovely stroke, and a very good start on day 2 here too by these two for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force in Gooley and Django, going along nicely and really establishing a good partnership. And there was also another very good fieldsman too, and some would consider great, Keith Atherton. Yeah, and he, and the list can go on and on and on, and very, very outstanding.
So I heard the discussion about whether or not the best fielding tournament, if the award should have been named after another player. But Clive Lloyd, in his day, we are told that he was a very super fielder.
Oh yeah, he was magnificent.
He was nicknamed the Cat.
Yes,
as a matter of fact. So played into the onside. They will get 2 runs. He was very good in the covers and in the gully. Those tall figure and long hands. He was able to pull off a number of excellent saves and catches.
Oh yes.
but the over has been completed 153. So good going by the Red Force, a good partnership between these 255 for 3 at the end of the 58 over.
Yes, indeed, and really, these two really doing what their captain, that's the Red Force, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, would be very pleased about. That these two have gone in this morning, Gary Pemberton, and they have not demonstrated anything out of the extraordinary, no undue risk. And as you keep saying, which is so valuable, it's a 4-day encounter. But Gary, I would like to believe that it would be a good intention if Trinidad and Tobago Red Force is trying to bat once.
Well, that would be a good way to look at it. A good thought, a good intention by the Red Force. But I'm sure that the West Indies Academy would want to restrict them as much as possible. But still some 8 runs away from the first innings total of the West Indies Academy, and we see that Johan Lane has been brought into the attack. He had 6 overs, 1 maiden, none for 22, and he replaces Joshua James.
Accept to build.
So Django is forced it into the offside. We get an easy single. So a single to Django. He moves on to 34 with that single, 156. So Amir Django made his debut for Trinidad and Tobago in 2017. And he is on 34. So it's going to be a very good and interesting battle between Red Force and the West Indies Academy. Good sunshine here at the Connery Sporting Complex. And it's slashed away into the offside. It will go close to the boundary. It might just hold up just inside the ropes. No, it has enough legs to go for 4, wide and short. And a goalie on top of it, and played it through the offside, through the covers, down towards the boundary for 4.
Yes, and all the valuable reasons where he had the opportunity to extend his arms, and he executed it nicely into the deep extra cover boundary for another 4, 159 for 3. So the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force on day 2 this morning in this first session, they have started off quite nicely. These two are establishing a very valuable partnership for their team, Gary. And we play continues out in the middle in brilliant sunshine, and we will hope that it keeps that way for the whole day.
So outside the off stump, so they tell you that Django, he made his first class debut for Trinidad and Tobago 2016-2017 regional 4-day competition, and he has played some 31 matches, an average of 27.6 and 42 list A matches. He would have represented the West Indies under 19 in the 2014-2015. So he's a non-striker. And goalie's onto the front foot with delivery, keeping a bit low, but he came onto the front foot, Victor, and that was good. He was able to keep it out.
Yes, and quite an orthodox stroke, quite appropriate. And these two now settle in, and really with just some 4 runs to clear the deficit and then build a lead, Gary. I would like to believe that the intention of the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they'll be aiming to bat once and really put on a good total and try to bowl out the academy. That's the West Indies Academy, but still far away from that.
Until he outside the off stump, there was Gooley looking to slash it again into the offside. Missed it, a bit more pace, and probably was beaten off the pitch for pace.
Yes, at that time, indeed, it was a quicker delivery of his deliveries this morning. But Amar Django facing just 65 deliveries for his 37 runs, while Jade Gooley 33 of 109 balls. But as you quite rightly say, Gary, it's a 4-day encounter, so once the batsmen stay out there, that percentage can be curtailed too, but more importantly, to keep the scoreboard ticking. But really, the academy really need to get an early wicket now.
And Gooley easily onto the front foot. He's going to prevent that possibility of getting a wicket. He's currently scoring at 2.69 runs per over. So the over has been completed. The first over by Johan Lane for day 2, the first session. 4 runs coming from that over. And the 2 batters for the Red Force will want to continue doing well for their team.
Oh yes, they want to really extend the partnership and bat as long as possible. But another Centurion has been added to this tournament so far, and he's Michael Louis for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes up against the Guyana Eagles at Warner Park. So he would be, as of now, the third Centurion in this tournament. But you keep on saying it, Gary, that once players can keep that level of consistency, whether it's bowling or batting, then they will be asking the selectors some questions.
And it was good to see that the Leewards were able to bat out a day. They batted 91 overs yesterday and they lost 6 wickets. So you want to see the batsmen or the teams batting out an entire day.
On a more consistent basis, yeah.
Yes.
Totally agree with you there, Gary Pemberton. And the confidence could only grow more when you get 100, especially. That's an exceptional achievement. But it's to continue and to have consistency. Not just a one-off. And those bowlers who have already taken 5 wickets in the tournament so far, if they can repeat 2 or 3 more, then also too they will be asking questions towards the selectors. But all that is gonna depend on his performance.
So Ned to Django, you got a single into the offside. So you spoke about consistency, and we also have to guard against complacency as well, because you might feel like I made a half century in the first match, a century in the second, and it probably I might get complacent, and then things start to go downhill. So you have to be able to balance.
Very available, very available information there, and quite appropriate, because the more players can really dig in and perform well and be consistent in the performing in all facets, that will make a big difference.
So it's actually Bishop, sorry to the listeners, actually Joshua Bishop, who is bowling from the far end. And he's bowling to Gooley. Gooley is on 34. And so Bishop, Gooley is easily onto the front foot. So Victor, you wanna, in your day, do you normally would get complacent after making some runs?
No, I had a huge appetite. I had a huge appetite for scoring runs. Huge appetite. In that, as those who would have seen me, and you would have seen me on a few occasions, I mean, I wasn't the kind of flamboyant stroke player all around the wicket, but I place value on my wicket to the extent whereby that most of the time, not all the times, it was a good delivery had to get my wicket.
So the over has been completed, over number 60, and it's 161 for 3, so they're 2 runs away from the West Indies Academy first innings score. So yes, you want to see our batsmen be consistent and not
this
complacent.
Yes, you're right about the complacency, because sometimes guys, and you're right with that, whereby saying, oh, I've gotten 100, but then think about 2 or 3 more hundreds, you know, and if that's the way of thinking, and you've been trying to achieve again, and persons can see you're trying to keep that level of consistency, that's a different. Like, look at the player there who he scored, Teddy Bishop, who scored a nice and a delivery just on the off stump, no run. Teddy Bishop, who scored a nice half century, but look at his shot selection, which got him out. If it was a delivery from the bowler, you can say, oh, that was a beautiful delivery, but he played right across the line, and he was a judge like before, but it was a very good half century in any event.
Yes, so this is the second round match between West Indies Academy and the TNT Red Force. The Academy won the first game against the Leewards, and the Red Force first game against the Happy Eagles, that was affected severely by rain. It was a no result. Red Force batted, and at the end of the first day there were 215, and nothing else happened after that. So this is an opportunity for them to probably see if they can get an outright victory against the West Indies Academy.
It's quite on par. The potential is building. In that aspect, Gary, the potential is building, because these two came together from the overnight total when it was 128 for 3. It is presently now 161 for the same 3. So at least we are seeing some semblance where batters are occupying the crease occupying the crease. They get in the runs, waiting for the loose deliveries, and taking the ones and the twos when it's appropriate.
So goes too quickly for the single. Return comes in, misses the stumps, and they get an opportunity for an extra run as he goes down towards the deep mid-wicket area. The fielder came in from the offside as the captain had a shot at the stumps, and he couldn't be backed up in the onside by Mbiki Joseph. And the fielding was completed down on the boundary by, looks like Kadim Aline, and they get an extra run. So 2 more runs to the total. Scores the level, Victor.
Yes, and level scores, good achievement by Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. But with that strong throw, it is not just the cricketers out there who are agile. The umpire there was very agile too in getting himself out of the dangerous way. But in the end, all end well, and 163. So they have equaled now the Academy's total, which they made in the first innings when they were all out for 163. And Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they are now 163 for the loss of 3 wickets. What lead would they feel comfortable with?
So again, an easy single. That's Django just got inside of it and worked it down into the onside with Joseph. Had some running to do. Another single, so they are one run in front of the West Indies Academy, and they'll be looking to extend the lead to at least in excess of 100 runs, and certainly that would put pressure on the West Indies Academy team.
Yes, indeed. Good observation there. Quite right there. Anything over 100, it's on, really. And then, in so doing, if they achieve that, then it would mean that they have, from ball one, they could go right on the attack and put fielders in attacking positions. Well, that is still some time away from that scenario. Here is...
So it's a drive down to the mid-off area. So it's 164 for 3 wickets. So the over has been completed. So it's 61 overs, 164. So they lead by 1 run. And as I said, Victor, you want to, in the first innings, batting in the first innings, you should try to get a good score. The West Indies Academy in the first innings did not put up a good score. So Red Force would want to put pressure on them by giving them a huge lead on first innings.
And barring any weather interruptions, Gary, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force is in an ideal position to establish, as you quite rightly said, anything over 100 can be very challenging. And up against it can be the West Indies Academy.
Bishop at the start of his 20th over, and he will get some runs on the onside. We get a single, as a matter of fact. Swung it down towards the fielder on the back out of square fence, and that's Ned. Single to Django. So with that single, Django has gone on to 39, and the Ghoulies driving, and it has gone over the long off boundary for 6 runs. So Ghoulie taking attack to Bishop, a delivery which was up on the off stump, and he went for the drive and got it over long off Victor for a lovely 6.
Yes, and Bishop flighting that one, leaving it in flight a little longer in the air. The batsman picking it up early and executing it over the wide long off boundary for 6. So the first 6 of the morning on day 2 here at the Connery Cricket Centre, 171 it is for the loss of 3 wickets.
Ghoulie, he's on 43. He has faced 121 balls, and he's the non-striking partner. Amir Django is on 39 from 68. So he started the morning, Ghoulie on 15, and he's gone again. It's gone 1 bounce this time into the boundary for 4 ball up on the off stump, and Ghoulie is now trying to going after the bowling of Teddy Bishop. As we look at it on the monitor, floated up and he's went after it and got it into the long offense for 4.
Yeah, good shot selection again on that occasion. So choosing the right deliveries to go over the top and executing it well, earning himself another boundary, advances the total now for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force 175 for 3. So They already start to establish that lead. What would they feel comfortable with? And Gary Pemberton, I am totally in agreement with you. Anything over 100, that will be good from a Trinidad and Tobago Red Force point of position. But the academy really needs some wickets urgently now in this present situation.
And Gooley is settling in nicely, and now he seemed to be set and willing to go after the bowling. So that has brought the over to an end, an expensive over. Some 11 runs, a 6 and a 4 and a single. 11 runs coming in that over. And Ajit Gooley has progressed to 47. He started the morning on 15. Django started the morning on 24. So Gooley has done the bulk of his scoring for the morning.
Yes, and very good by Gooley, and the partnership itself is very good. But with 7 wickets in hand, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they will feel in a very comfortable position at the moment, because also they can get some batting points to out of this encounter. So it's just 12 runs in the lead at the present moment, and the two batsmen having a mid-pitch exchange of words there, and no doubt weighing how they will approach the situation from here on in, and what they will be trying to achieve in terms of this present partnership, which is going very, very good for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, right here at the Connery Cricket Centre up against the West Indies Academy.
So it's going to be Johan Lane who will continue from the media centre end. Slower delivery, played into the offside. We get an easy single. So Victor, with so much money around in this year's competition, the winner getting $250,000. In your day, did you make lots of money, Victor?
Petty cash.
So it's lots of money to be made in the regional competition.
Well, the thing is that this sport has evolved in many various ways, and from the economic side of it, even playing this 4-day regional series too, it is relatively. Probably our good friend Gerard Basu might have some information in terms of what a player would get per match in this series in terms of cash returns, really. And more persons and businesses are involved in cricket, so the players too should be, Gary, motivated in many ways to uplift and upgrade their performances in the various facets.
That is so true. And it's in the air, top edge is going to come around, he's going to take the catch. No, dropping out of the reach of Mbeki Joseph, and he's signaling to the fielder coming on off the long leg boundary that he should have made a better effort to get to it. It was a short delivery, and Gooley went after it. He came off the top edge of the bat, but he went high in the air, and Joseph, running back from the straightest mid-wicket area, couldn't get to it, but he was chastising the fielder on the boundary. Thought he probably should have come in quicker and try and take a catch.
Yeah, I would totally agree with the fielder at the mid-wicket that the fielder on the long leg boundary, who would have been facing the ball even more obviously too, because the mid-wicket fielder had to turn his back to the ball, so the one facing the ball would have stand a better chance if he was going to bring in a catch. So the effort and purpose now of the fielders for the academy, it all is looking at present like they're just waiting for something to happen instead of creating something that should happen.
So with those 2 runs, the 54, is it? 54 Jade Gooley or 49? 49. So it's just 2 runs short of the 50, 178. 178 for 3 in over number 63.
Good batting by Jade Gooley so far. Never mind the deliveries that he has faced. It's a 4-day encounter, 128 deliveries, 49 not out. And it becomes more obvious now that the intention from Trinidad and Tobago Red Force is to really try and bat runs, pile on a good lead.
So Gooley is on 49, easily behind a delivery from Lane. So it's important that he continues to bat. He seems as though he wants to go in another gear. He has struck a couple of boundaries for the morning, but he still have to be careful. He almost gave his hands away, a short delivery, miscued, and unfortunately for him, it didn't go to hand. So Lane will continue from the media center end. Good sunshine here at Connery. Another short delivery was into his wicket. Just got it down towards Fowler Square. Over has been completed, 178 for 3.
And Gary, what is your observation this morning now of the West Indies Academy players out there in the middle, body language? It looked like they're just going through a motion to me. My perception of observation could be wrong, but that's it how it appears to me, because look at the movement. You're not seeing that kind of urgency whereby the players get it into their various positions. So you know that they're trying to get a wicket now and break this partnership. They're just walking casually to their various positions. That's my observation. You may have a different view.
Well, nothing much has happened for the West Indies Academy this morning, so it's a bright and hot morning out there. As you indicated, they're maybe waiting for something to happen. No sense of real urgency from the players, and maybe that was as a result the fact that there was a chance, a possible chance, when the ball went in the air and the field at long leg was a bit slow in getting around, and maybe it goes to the fact that they're not showing enough enthusiasm early on this second day.
Yes, indeed, and that is quite appropriate, especially when you are behind. You have to try to get wickets, because the further this partnership goes, it would be a better foundation for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force to really establish batting ones.
So a partnership of 85 for the fourth wicket. They came together on 93. It's a good partnership. And Gooley is on 49. John Godas scored 40 out of that partnership of 85. So runs are shared in terms of the partnership. So it's Ned who has replaced Bishop, who was taken for 6 on a 4 in his last over. So Ned has replaced Joshua Bishop from the far end. Ned is in his 17th over, 1 for 33. He bowled 16 overs, 1 for 33 at the end of the day's play yesterday. So he's flatter faster, and no damage done. So it's a quiet period of play for the West Indies Academy. Nothing much really happening. 3 dot balls have been delivered by Ashley Ned. So they want to continue to try and keep things tight. You don't want the batters to run away with it. If you bowl tight, then you can mount some pressure on the batters. Ned has bowled some 4 deliveries, no runs have been scored, so that is a plus for him. And another dot ball. But I'm sure as a batsman, and you have all day to bat, you may not be perturbed by the fact that you would have faced 5 dot balls.
You should not be.
So good conditions, excellent conditions here at the Connery playing field. Very different from the first round match. So that's the end of the over. 178 for 3, the Red Force.
Yes, and at the end of the over, it's time for the first refreshment break. The players was going to take it now. The first hour's play on day 2, with the total for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force 178 for 3. The West Indies Academy, they were bowled out yesterday on day 1 for 163. Now in response, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they are 178 for 3. We take a little drinks break at the moment, and then after the break, Gerard Basu will come in.
So welcome back here at Conway after that first water break. The Red Force 178 for 3. They started at 128, so which means they added exactly 50 runs. They now have a lead of 15 over the West Indies Academy. Gooley started at the morning on 15. He has progressed to 49, so he has added some 34 runs. And Django started on 24. He has progressed to 40, adding some 16 runs, and they're presently going at 2.78 runs per over. So it's Lane who will continue the attack after this first water break from the estimated center end. He'll be looking to break this partnership of some 85 runs. And Gooley is one short of his half century. He has faced 131 balls. Amir Django is on 40. So they'll be looking to break this partnership. It came together yesterday at the fall of Mohammed's wicket when he was bowled by Ned for 5. He was a centurion from the first game. And Gooley is not going to be interested in a short delivery. I'm sure he has his eyes set on a half century, just one run away. And so nothing much has gone the way for the West Indies Academy for the morning. Things are looking quite easy, quite comfortable for the Red Force. We saw one false shot which landed in no man's land between mid-wicket and long leg. But a short delivery, it swung away. One bounce over mid-wicket for 4. So with that shot, the 50 for Gooley has come up a well-played knock. He took the attack to the bowlers today, a short delivery, and he got inside of it and played it high in the air deliberately. One bounce into the boundary for 4 to bring up his half century. He has moved on to 53. It's 182 for 3 wickets. The Red Force, and they're presently scoring at 2.82. So we'll get the stats on the 50 for Gooley in just a minute. So he has been attacking for the morning. He has struck 6 and a couple of 4s. Not a short delivery this time. The batsman pulling out of the shot. He thought about it, but it was a bit too high. And the signal of one above the shoulder coming from the presiding umpire.
Hello.
So it's 182 for 3 in over number 65. So it's going to be Lane will continue. He's in his 10th over, none for 37. So it's wide outside the off stump. So the lead is 19. And the Red Force would want to extend that to as many runs as possible. Gooley has looked good. He has been aggressive. He has not been afraid to take the attack to the bowlers when necessary. Saw a pull shot in this over that went for 4. He had a miscued shot in the previous over, but it fell in no man's land. Slower delivery, but too wide of the off stump, not taken by the keeper. So they'll go to for what should be 2 byes. It was wide outside the off stump, dropping in front of the keeper Tuckett. He dropped in front of him, came off his glove or pad, and went down to the third man area for 2. So with those 2 extras, the total has gone on to 184, and they now have a lead of 21. That is the Red Force, and they'll be looking to extend it. So the over has come to an end. 65 overs, and they're scoring at 2.83 runs per over. So Gooley will be the non-striker. And Django, he's on 40. I'm sure he has his eyes set on a half century as well. Just 10 runs away. He started the morning on 24, and Gooley started on 15. So Ned will continue from the far end. Good sunshine at the Connery playing field. So Ned will want to break this partnership that has been going now for some 91 runs. Good partnership. They want to take it past the 100 mark in terms of the partnership for the fourth wicket. And that is the biggest partnership of the match so far. Previous highest was 58. And that was between Bishop and O'Geese when the West Indies Academy batted. So since Ned has come back into the attack, he has been tight. He has not been giving away many runs. His first over was a maiden. We have now seen 3 dot balls being delivered by Ned to Amir Django. So they're looking to extend the flow of runs. The batsman Django has been the more sedate of the two. Gooley has been more aggressive. So Django is facing up to Ned. Onto the back foot. Slashes caught at slip. Was onto the back foot looking to force it into the offside. And it went down to slip where Teddy Bishop takes the catch. And the breakthrough has come. Ned keeping the pressure on. And Django trying to free the shackles has been out caught at slip. As I say, welcome back to you, Basil.
Hello, Gary. Hello, everyone. I feel really bad that I have sat here and I've brought a wicket, the wicket of Amir Django, a former college mate of mine. Nonetheless, though, this is good for the academy. They've been searching for the better part of an hour and 10 minutes for that breakthrough. They would have hoped that they could have gotten that breakthrough before the deficit was cleared out. Amir Django plays the cut shot well this occasion, probably just a little bit extra bounce, probably as well to just giving himself probably a little bit too much room and having to reach for it a bit, but a well taken catch at the first slip, low down, and that breakthrough, that all important breakthrough. Django will be disappointed. He was eyeing up an 11th first class half century, but nonetheless that 40 invaluable runs to the total of the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, and it looks like is it Tion Webster or Terrence Hines?
Tion Webster.
It is Tion Webster Tech, as called by his teammates, his nickname. And Tion Webster coming off of a half century in the first game against the Guyana Harpy Eagles, the defending champions. That truncated affair. So Webster will be looking to repeat the dosage. And as we've been speaking consistently on a commentary about moving forward, not just getting to 50, but carrying on. Getting a big total. Having said that, Jid Gooley is still there on 53, and it's interesting. The last time he went past 50 in first-class cricket, Jid Gooley, he went on to score 128. So, in all intents and purposes, this is his maiden first-class half-century. Let's see how far on he can go. Webster, though, will be the one on strike.
So Ned has been bowling tight since he has been brought back into the attack. He has kept things very tight, and now he has picked up the wicket. So with a flatter, faster delivery, and has pushed it into the onside. So it's always good to try and put some pressure, because Django, the previous over was a maiden, so he would have faced some 9 balls without scoring a run. So he was trying maybe to free himself, but he gave a catch to Teddy Bishop at first. He took it gleefully. Flatter, faster delivery to bring up the end of a maiden wicket. So 2 consecutive maidens by the bowler Ned. So 2 maidens, but he has been able to pick up a wicket.
And this is something that Victor and I spoke about earlier in the day, that you don't only get wickets via the brilliant deliveries, the spearing Yorker or that ball that just nips away from you. You also get wickets by creating that pressure. And Ashmead Ned in particular, another maiden, he's been quite economical, 18 overs for just 33 runs. And of course, as you mentioned, Gary, those 2 wickets importantly. The start of his spell, if you recall, he bowled a couple of maiden overs consecutively. So the evidence here of creating pressure via a string of dot deliveries. And the academy will definitely be looking with Johan Lane continuing from Heroes Park end. And someone asked me, why is it called the Heroes Park when we got back to the hotel yesterday?
Well, you get that in just a minute. Well, it is, well, it is called Heroes Park because we have on our national heroes. There are some statues of the national heroes in the park, so that's why it is called the Heroes Park. So we have our national heroes, How many national heroes? There are 5.
Are they all politicians or sportsmen
all politicians
or
for now. We don't know.
why are the heroes of politicians?
Well,
I
yeah.
know there are some people listening back in Trinidad and Tobago. They will have a hearty laugh when they hear me speak of politicians.
Yes, that has been a discussion point as to what is the criteria to become a national hero. Do you have to be a politician? So we'll see if there's any change in that, but it is called a national hero spot because there are some statues of all of the national heroes of St. Kitts and Nevis.
Indeed, and I think it's as we were chatting about, you were in the commentary box at the back, and you were hearing us talk about Sir Isaac, Vivian Richards, and some of our elders in the cricket game, and I mentioned honoring them before they're gone, and that chat back in Trinidad, where there's that Calypso song by Iowa Georgia. He says, "Give me my flowers now." He's telling them, "Don't wait till he's dead and gone to give him a statue."
Right, but you would know what is going on.
So I think it's definitely a good initiative, despite whatever background they may have, to honor those heroes in whatever facet of life. Of course, they've paved the way for so many of the others that have come behind them.
Yes, certainly, and you need to pay homage to those persons who have done their work and who have laid the groundwork for the future generations to follow, and it happens in sports and different other aspects of life as well. So Gooley, we get a single. So Gooley for the morning has been pretty aggressive. He has not been afraid to go after the bowlers.
Yeah, and I suspected that looking at him yesterday in that, let's say, about an hour before the close of play yesterday, where we were talking about the academy and the field placements, and I was saying Jid Gooley is not going to hit out with that last hour of play. And I suspected that the approach that we've seen this morning from both himself and Amir Jangu, that they would play themselves in this morning probably about a half an hour or so, and then look to press on. And I think from a fielding perspective, the academy has helped them just a bit, offering them too many easy singles when fielders should be a little tighter in, especially first hour of a morning, or be it the second morning. But he's been watchful, and this morning we've definitely seen that other side of Jid Gooley, the aggressive side of him. Tion Webster still to get off the mark. We're going to see how he goes.
So Webster will get off the mark, and he gets it down towards the boundary. A badly lined delivery, and he got inside of it and played it down to fine leg for 4 to come off the mark.
I was just about to mention to you that that 50 in that first game came at a good click, great strike rate, and he as well is known for his aggressive, speedy scoring. Another one of those players who have grown accustomed to seeing with the white ball.
Shorter format, yes.
In the shorter formats. He was part of a championship winning team in a T10 tournament a couple months ago in Tobago, our beautiful sister isle. And to see him now playing the red ball game is so refreshing.
So it's 189 for 4 short, and Webster is on top of it. And he would want to continue. They have surpassed the score made by the West Indies Academy. They lead now by 26.
So essentially, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force are 26 for 4, if you want to look at it that way. But Johan Lane, I think, he's got to get his line a little bit right, a little bit better. Those last couple of deliveries to Tion Webster, just drifting too straight and down the leg side, allowing Webster just to get inside the line of the ball and tuck it around. Again, as we were just mentioning, the easy singles, especially, you don't have a short fine leg or a fielder leg gully, someone around the corner, as we call it. So I think he's got to get his line right, because what he's done by giving away those runs is
easing the pressure.
Yeah, and he's undone the maiden over from Ashley Ned and the previous maiden over as well. He's just like a pressure cooker, released the valve.
Just as batsmen bat in partnership, bowlers should be bowling in partnership as well. Because you don't want to be bowling tight from one end and then you're leaking runs from the other.
Indeed. And Ashmead Ned starts off where he left off on a good length, and is just drawing Jid Gooley forward. And for him, we have a couple of close-in fielders. Naim Young, the captain, at a short mid-on, short
Right
short
on the edge of
mid
the
wicket.
square. Right on the edge of the square.
Yeah, there. And the slip in Akimu Ugi, since in fact Teddy Bishop. And straight to that man, as we just mentioned, the short mid wicket, if you will.
So just 2 fielders on the offside. You have the slip, the extra cover on the mid off. So he'll be encouraged to bowl on that center and leg stump line. You have a heavily packed onside field. Flatter, faster, and for now the batsman Gooley is going to be showing him some respect. So his last 15 balls have been dot deliveries, and in those 15 he has picked up a wicket. Into the onside we get a single, as the captain couldn't stop it as straight as mid-on. Ricocheted from his hand, and then B.K. Joseph finishes the fielding, so a single.
And that's exactly what we're talking about. The captain himself, who sets the high standards, Naim Young, he would have wanted to stop that ball, because this is the first run-off of Ashmead Ned in quite some time, in a few overs. And one of the things, though, with Ned that I've seen this morning, he's mixed up his pace well, and he's flighted a few, he's darted in a few, and it's worked well for him.
It has. So continues to bowl well. So he has picked up 2 wickets. So 1 delivery remaining in his 19th over. 2 for 34. Tion Webster, I'm sure we're looking to get amongst the runs as well. So the over has been completed, over number 68, 190 for 4, the Red Force.
So that mixing up of the pace is one of the things with the spinners that, again, we spoke about this yesterday, Gary, where we chatted about seeing spinners like Carrie Pierre, Ashmead Ned, these guys playing the red ball format, whilst we've gotten accustomed to them in the white ball format. They have a lot more time to play around with their craft and really learn. And the mixing up of pace, a lot of coaches will tell you, the slower you bowl as a spinner, you tend to get more grip. The more flight as well, you allow the ball to get its revolutions and then grip off the surface. And I bring that up to mention that when we started this morning, I mentioned that discussion with Carrie Pierre, who spoke about the ball turning, in particular from that northern end where he bowled. And he said another aspect was that the wind coming across also helped him, because he was able to get the ball to drift with the wind into the right-handers and then turn.
Right. So that's very good. So now we'll see Bishop, who came from the far end, the northern end, has now been brought on from the media center end. We saw that Gooley took a liking to Bishop when he was bowling from the far end, struck him for a 6 and a 4 in an over. So now we'll be facing up to Bishop. That's Gooley once more but this time Bishop is bowling from the media center end. So let us see how things will go. And good delivery on the off stump, a little slower in the air. And Gooley showed him some respect, 190 for 4.
And he's chosen to go around the wicket to the left-handed Gooley.
So let us see how this over will turn out. 2 dot deliveries. Second delivery a bit more flighted.
Possibly a ploy, looking to push it across him and turn it into him.
So he's certainly taken off the pace off of those first 2 deliveries.
And of course, if he gets his length right, there's that forward short leg.
Onto the back foot, looking to play it square the wicket, misses, taken by the keeper. So good delivery just on the off, now a little faster. He was onto the back foot, maybe he was deceived by the pace of the pitch. He was beaten and taken behind by the keeper. So now Tion Webster has called him down for a quiet over. Just let him know you can steady here, don't give it away.
Yeah, you're going well. You're on 55. Remember, you scored a century the last time you crossed 50 in first-class cricket. He does a little bit of gardening as he walks to have that conversation with Webster as well. So aware of the pitch and the conditions they are.
So good tight over from Bishop so far, bowling from the media center end. He has, before this 21 overs, 2 for 66. So Woolley is giving him the respect that he deserves so far in this over. As a matter of fact, the over is completed. A good over, maiden over, completed by Joshua Bishop.
Yeah, indeed, and this is what you want as a captain, your bowlers to back your plans and create that pressure as you go along so that you can create the opportunities and the possibilities of wickets.
So the last 2 overs you're seeing just 1 run. So that is what you want. Tighten up things for the West Indies Academy. And Ned, who has been bowling well, will be continuing from the far end. So you want your bowlers to be bowling in partnership, tightening, keeping things tight at both ends.
And you speak about keeping things tight. Tion Webster is going to be on strike. And just looking, yes, I understand that Tion Webster is known for being a power hitter or a white ball format player, if you will. A lot of people call him that. Look around the field, and I think Johan Lane out at deep square leg, backward square leg is wasted. And I think that due to the fact that Tion Webster, yes, he would have hit a boundary, but that boundary really, when you look back at the delivery, it was a bad delivery. Yeah. And you can't set a field for bad bowling. And even with Ned turning the ball to Tion Webster's off stump, maybe if you wanted to have some cover, you put the sweeper on the offside. But again, he is only 7 deliveries into his innings. Why not have a few more close-in fielders and create the pressure?
Yes. And you realize the deliveries from Ned so far in his over, he has been pushing them through. He has not been giving it the flight. Maybe you need to give him a flighted one to see what will be his reaction.
Yeah, Ned not one of those bowlers that turns the ball a lot. Tends to depend on those darters, as you would call them.
Yeah, that one had a little bit more flight on it, but Webster is not going to be tempted.
Yeah, so the creation of that pressure, and we talk about that tactics and coming back to that captaincy of Naim Young, and I'll come back to it. This one pushed out into the leg side, Johan Lane, and again, if that fielder had been probably where the umpire is, it probably would have not been a single. And even as we analyze it and we look at the tactics or we look at the field placings, this is by no means a down crying, so to speak, of Naim Young's captaincy, because even in the first round, we were pretty impressed by his tactics, and from get-go at the toss, he was on the ball and on the money. And he is, again, a lot of these young lads in the academy, it's a learning curve for them.
Definitely. So outer edge, and we come down towards the boundary. Should get at least 2 as Teddy Bishop comes after it. So 2 more to Gooley, and with that 2, he has gone on to 55. All right, so 193 for 4. Bishop will continue from the media center end, and so we're coming up on the 11:30 mark. So there's about 33 minutes to go before the luncheon interval here on day 2. And Tion Webster will be mindful of that, and I'm sure he wants to stick around until lunch. But yes, we were talking about the captaincy of Naim Young. You always judge the capabilities of a captain when things are not going well. When things are going well, you can maneuver the field, taking the wickets. But when you're not taking the wickets, that is where you need now to motivate your field and try to get them to stay in tune with what is going on. And so far for the morning, things have not really gone the way of the West Indies Academy. But we saw he was able to bring some changes. They brought in Ned from the fire, and Ned kept things tight, and he got a wicket. And now we decided to bring Bishop from the media center end, and he has bowled well in his 2 overs so far. Delivery which was flighted, but Webster's not going to be tempted on this occasion. Just plays it down into the offside.
And we talk about that learning curve, and I had a discussion at the end of play yesterday with Kishav Ramphal, the analyst for the academy. And the challenge with the academy is that they won't ever have a certain set of players always playing for them. For example, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force or Guyana Harpy Eagles or even the Windwards and the Leewards, you've grown accustomed to, let's say, 5 or 6 players always in the setup. This one cut away by Tion Webster. It's racing away, and a full value for shots across the lightning quick outfield here at Connery. And he continues to score freely, does Tion Webster, just coming to the crease a few moments ago. 17 deliveries into his innings and already 9 runs. And I was talking with Kishav about that, where it's difficult, where you only have these boys in the academy for a short period of time, and then you find that some of the players move on. So like a Matthew Nandu, who's gone on to play for his territorial team in Guyana, you lose out players. So it's always almost like a turnstile of players, and then a lot of these players, as the end of the over, 197 for 4, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, now leading by 34. You realize that they move on to the territorial boards, but you realize a lot of these young chaps, they've also been playing a lot of white ball cricket, and the academy has not been part of the 4-day championship setup for quite some time. In fact, if ever,
No,
because
this
it would
is the first.
because it would have been the West Indies B team or the West Indies A team or the under-23 team over the years. So it's the first time, and it's definitely a challenge for that coaching staff. And again, it's the learning curve, and I think we gotta give a little bit of leeway to these young boys as they go through their career and go through. As we speak about Naim Young and his tactics and the approach of some of the batters, it's all a learning curve, and we have to be, generous towards them.
Yes, so it's Ned will continue from the far end, so Victor will come into the seat at the end of this over from Ned. It's 197 for 4. They have a lead of 34 runs. They want to build a healthy lead and put pressure on the West Indies Academy in the second innings.
I heard Victor ask you what you think is a sizable lead or an acceptable lead for the Red Force.
Well, based on what we would have seen from the West Indies Academy thus far in this tournament, anything over 100 runs could put some pressure on them.
Yeah, and conversely, even though it was a truncated affair, remember the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force only lost a handful of wickets and were already over 200 in that first game against the defending champions. With batting to come in that game, the likes of Terence Hines and some others, you would have thought possibly Trinidad and Tobago would have gotten over 300 in that game, and they look well set to do the same, just a few runs shy of a 200 in their first innings in this one.
All right, so Ned flatter faster delivery, and so no chance of a run, so 197. So it was a good partnership between Gooley and Django. Had a partnership of some 91 runs for the 4th wicket. Very good partnership between those two. On to the back with the delivery, keeping low, but fortunately for him, he was outside the off stump. He was on the stump, he could have been in trouble.
Yeah, we saw a few yesterday misbehave and shoot off just keeping low. This one, not just keeping low, but it picked up some pace off of the surface as it went through to wicketkeeper Tuckett, who did well because he would have probably been expecting that about hip height at that length, or probably shin height at that length, and it shot off to his ankles, and he did well to judge it and collect it. But there again, evidence that the surface is spinning a bit.
So another tight over from Ned has come to an end. 197 for 4 with the Red Force.
So at 197 for 4, the lead 34 runs. Jit Guli 57 not out, and Gary Pemberton mentioned that partnership with himself and Amir Jangu of 91 runs, and what's more important, not just the 91 runs with Jangu and Guli ushering the Red Force past that first innings score of the academy, but more importantly, they spent a lot of time at the crease, the pair of them coming together towards the close of play yesterday, probably with about an hour or so close of play yesterday, and then spending about an hour together this morning before Jangu going for a well-played 40. The only batter dismissed for the day so far, but Guli soldiers on 57. Tion Webster just coming to the crease, and Joshua Bishop it is continuing from commentary booth end where Hero Parks sits behind us, and Victor Eddy, former Leeward Islands first class player, slides in alongside me as Webster is looking to go on the back foot and defend, and it just seemed to spin that one, Victor.
Yes, and it did also spun and bounce, and they got an extra by buys. So really building a solid lead is Trinidad and Tobago Red Force here at the Connery Cricket Centre. Lead now is some 35 runs, so anything over 100, that can really put pressure, and lots of pressure on the academy. That's the West Indies Academy, but that is yet still some time away. Well, we are seeing spin into the attack now from both ends, so quite an enterprising move, and quite rightly so, as one of the big jets leaving the Robert Llewellyn Bradshaw International Airport, and which is not far away from where we are at the Connery Cricket Centre. But the action at the Connery Cricket Centre, 198 for 4, is the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, and really they will be looking to extend that lead. And like I've been saying, aiming and intentionally to bat once and to put a total that they would think that they can thoroughly defend.
Yeah, so I heard you and Gary mention those batting points as well, and as Guli defends out into the leg side, we spoke about all the awards and so on, and as we go through leading up into the lunch interval, we can go through some of the points in terms of how they're going to be broken down, because I just mentioned to Gary the fact that I remember in that first game against the Harpy Eagles, as the end of the over comes upon us, another Joshua Bishop over, just the one run in the over via the bye, and 198 for 4, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. In that game against the Harpy Eagles, we were just talking about it, Trinidad and Tobago were just over 200 and only 4 wickets down, and it would have seemed that they were well set to get beyond 300. And speaking about that point system and those bonus points, as Ashmead Ned continues the bowling, outright wins will give you 12 points, and then you have your batting and bowling points, which are your bonus points earned. Tied matches 6 points each, and then the batting and bowling points. Incomplete matches will give you 3 points each, and whatever batting and bowling points on offer.
So even and what is interesting too, Gerard, about the point system too, that even the team that would lose or loss would gain some kind of points if they reach the equivalent scenario to what the criteria for gaining points, because a team can lose and gain points.
Yeah, indeed, and it helps the competitiveness of the event, of the competition, and I'll go into the breakdown of it now for you. There's a flatter as he struck him on the pad. Umpire Banwari, in fact, umpire Blades raises that dreaded finger, And Tion Webster looking a little bit uncertain whether he wanted to go forward or back. Struck on the pad, plumb in front. 5th wicket down.
Well, and that is what made it easier for the umpire blades to make the decision. The batsman was on the back foot. It looked like he struck it right bad, right on the centre stump, and was truly a judge, leg before wicket. So another important wicket for the academy going down. And if they continue to, on the other side of it, if they continue taking wickets, then they can curtail the percentage or whatsoever lead that Trinidad and Tobago might get, but they'll have to keep getting wickets.
Slowly but surely, I guess, is the way the academy has been going, slowly but surely, and prying out 2 wickets this morning as Terence Hines strolls to the middle. And Terence Hines, another one of those players. This Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team, so many of these players, we've grown so accustomed to seeing them in the white ball format, but definitely refreshing to see them in the red ball format. Of course, Terence Hines coming off a wonderful Super 50 tournament at regional level a couple months ago, where he ushered his team to victory on a couple of occasions, more so with the ball. And now he's going to have a bit of a job to do here with half the team back in the pavilion. Jid Gooley is still there nonetheless on 57, and with it's about 20 minutes to the lunch interval. Don't think that Terence Hines will take out the long handle at this point.
Well, the thing is, I would still like to believe that if loose deliveries come along, regardless of the time frame, really try and score runs, because Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, there is no need for them now to really go thoroughly on the defensive. What they have to look to do is accelerate the lead, and then always, every time any team has a lead, it's a challenge for the team opposing, or trying, first of all, they have 2 tasks. One, the first task is to erase the lead and then start a total of their own. So Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they are in a strong position. And any loose deliveries given, even though the time is getting closer to the lunch interval, you still have to try and score runs. And here they get in 2 more runs into the offside.
Yeah, just indeed as you're mentioning it.
And the 200 comes up.
It happens where Ashley Ned drops one short and wide, allowing Tion Webster just to cut into the vacant point region and pick up a couple of runs to bring up, as Victor said, the 200 on the board. The Trinidad and Tobago Red Force essentially 37 runs ahead, essentially 37 for 5, if you will, and back and defending. And just to go back as the over comes to an end, 200 for 5, and just to go back to that breakdown of how those bowling and batting points will work. A maximum of 5 batting points will be available per innings. That is 250 to 299 runs will give you 2 bonus points. 300 to 349 will give you 3 bonus points. 350 to 399 will give you 4 bonus points. And 400 to 449 will give you 5 bonus points. Of course, that's the maximum. So at each tier, you get those number of points for whichever tier or block you fall in. And the bowling points, a maximum of 3 bowling points will be available. When a team takes 3 to 5 wickets, they get a point. 6 to 8 wickets, they get 2 points. And when you bowl out a team, take 9 wickets or bowl out a team, you get 3 bowling points. So 1, 2, and 3 in each tier for the bowling points. So on another appeal, the umpire is unmoved here as Joshua Bishop continues and looking to pry out another wicket, possibly from our angle, pitching outside leg.
Well, from the reaction of the fielders out there, whatsoever they were appealing for, they were very confident. But the umpire, who is in the most appropriate position, the appeal was turned down. So Trinidad and Tobago building a nice lead, and 200 runs on the board. Well, with the point system, it is very interesting, because what is even more interesting to me, and that premise that the team losing, they can come out with points out of the game. So it will make the competition much more competitive in that sense, whereby a team that would normally lose and just don't gain any points. But how the system is now, whereby the equation of the point system, so a team losing can come out with points. But the West Indies Cricket Academy, they had a good win against the Leeward Islands Hurricane in the first round encounter at Warner Park, where they won by somewhat 5 wickets or thereabout. And outstanding performance then. But here today at the Connery Cricket Centre is a different picture. Actually, that at Tobago Red Force 201 for 5, and really they would be thinking about accelerating that lead.
And Naim Young has other thoughts as he puts a second slip in play, and this one just wide of that second slip into the gully region, and picking up another run here, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. And as you mentioned, that teams can lose and still earn some points. Just to clarify that bonus points system, bonus points awarded only for performances in the first 110 overs of each first innings, and retained whatever no matter what the result of the encounter is. So there's a time frame basically. So once the game progresses beyond that 110 over mark, the wickets or runs, the bonus points won't add up at that point in time. So it's for the early part of the game, so to speak, but definitely
Before 110. Before 110 overs.
Yes, indeed. And it definitely allows the teams, as Gully turns this one backward of point and picks himself up an easy single. It allows the teams, as we come to the end of an over, 202 for 5, the score, 203 in fact, at the end of the Bishop over. It allows the teams and the players to have a target and something to play towards.
Yes, a challenge ahead of them. Yeah, that is very interesting, very important. But so far, though, on day 2 here at the Connery Cricket Centre, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force have found themselves in a very good position. They have 40 runs in the lead, 203 for 5, 203 runs on the board, 5 wickets down. We're coming in now to the 76th over, and really 2.71 is the current run rate. And the not out batsman, I think Jade Gooley's knock so far has been good. He just need to continue batting, and here is him on the back foot. Played it out to a short mid-on, no run. Well, 203 for 5. The other 5 remaining batsmen, they will have to come in if given the opportunity. If these two, it depends on how deep these two bat. Well, at the same time, time is on the side of Trinidad and Tobago, because once they're looking for the lead, this is just day 2 here at the Connery Cricket Centre, and really 2 more sessions will have to go before the luncheon interval, after the luncheon interval, to conclude the day's play. But here is Trinidad and Tobago Red Force getting more runs.
Yeah, and you mentioned batters, and there is still some batting to come in the Trinidad and Tobago setup. Of course, the spinners of Brian Charles, and who's the captain in this game, and Carrie Pierre, Jaden Seals and Anderson Phillip also still to come. So that batting, as we see here, the players taking a dive, and that's due to some friendly insects passing by, a swarm of bees.
What?
And so not unusual for grounds as Connery, grounds like these around the world, where you have so many mountains and trees and vegetation all around you, that you sometimes find a swarm of bees or a swarm of other insects, locusts and so on, looking to cut Terrence Hines and missing out. And I'll tell you a funny story. I talk about Connery being a picturesque ground with so much mountains and vegetation all around, but a similar thing happened, would you believe it, during the Super 50 tournament in the Queen's Park Oval.
What happened?
You had a swarm of bees passing by. And that's the city.
Yeah, quite a historical ground in the West Indies, the Queen's Park Oval. And here at the Connery Cricket Centre, it's Trinidad and Tobago Red Force up against the West Indies Academy. One down the leg side. The batsman tried to hit it into square leg, didn't collect, shoot at the keeper. 204 for 5 is the total. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force yesterday when the West Indies Academy batted, sorry, they were all out for 163, and in response, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force 204 for 5 with a lead of 41 runs, and by the unofficial watch, might be probably just about 12 minutes or so before the luncheon interval. Well, these two would hopefully, from a Trinidad and Tobago Red Force point of view, try to go into that interval, but anything loose before those 12 minutes, though obviously they'll try to get more runs, which should be the objective.
And you mentioned the Trinidad and Tobago team bowling out the academy, and the bulk of the bowling and the bulk of the wickets going to their pace bowlers. Joshua Bishop continues and turned into the leg side by Jid Gooley, and the addition to the bonus point system is that there are points on offer as well for wickets taken by fast bowlers or pace bowlers as it's laid out in the playing conditions, and you get 0.2 points for every wicket taken by a pace bowler.
Well, it is good. It is good that this glorious game of cricket is giving back, at least in this system, something to the bowlers. Cricket is designed as it is a batsman game in general, but it is good to see that this present point system, the bowlers can have their benefits too. I like to see where where there is a balance, but that within itself is a balance, but
Punched away off the back foot from Terence Hines. He's not quite going to get a boundary, but he's going to pick up 2 runs as Johan Lane recovers just inside the extra cover boundary.
yes, and really 2 more valuable runs for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, advancing their total now on to 207 for 5. So current run rate 2.89. Here is another one over mid-off, and it's going to go into the wide long-off boundary. It does cross the line now, so a well-earned boundary, like I said. If you get loose deliveries, never mind 12 more minutes before the luncheon interval, you have to score runs.
Yeah, loose in the sense of an over-pitched delivery there from Joshua Bishop right in the arc of Terence Hines. I just had to bring the front foot forward and play through the line of the ball into a vacant long-off region, picking himself up 4 more runs, and at the end of the over, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force 211 for 5, a lead now of 48 runs on first innings. And of course, just chatting about that point system, and there's that rationale, as we heard during the Super 50 tournament as well too, where there was that point system in place and bonus point system, where the rationale is from a perspective of getting the players to play a particular brand of cricket, the brand of cricket that we want to see as a West Indies unit moving forward.
Yes, indeed, and I like the idea of the point system, really. And here at the Connery Cricket Centre, 211 for 5, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force batting after West Indies Academy were all out for 163. That was yesterday. So current run rate, lead for Trinidad and Tobago is 48 runs. So Jade Gooley, who is there not out on 61, is even more evident that he needs to stay out there, because he has his eye in 61 runs, yes, 175 deliveries he has faced thus far, but looks good and really executing the loose deliveries when they present themselves.
Ashmead Ned continuing here, good length, and Gooley just nicely in behind the line of the ball, and defending and looking more comfortable as he progresses through his innings, and has definitely mixed up his approach, and has been aggressive when he needs to be, and just like this, has defended when he needs to be defending. And that has meant that he spent 177 deliveries at the crease, and that is some good time. I can get the official time from the scorers in terms of how many minutes he spent at the crease, and I tell you, 178 deliveries. That's what you want in the longer format of the game. Although the modern era seems to be going that direction of scoring quickly. Sometimes it's about playing the situation of the game.
It should be playing by the situation of the game.
Ned just over pitching and allowing Gooley to whip this one away through mid-wicket. Is he going to collect the 4 runs? Yes, he does, as the ball crosses the boundary rope here now. So as Victor has been mentioning time and time again, you can defend, but when you get those bad balls, you got to put it away.
Yes, indeed, and so quite rightly and nicely he did it and earned himself 4 runs. And he's the batsman who is in, and it even gives the team more reason that he should steady as long as possible. 52 runs now in the lead, 52 valuable runs, 215 is the total, 5 wickets are down for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. And for those of you who might just be joining the stream for the first time, we can tell you that the West Indies Academy, they were all out for 163. This is just the first innings too for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, and presently there are 215 runs on the board, 5 wickets are down. Well, by the unofficial watch, they might just be about 7 or 6 minutes before that first break on day 2. So Trinidad and Tobago, even though they lost 2 wickets this morning, they will feel very satisfied at this particular moment, having a lead over 50.
Indeed, as Joshua Bishop continues, and Terrence Hines is forward and defending, and Naeem Young possibly feeling the situation of the game, realizing he's getting into the lower order of the Red Force batting. Terrence Hines whips this one into the offside, in fact. Straight bat shot, full face of the bat to Yuan Lane at mid-off, and a good quick single. But Naeem Young here now with 2 slips in play for the newer of the batters in Terrence Hines. It'll be 1 slip now with Jid Gooley on strike, and the long on going back out onto the boundary right in front of us. But a leg slip and a forward short leg and a short mid-wicket. So he's still on the prowl, is Naeem Young, the captain, 4 wickets.
Well, he should be. Playing it positive is the right approach. And what they should try to do now, well, it's coming close to the lunch interval, but to keep Terrence Hines more, playing more deliveries than Gooley, who is the set batsman at the moment, and he earns more runs as Gooley. He's going to get 2 more runs.
Yeah, whipped away into deep mid-wicket, and Roshan Worrell does the fielding out there, coming off of the boundary. Couple of runs to Jid Gooley, and now we see here the field changing slightly to Terrence Hines, who's only faced the 11 deliveries. Of course, this is the CWI 4-day championship edition 2024. Turned away just wide of the slip fielder into the gully region by Terrence Hines. And 3 other matches are going on in round 2 of matches in the championship. And the combined campuses and colleges have been bowled out for 307. So they have availed themselves as Terrence Hines swings this one, playing through the line again. 1 bounce into the boundary right in front of us in the commentary booth. And he's picked himself up another boundary. So over pitching yet again Joshua Bishop, and just allowing Terrence Hines to play through the line.
Yes, and good stroke, good execution by Terrence Hines, and not looking at the time frame that it's minutes to lunch, that anything loose, still trying to score, and he did well by getting another 4. 221 for 5, 2.80 is the current run rate. So Trinidad and Tobago Red Force on day 2, they should be feeling very pleased as to the position they are in right now with 5 wickets in hand.
I think Terrence Hines has an earpiece in his helmet, much like those American football players and quarterbacks. He has an earpiece, and he's been hearing Victor Eddy say, when you get the bad ball, put it away. And he's done so on a few occasions in his short innings. His strike rate has now shot up over 100 in that game. The Jamaica Scorpions and combined campuses have been bowled out for 307, so they're going to get some bonus points. Barbados Pride and the Windward Islands of Volcanoes. The Barbados Pride yesterday, if you recall, bowled out for 214 after being 95 for 5 at one point. The Volcanoes are 154 for 1 in their first innings. And right across the way from us, down the road, as we say, at Warner Park. The Leeward Islands have been bowled out for 352, and the Harpy Eagles are 41 for 2.
Well, that's a very good start by the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, trying to revive themselves after losing to the to the West Indies Academy at Warner Park in game there at Warner Park against the Leeward Islands. The West Indies Academy defeated the Leeward Islands Hurricanes by 5 wickets, but the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, against the defending champions, they are in a very strong position at Warner Park. 44 on the board for 2 there, 45 for 2 at Warner Park. The Guyana Eagles responding to the Leeward Islands total. So the Leeward Islands Hurricanes are off to a good start by taking 2 early wickets.
Indeed, and a bowling change here for the Academy. And it is Akeem Ogis, the former under-19 player, West Indies under-19 player, represented the West Indies under-19 at a couple of World Cups past. And getting a bowl here for the first time in this encounter. This one just pushed away onto that leg side by Jid Guli, picking up yet another easy single, as possibly this may be the last over before lunch. And a lead now of 59 for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. And we've mentioned a few times today that first innings of the Academy being bowled out for 163. And 3 of those wickets are going to the returning Jaden Seals of the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Good signs for West Indies cricket. Full and driven straight to the fielder though. And I had the opportunity, I caught up with Jaden at the end of a play yesterday. I had a little chat with him about his journey. We know about his injuries over the last 12 months or so. And at the lunch interval in a few moments, you don't want to go anywhere, you don't want to miss that interview. It's a short interview with the young chap, and he's definitely in good spirits. 222 for 5. Akeem Ogist with a couple of deliveries to go. And Terence Hines just pushes forward and defends, possibly in the back of his mind, knowing that his belly is probably, his tummy is probably growling. That's how he knows that lunch is coming.
Well, some batsmen at times would not have lunch. They will have it after their innings conclude. Because, well, that is it quite rightly so. On day 2, that is the luncheon interval here at the Connery Cricket Centre. 222 for 5. That is the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. They are in large and in charge. So at lunch, they are 222 for the loss of 5 wickets. The West Indies Academy, they were all out for 163, Gerard.
Yeah, indeed. And the progression of this match in round 2, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force with half centuries from Vikash Mohan, 54 yesterday in the afternoon session, and then Jit Guli, who's continued on from his overnight 15, has added some 52 runs to his total and is looking solid and continues to soldier on at 67. Amir Django, well put together 40 in a 91-run partnership for the better part of the morning, the first hour of play with Jit Guli. Terence Hines has come out and has been striking the ball well and looking to be aggressive to push on the total. The Trinidad and Tobago Red Force lead by 59 on first innings, and we have come to lunch on day 2 of this round 2 encounter between the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force and the West Indies Academy. Don't go anywhere. You get an opportunity to hear from West Indies star fast bowler Jaden Seals. We'll see you after the luncheon interval. The end of day 1 in round 2 of the CWI 4-day championship here at Connery Cricket Facility between the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force and the West Indies Academy. And alongside me is one of the strike bowlers for the Red Force, a man returning into playing conditions, the man Jaden Seals, with figures of 9 overs, 3 for 26 with 2 maidens in the mix. Jaden, how did it feel out there today?
I felt really good, being able to play first-class cricket again and being able to perform for the team as well. The wickets obviously is a bonus for me, but just being able to stay on the park and make sure my body feels good is the main thing for me.
What worked well for you today?
Firstly, just getting into a good rhythm, trying to hit a good area. Obviously, getting wickets early up is the most important thing as a fast bowler with the new ball. So that was obviously a plus for me, but just making sure my rhythm was good and being able to execute the plans we had for the batsmen coming into this game.
Speaking about rhythm, when I saw you when we arrived, I asked you how you were feeling, and it's well documented your injury journey over the last 12 months. How has that been in terms of rehab, coming out, your mental state and so on?
Early up in the injury was very frustrating. I didn't even realize that I was depressed. Obviously my family saw it, and being able to be back playing cricket is probably the most joyful thing for me right now, being able to play again and being able to stay on the field, not coming off. And now I think I understand my body a little bit more in terms of the stretches I need to do and the recovery I need for myself to make sure I can play 4 days continuously.
I've been mentioning time and time again, it's a wonderful sight for West Indies cricket on a whole to see you back bowling again. This 4-day championship is well documented that you like to test yourself in all formats. Of course, that contract with Sussex coming up as well too in the year. What are some of your goals both for this tournament and then going through the year?
Just to stay on the park as much as possible and obviously get wickets for Trinidad, whether it be for Trinidad, Sussex, West Indies once back in the team, just to be able to perform to the best of my ability for any team that I play for, and just stay fit and healthy.
Jaden, always a joy to see you and a joy to see you perform today. Jaden Seals figures of a 3 for 26 today.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the Connery Sporting Complex after lunch. We tell you that play is about to resume with the Red Force 222 for 5. Sorry, they have a lead of 59 runs. A pleasant good afternoon to you, Victor. So Victor is getting himself organized and sorted out. So Jid Goulet is not out on 67. He has faced 184 balls, and Terence Hines is on 14 from 17. So an important lead of some 59 runs. The West Indies Academy, when they batted yesterday, they made 163, and the Red Force are now 222 for 5. So it will be Joshua Bishop who will start the attack from this immediate center end after lunch, and Bishop has bowled 27 overs, 2 for 86, 27 overs, 8 maidens, 2 for 86. And
Well,
bowling to Jude Gully. Good afternoon to you again, Victor.
good afternoon to you, Gary Pemberton, and to all our viewers. Right after lunch, for those of you who would have had lunch, I hope you did enjoy your lunch. And we're out here now enjoying cricket in brilliant sunshine at Connery, and we will all hope that it remains this day. And Gary might predict or will predict that this game might conclude tomorrow, being the third day. Well, he has been around cricket for a long time, so I would not question that assessment, Gary.
All right, so it's a lead of 59. This is the first over after lunch, played into the body of the fielder
Pass
at
of water
forward
for
short leg. That's Mbiki Joseph. No damage done. So with the West Indies Academy only making 163 in the first innings.
Thank you.
Anything over 100 would be hard pressed for them to make a match of it. So he got an easy single. That's Jid Goulet. So he's off the mark after lunch. So that single he has gone on to 68, 223 for 5 wickets. The Red Force currently going at 2.76 runs per over. As you said, Victor, nice sunny conditions here at the Connery Sporting Complex.
Well, ideal for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force batsmen to continue to increase that lead, which would be very fundamental in terms of which way the result will go.
So the first over after lunch, just 1 run has been scored so far. And still have lots of time remaining in this game, lots of time remaining today. So by the end of the day, we'll have a very good idea as to whether or not this game will go down into the 4th day. So the first over after lunch has been completed. 1 run has been scored, 223 for 5.
Yes, we will definitely have our good ideas as to what projection this game would go into. And so far, we can definitely say that the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they are large and in charge. 223 for the loss of 5 wickets. 2.75 is the current run rate. 2 more sessions to go on day 2. And like Gary Pemberton alluded to before the luncheon interval, anything over 100 in the lead, it's going to be an uphill challenge for the West Indies Academy. And so far the lead is into the 6s. They're about 69 or so in the lead. Or 60, pardon me, in the lead. So that is just some 40 runs shy away from what Gary Pemberton alluded to, anything over 100. And with 5 wickets in hand, they should get, unless somebody really pull a big trick by taking a hat trick.
So Ogis bowls full delivery, and he played into the onside. It goes to for a single or leg by. Came off the pad, so leg by has been signaled. So total moves on to 224. The Red Force, between the start of play and lunch, they would have scored some 94 runs. So if they had to bat until tea and score another 70, 80 runs, it means that they'll be having a lead of in excess of 130. And so they can even declare before the end of the day's play and put pressure on the West Indies B.
Yes, because once you have that sort of healthy lead, that is meant the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they will be in a position before the conclusion of day 2 here at the Connery Cricket Centre, where if they are not being bowled out, they can make a declaration.
This is driven by Terence Hines, will get at least 2 runs. The fielder from a deep mid-off area had to run down towards deep cover. So 2 more to the total, takes it on to 200 and is it 26 or 24, 224? 226 for 5, we're in over number 82. There's Oggies in the second over, driven in the air, over cover, down towards the boundary for 4. So Terence Hines have started after lunch, looking to take the attack to the bowlers and continue to put the pressure on the West Indies B.
Yes, indeed, Gary, and your point is most valuable too. That it looks like probably that might be the intention of Trinidad and Tobago Red Force to look to see what lead they would have at least by tea time, and then if they are satisfied with 120, 25, 30, like you said, Gary Pembleton, I think that will be appropriate for them to make a declaration because we could never tell if the weather would change.
So he's on the back foot, he's guiding it into the offside for another easy single. So with that single, it's gone on to 231. So at lunch, they were 222, so they have already scored some 9 runs. We're only in the second over after lunch. So it's Akeem Oggies. He bowled the last over before lunch, but he has been brought back into the attack after lunch. Right arm Wispin, and it's played down into the offside. One delivery remaining in over number 82. Oggies is in his second over. None for 8. And he's a single to bring up the end of over number 82. So with that single, Jeet Gully has progressed to 69, and the total at the end of over number 82, they're 232 for 5.
Yes, in a very commanding and strong position. As I say, pleasant good afternoon to those of you who are with us with the stream in North America, Cantor, and all the other folks there who are tuning in. I'm glad to know that you all are following the cricket here in St. Kitts, both here at Connerby, where I am with Gary Pembleton, and also we have the guest commentator from Trinidad and Tobago, Gerard Basu, and we are giving the deliberations. But at the present moment, I must agree with Gary Pemberton that Trinidad and Tobago Red Force are in the position that if by the tea time they are satisfied with whatsoever lead they would have over the West Indies Academy, that they can make a declaration before they play concludes here on day 2.
So delivery on the onside, the batsman Jeet Gully was looking to whip it into the vacant or into the mid-wicket area, missed it. This time he's working it to the left of the fielder, that's Worrell, and they're able to come back for 2 runs quickly. So good bit of running between the two batters. They played it into the onside and went quickly for the first one and was able to come back for 2. So 2 more to the total. It has gone on to 234.
Well, even though there was a little hesitation between both batters, in the end, they comfortably got 2 runs and 2 more valuable runs to advance their cause, and also the lead too keeps climbing. So these two out there in the middle, building a partnership.
So we have on the onside is a forward short leg, a backward square, mid-wicket. There's a forward square on the fence, a long on, and there's a straightish mid-wicket just on the edge of the square. So it's looking to keep the center and leg stump line. He has worked it for another single. 1 more to the total, 235 for 5 wickets in over number 83. So Bishop is bowling from this immediate center end. This is the 3rd over after lunch. And the Red Force will be looking to continue to put pressure on the West Indies Academy. Good sunshine, bright conditions here for cricket. Good delivery. Played it with a turn, just guiding it down into the offside as Hines. He got a ball which turned across him. It was bouncing as well, but he guided it well and was able to get another single. So with that single, total has gone on to 236 if my addition is correct. I don't have the services of the score on the monitor, but it's 236 based on my count into the offside. We get another easy single. Another single to the total and a single to Jeet Gully to bring up the end of another over from Bishop at the end of it. 237 it is for 5 wickets.
Yes, and right after lunch, these two consolidating for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, their position, trying to advance that lead that they have, which is a very healthy one with 5 wickets still in hand. And that is even more obvious why they can also bring a little more aggression to their game too, but without any indiscretions. Aggression does not mean indiscretions. Well, we have a lead of 74 runs now. That's Trinidad and Tobago Red Force here at Connery Cricket Centre. So, in a good position.
So Akeem Ogis will continue on the onside, looking to sweep. The hands of the bowler going in the air and maybe coming off the pad or maybe the bottom to the pad. So Geese will continue. This time he's in behind it. So it's 237 for 5. It's a lead of 74. We still have good bit of time between now and tea time. So they should get up past the 100 mark. Driven. Good bit of fielding by Ogis to his own bowling, preventing the possibility of a run. So Ogis is in his third over. 3 dot balls. It's important to keep the pressure on the batsmen. So we get an easy single as he played it down to a fielder deep on the mid-wicket fence. So another single to the total. And Ajit Gully inches his way closer to the century. He's on 74. And Terence Hines, who's on 22, comes in to strike.
Yeah, so a good partnership building up between Hines and Gooley. Wow.
So the partnership so far, it's 40. It's a 40 runs partnership. And Hines has contributed some 22 out of that 40. So Geese is in the third over. And total 238. Geese has bowled 5 deliveries. 1 run or the over has been completed as a matter of fact. So over number 84 has been completed. 238 for 5 the Red Force.
Yeah, and with 5 wickets in hand, the Red Force can have all opportunities now to advance that lead and look to go to win this encounter here against the West Indies Academy outright here at the Connery Cricket Centre. Brilliant sunshine as the day continues, day 2.
So Joshua Bishop will continue from the middle centre end. And we have seen some 4 overs since the luncheon interval.
Sorry.
And they would have scored some 16 runs. And Judy Cooley will get a single down to deep mid-on where the captain, mid-off where the captain Young had to move across to his right, 1 more to the total. So Jeet Gully is on 75, 3/4 of a century.
Yes, and looking good and really. Into my recollection, I don't remember him giving a chance. Yeah, well, anyway, we'll get back to that later on, but he's looking good, and he needs to stay out there because bringing a new batsman in, if he should get out, it might just probably slow down the momentum. But Hines on the other end, who he's facing, has been very aggressive.
So Bishop will be looking to stem the flow of runs or even to get this partnership broken. They are going now for 41 runs. And so it's easy going for the Red Force in this. The after lunch, we're in the 5th over after lunch. And it's Joshua Bishop bowling from this media center end. High, clear blue skies. His drive in is out, caught. Good catch by Lane, running back from the deep cover point areas. Played it in the air with a deliberate shot. Was looking to clear the fielder, but the tall figure of Johan Lane had to move across to his left and back a few paces and took a well-judged catch. So the partnership has been broken. The Red Force losing their 6th wicket with a score on 239.
Yes, and it was a very good catch indeed by Lane. And he was doing the basic thing whereby in not turning, he was pedaling backwards, and then eventually when he held the ball, he fell to the ground, but he held on to it well. A good catch, a good break for the West Indies Academy, getting another wicket. And once they can get new batsmen in at the crease, but more so if they can remove Jade Gooley, who has been batting well, and two new batsmen come at the crease, then it will, or probably it will slow down the scoring rate. It can accelerate the scoring rate on the other hand too,
Colin.
because having a lead, you know. Go ahead.
So the new batsman is number 3rd. You get the new batsman for the Red Force. It's Carey Peer. And Peer is no slouch with the bat, Victor.
No, Pierre is very reliable, and he can be very responsible too as a batter. So he's not hopeless.
So he has replaced Terence Hines, who was just out to a well-judged catch from Johan Lane at the deep cover point area. So the partnership has been broken, a partnership of some 41 runs. They still have a good lead of 76. They would like to get it maybe 125, 130. So we most likely will see the West Indies Academy batting before the end of the day's play. Or depends on how quickly they take the remaining 4 wickets. They could be in batting before tea.
Yes, indeed, and that's a high possibility. And also, on the other hand, these two would know that the first aim is to now get over that 100 lead, and whatsoever get over the 100 lead, it would still be very good on the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force behalf.
I look at the monitors and the flight coming into the RL Brasha International Airport, a small aircraft be landing at the international airport. So we're close to the RLB International Airport, just away to our left, Victor.
Yeah, just in hand reach, so to speak. And really, these two must really have a sense of purpose now. And the sense of purpose to me is just try to accelerate and see how many more runs you can get. So the lead, when you go out, first of all, would be a task for the West Indies Academy, because whatsoever the lead is, they'll have to overtake that lead, and then whatsoever they get when they surpasses the lead, then there is where their runs would really matter. But let us see what would happen.
So Ned has replaced Ogis from the far end. So Ned has bowled 24 overs, 3 for 44, has bowled very well, 24 overs, 7 maidens. And has picked up 3 for 44, has replaced Ogis from the far end, bowling to Jade Gully. We'll have to wait and see what will be his approach. 6 wickets down. If he's going to try and go after the bowling, or he'll be looking to consolidate and get to the century, and then after the century, then you might see some fireworks here at the Connery playing field. So another tight delivery, another tight over is been bowled by Ashley Ned. So he has been very tight in terms of his line and length, but not giving the batsman too much room to free the arms.
Yeah, and that is the obvious ploy now, especially bowling to the man who is really in good form here today. Gooley, that is, and playing it down to a short third man area. The man from slip have to run, but in the event still he could not prevent another run to the total and to Gooley. But Gooley more so, Gary, I would prefer if Gooley now would realize that he, as the in batsman now, should take most of the strike, but the other man on the other end, once he are not sucking up too many dot balls and really exchanging the strike, that is what will matter. But we can see a little more elevation and spirit in the West Indies Academy fielders after getting that wicket. That has lifted their spirit. But before that, they were just looking like they were waiting for something to happen. Now it has happened. It has brought more inspiration in their movements and urgency in the field.
So his dead will continue, both to the left-handed Carey Peer. and just looked up at his partner, and they've gone to for a single from a delivery which was pushing to the offside. So pays off the mark with a single. And Gilles Goulet, who's on 76, has faced 205 balls, has come back into strike. So the lead is 77. You have to keep your eyes on that. And he's swinging in the air. It has gone out of the ground for 6 runs. A short delivery. And there was Gilles Goulet got underneath it and swung it high over mid wicket for 6.
Yes, and a good stroke by Jed Gooley. Short, and it really got the treatment it deserved over the deep mid-wicket boundary for 6 runs. And Gooley goes into the 80s. Well, looking at now almost getting to 100, but also what is more important, even if he doesn't get to the 100, that the remaining batsmen get over the 100 lead. That will be very appropriate. But for him personally, that will be a good achievement in the circumstances. But throughout this innings, to Gary Pemberton, I didn't see in any area where he had any difficulty or challenges from any of the bowlers.
Well, he had just the miscued hook from Lane, which fell between 2 fielders, and maybe a greater effort from the fielder down at the long leg could have taken the catch. That wasn't to be. So Carey Pierre will want to give good support to Gilles Goulet, who has progressed with that 6 off the last ball of the over from Ned. He has progressed to 82, 247, so 2 runs short of 250. And thought about the single, but the fielder came across to his left quickly, prevents any possibility of a run. So the lead is 84. And Carey Pierre, who is on 1, he's facing up to Bishop. He's onto the front foot. And so the West Indies Academy would want to continue to pick up wickets. They have been able to get the wicket since the luncheon interval. They would like to see the back of Gilles Goulet. But Carey Pierre is defending stoutly and pushed it down into the offside. 2 balls remaining in this over. So no runs have been scored thus far in this over from Bishop, who is in his 31st over. Looking to place it down to a straightish mid wicket. Where Geese is in the way he feels. 1 delivery remaining. A lead of 84. Very important on first innings over the West Indies Academy. That certainly will put some pressure on the youngsters flighted, and the batsman is not going to be tempted. He's what is it, go through to be taken behind to move up the end of the over. 247 for 6.
Yes, and Ganguly is been batting very good, and he's having a conversation now with his partner in the middle, and no doubt weighing what the approach, what the situation is at present, what they are trying to achieve in this their first innings, and that would put them in a position to force an outright win here against the West Indies Academy.
So it will be Ned who will continue. He was struck for 6 of the last ball of his previous over. So let us see what will be his approach to Gilles Goulet. Short delivery onto the back foot and swinging, not good. Good bit of feeling goes through the hands of Mbiki Joseph, and it's gone close to the boundary, and the batsman crossed for 2. They should have been looking for the 3rd one. Maybe they thought it had crossed the boundary. Now they'll get it as the ball ricochets from the stumps and goes into the offside, and Captain Nine Young couldn't pick it up cleanly, so an extra run. So 3 runs to Gilles Goulet, and with those 3 runs, the 250 coming up for the Red Force.
Yes, and a very good total by the Red Force, reaching the 250 mark. Just to remind our viewers that 163 the West Indies Academy were bowled out for when they batted their first innings.
So Ned will change his line of attack. He will go over the wicket and he'll be bowling to actually the round wicket and plays down into the offside. So 250 coming up. 87 is the lead, And Jude Gould is 15 short of his century. He's 85 from 207 deliveries. Carey Pierre is facing up. He's on 1 on the onside. And so Ned has changed his line of attack to Carey Pierre in this over Victor.
Yeah, and really thinking about it, and like I said, after getting that wicket, we can see a little more purpose in the field from the academy fielders. That always lifts the fielding team when they get wickets, and if they keep on, if they remove goalie right now, that will be good from their point of view, but it is Pierre on the defensive, back to the bowler.
So the West Indies Academy would want to restrict this lead. It is growing, it's mounting, 87, and they will be under pressure in the second innings. Carey Pierre just pushed it down to the offside. So they went into lunch at 222. They have now progressed to 250. So they have scored some 28 runs since the luncheon interval. And we're in the 8th over after lunch. Scoring at just over 3 runs per over since the luncheon interval. But a flutter faster. And that brings up the end of over number 88. 250 for 6 red force.
Yeah, a tight over, clean and respectful over. Right on the target, but Gooley is still out there and batting well and understanding the situation that they're in, but just 13 runs shy of that 100 lead, and even at 87, that is a good lead, but it's going to even be better if they get over the 100. That's Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Well, brilliant sunshine here at Connery, and later on we will give our viewers an update of the match at Warner Park, where the Leeward Islands is up against Leeward Islands Hurricanes, that is, against the defending champions, the Guyana Eagles. Well, if Gooley gets to his 100, this would be the 4th centurion so far in this regional 4-day series here in the Caribbean.
So Joshua Bishop will continue, and he swung away down towards the back of the square boundary for 4. Bad delivery, badly lined, and the batter, Jude Gould, who has been there for some time, just pounced on it and swung it through the back of the square area for 4. With that shot, he has gone on to 89, 254.
Well, and he's so right in that goalie. Anything loose now, he have to execute it. And he did execute that one into the backward square leg boundary for another 4. So his shot selection has been spot on also too. And it's an innings of good all-around thinking, good organization. And he's looking better and better as his innings progresses.
So he's 11 short of a century. And the lead is 91. So just 9 runs away from a 100 lead. So it's Jude Gould easily onto the front foot down to long on, where Lane comes in off the boundary on a single. Take the score to 255. So Leeward's made 352 from 99.2 overs. And the Guyana, they have 51 for 3 in the 22nd over. So Leeward's not doing badly at all at Warner Park. But here the West Indies Academy trying to prevent the Red Force from having too big of a lead on first innings. They are leading now by some 92 runs. Jude Gould, he's also in sight of a century. He's on 90. But it's Carey Pierre facing up to a faster delivery. Slap, squirrel wicket into the offside. They've gone through for 1. And they will get an easy 2. So 2 more runs to the total. 257 with those 2. Carey Pierre has gone on to 3.
Yeah, and Carey Pierre is an accomplished batsman also too. He can hold his own. So Gooley would know and understand that he doesn't have to worry how much exposure his partner is getting, because he have the ability and skills where he can score runs.
So delivery on the leg stump to bring up the end of over number 89, 257 for 6.
Yes, and a very good total by the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. The West Indies Academy, when they batted first, they were all out for 163, And now, in response, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force 257 for the loss of 6 wickets right here at the Connery Cricket Centre. And at one apart, the Leeward Islands Hurricanes are doing fairly well so far up against the defending champions, the Guyana Eagles. But 91 in the lead here, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force has. Gary.
So it will be Ned will continue from the far end, and you get it goes down towards the third man area. They come back quickly for the second run. The return from the captain. Naim Young is on the bounce to the keeper. So 2 more to Jade Gooley. See, with that 2, he has gone on to 92. So he's getting closer and closer to that century mark. So it's 259. The lead is 96. And 96. So it will be Jade Gooley, who is a 92. And for that delivery, the bowler Ned is keeping him quiet. 259 for 6 in over number 90. So Lee was batted for 99.2 overs. So here at Connery, Red Force are certainly on top. A flatter, faster delivery. And Ned is pushing him back down, or Jed Gooley is pushing him back down the strip for Ned to field to his own bowling. Into the onside, goes so quickly for the single. The fielder coming across from a mid-off cannot stop the run. That's O'Gees. So 1 more to Jade Gooley. He moves on to 93, goes closer to the century.
Well, just some 7 runs shy of that, and if he gets there, that will be a great achievement, because he has really played a very organized innings. No undue risk he took. Waited for the loose deliveries.
So in the game, Shonda Paul made a duck. He was caught Hamilton bowl Jeremiah Louis. So Jeremiah Louis continued to pick up wickets. He has taken 2 out of the 3 wickets that have fallen so far for the Guyanese team. And they are 51 for 3 and over number 23.
So the brothers are doing fairly well in this tournament for the Leeward Islands. First of all, the Centurion, the brother to Jeremiah Louis, who is Mikhail Louis. He scored 100 against Guyana. Well, we're going to have what now? Some refreshments or exchange of gloves, no doubt, with the heat out there, and for the extended period that Gooley has been batted. He has just called for some drier gloves, batting gloves that is. He has gotten it from a member of his team from the dressing room, and probably there might just have been a message sent out to with the exchange of gloves, Gary. Possibility.
Yes, that is always a strategy as well. You can get a message out in any way, shape or form, and maybe a message came out to the Red Force team, maybe to try and, after he reached the century, to try and increase his scoring rate. They lead by 97. That is a very handsome lead, and in the scheme of things, based on how the academy would have batted so far for the season, they have not gotten up to 200. So it's Joshua Bishop will continue, and Jed Gooley is easily behind it. So he's 93, 7 runs away from a century in the regional competition. This is the second round of matches in the 4-day championship, and Jed Gooley would want to be the 4th player to get past the 100 mark, and he's 7 runs away. And Bishop, I'm sure, will want to prevent that from happening. There's a slip and a forward short leg. flatter, faster. And total remains on 260. 97 is the lead. Bishop is in his 33rd over, 3 for 100. And Jade Gooley is playing tight, playing compactly. He's not going to take any chances.
No need to.
So Bishop will continue. Slapping it square of the wicket. It's running close to the boundary. And Bishop is giving chase. He should pull it back just inside the ropes, and the batsman have enough time to come back for 3. So the short delivery outside the off stump, and he went onto the back foot, played it down towards the back of the point area for 3 runs. So with those 3, he has gone on to 96, and the lead for the Red Force is exactly 100.
Yes, and really a great achievement by the Red Force, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. 100 in the lead right here at the Connery Cricket Centre. They're up against the West Indies Academy, and that dressing room for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force must be very pleased. And obviously, with so much time left in day 2, they still, and some 4 wickets in hand, they still have a good position of really extending that lead. And really, if Gooley gets to the 100, it will be a well-deserved 100, because apart from the half effort from the man down on long leg just before lunch, when he struck one down there, there should have been a better try. No one got close to it, no one got a hand to it, so it wouldn't count as a chance, but it should have been a better effort by the fieldsman. That was not to be. But all around, his shot selection, his choices of when to go for the 6s, when to go for the 4s, has been spot on. And thus far, it will be well deserving if he get to the 100. We'll just have to wait and see.
So Jade Gooley made his first class debut 2016-2017 season. In November 2016, he played his first game for Trinidad and Tobago. And he's now in sight of a century. And we'll just wait and see if he'll get up to the coveted landmark of 100. As Ned looking to prevent that from happening. And just pushing to the offside, and then there is no chance of run. So his first class matches, he has only played 8 matches, 297 runs, averaging just 22. So he'll be looking to
step up that average.
Yes, and looking to score his first century. And he's in behind the delivery, kept a bit low, flatter, faster. But he's to the measure of it. He has been there for some 222 balls, so he should be seeing it, Big Victor.
Yeah, some would say like a football or a breadfruit. I don't know which one at this one he might be seeing in that equation. But he is well set. In Gooley is well set. He has looked good. He continues to look good throughout this innings. He's left-hander, taller of the 2, in fact, also. At the crease. What would he do on this occasion to get to 100?
So it's forced it into the offside, going down towards the boundary. Will cross the ropes now, just about now. That's 4 runs to Jade Gooley to bring up his first class century, 100 not out from 223 balls. A good knock there by Jade Gooley.
Very well played, Jade Gooley. 100, well deserving, and in the circumstances where Trinidad and Tobago Red Force always were aspiring to a healthy lead. They have gotten over the 100 mark in the lead. We are into day 2 right here at the Connery Cricket Centre, and Trinidad and Tobago dressing room of the Red Force must be very pleased, and the confidence that is growing now, and just eager and waiting when they get out to defend whatsoever the lead would the West Indies Cricket Academy would have to face. Well played 100, and he had a few 6s in it. We will get all that information shortly, 6s and 4s, but very well played, Gooley.
So let us see if the fireworks will start after now he's gotten to the 100. If he will try and increase the scoring rate. So the over has been completed, and over in which we saw Jade Gooley bring up his century. He's 100 not out, 4 runs coming from that over from Ashnead Med, but it was enough for Jade Gully to get up to his first class century.
Yes, and I know how he can be feeling at this time in reaching that milestone and getting that achievement. And he would go down now so far as the fourth centurion in this 2024 Regional Cricket 4-Day Series.
And you see a view of the houses in the hills at they're just beyond the airport. Nice view by our cameraman picking up a nice view of Victor in the distance. Which village is that, Victor?
That is the Canada Hills, I think. Yeah, that was shown. Yeah.
So it's 267, so a lead of 104, and that certainly will put pressure on the West Indies Academy in the second innings. And Victor, this game could very well be finished early on day 3.
Well, as you have consistently said, that if they get over 100 lead, that should put lots of pressure, not just pressure, lots of pressure on the West Indies Academy team when they have the opportunity to go and bat. But, as you quite rightly said, a lot of times still in this game, and weather permitting and all things being equal, who knows, it can go just into day 3, but cricket as it is, a game of glorious uncertainties. The West Indies Academy, Gary, in the second time around, they might just come out and bat far much better than they did in the first innings. But all that is just in the future. But at the moment, Trinidad and Tobago, Red Force, they are in a very strong position.
So Teddy Bishop has been brought into the attack. He has replaced Joshua Bishop. So we tell you that Jade Gully has also scored a century in the Trinidad and Tobago 10-10 lead. He made 107 of 38 balls in the 10-10 competition in November last year, and it goes to for a single return backed up in the offside, so another single to the total. It goes on to 268, so we should see some fireworks from here on in from Jade Gully, Victor.
Yeah, and if these two, if Trinidad and Tobago should bat up on tea time, I would like to believe they will have enough runs to make a declaration, and they are already over the 100 lead, so that within itself is a very good achievement.
Jade Gully, born in May 11, 1997, so he's 26, and he's facing up now to Teddy Bishop from the Steve Media Center end. Into the onside, thinking about a single, but the fielder moving across from the back of the square area. That is Kadim Aline, and I'm sure Kadim Aline will be looking to spend some time in the middle when he get a chance to bat. Teddy Bishop, flatter faster. We get an easy single. That's Jade Gully. So with that single, he has moved on to 101. Laying at long on, couldn't stop the single. So it's 269. So the lead is 106.
Very good lead indeed.
Still within the first hour of play after lunch. So if the Red Force can bat until tea, they will certainly be close to the 175 mark. And I'm sure we'll be looking at declaring and putting pressure on the West Indies Academy. So it's on the off stump, and he pushed it down into the onside. So the over has been completed, so we'll take a short break and be right back.
So into another over. Ashmead Ned continues from the northern end. It is Jid Gooley on strike, 101 from 228 deliveries. He's spent some good time at the crease, has Jed Gooley, and yet another, his second first class 100. And you would have heard it mentioned during the post-lunch, in the morning session, in fact, that the last time he went past 50 in a first-class encounter, he went on to score 128. He's still some 27 runs shy of his highest number of runs in a first-class encounter as he cuts away backward of point, but straight to Naimi Young. And Victor Eddy is still alongside me. What has impressed you with Jid Gooley?
Well, his temperament, first of all, was a good one. He, at no time throughout his innings, he was suspectful of indiscretions. His shot selection was good. His timing of the ball was good. And his placement also in his strokes were also good. And I think he executed two lovely sixes too, if I'm not mistaken. And so comprehensively, and I don't think he did present a chance. There was only a possibility at one moment in the session to start to lunch where one went down to long leg in the air, and the mid-wicket fielder thought, and I thought too, that the fielder on the long leg boundary, if he was making a better effort, even if he didn't get close to attempting a catch, but the effort was not purposeful, and it cannot be accounted as a chance, but that was the only area that throughout this 100 that he scored, Ganguly, was a very good one. Never mind the percentage of deliveries that he did face, some 233 deliveries for his 102, but in a 4-day contest, as this regional series is, he played quite appropriately to the situation. And when players can play to the situation, that is what matters most.
Indeed. And that time at the crease, and I guess I'll have to ask the scorers. I forgot during the interval to ask them about his time at the crease. And he is...
we'll get it time and fours and sixes.
Yeah,
we'll get that. We'll get
and
that.
he's on strike now to Teddy Bishop. He drives into the cover region. A bit of a fumble allows them to get through for the single. He's done away with the helmet and the cap, and now wears that round hat, a round brim hat that is reminiscent, of course, in the maroon color of one Richie Richardson. Gary Pierre, though, has joined him at the crease and is already on 4. He flicks this one off the hip down into mid-wicket and picks up another single to the total. So the lead growing for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force.
.108 is the lead here. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force at the Connery Cricket Centre, down to mid-off, no run.
So Jid Gooley, some 193 minutes at the crease up to this point. And that is definitely some good time at the crease.
Well, it shows good concentration and good temperament, and he continues to look good, taking an easy single down to long on, and really the lead. And Gary Pemberton has been predicting that if there is no weather interruptions or any reason for play to be halted, this game could just go into day 3.
Quite possibly.
High-end speculation.
Quite possibly.
Quite possibly.
Gary Pierre defends on the front foot to Teddy Bishop, and again it's going to open up that conversation about the batting in the tournament and teams not batting for long periods and games only in a 4-day encounter going for 3 days.
Well, we cannot say about Ganguly, 193 minutes, and he's still there at the crease, and we can see a lot much more purpose now, even between the two batters, to try and get runs as quickly as possible.
At the end of the Teddy Bishop over, 273 for 6, the lead now in excess of 100, 110 in fact, and moving along. Possibly that 150 lead on first innings are right in sight for the Red Force, who still have some batting to come.
Well, and at this present moment, that is a very healthy lead. And the West Indies Academy will have a task on hand when they will bat a second time, because this Red Force, they look, well, at this present moment, they are in charge, obviously.
Indeed, as Jed Gully pushes forward and misses one outside the off stump. Ashmead Ned continuing. Ashmead Ned has been quite economical for the most part in his 30th over, only conceded the 63 runs and has picked up 3 important wickets as Ashmead Ned. So showing his stature with the ball in hand. Ashmead Ned imposing himself on the game. Floats one up to Gully, who ends up being a Yorker length in the end. Just turns it away to backward point. So Ashmead Ned really imposing himself on the game and making sure he keeps his team in the game with those 3 important wickets.
Yes, and the best results for a bowler on the West Indies Academy team, which is Ned, 3 wickets to his column, but one being struck in the air. It's going to go close to the deep extra cover boundary. It crosses the line now. No, a fielder just picked it up inside of the boundary, but in the end they couldn't prevent the batsman from getting 2 more runs, and 2 more runs to Gully, and advances his total now on to 104. Sorry, his score on to 104, and the total 263 for 6. 273 for 6, pardon me. 112 in the lead. So,
yeah,
good going.
This one, Gully hits off the back foot to mid wicket, and
so
the only batter out since the lunch interval, that of Terence Hines for 22, holding out at deep mid wicket. This one is flicked nicely by Jed Gully into mid wicket, and he picks up another single. So easy is scoring for Jed Gully, and Carrie Peer lending some good support now.
Oh yeah, and Peer is a very capable batsman. So Gully will know that it doesn't matter how many deliveries Peer would face in this partnership, because he can be equally to the task. Even though he's 5, that doesn't matter in this particular situation, because the lead is extended over 110, or probably 112 now. Well, 113 is the lead, 276 it is for 6. So one of the things to Gerard that can be associated to the West Indies Academy, many times based upon how much hours you spent in the field, based upon how many hours based upon how many hours that the West Indies Academy stays in the field, that can also have an effect when they have to go and bat, the length of time that they're running and so forth. So what will come into the equation when the West Indies Academy comes to bat, it will prove the level of their fitness overall, if they're going to really bat better than they did in their first innings.
Jed Gully punches one off the back foot, and it's not going to get to the boundary in front of her. Joshua Bishop is positioned that long on, as Teddy Bishop continues into another over. And indeed, and I must say kudos going out to the strength and conditioning coach of the academy, and Shane Cooper, and he has worked tirelessly and does continue to work tirelessly with these young chaps in terms of getting them a match ready and keeping them fit throughout the match. Floated up by Bishop and punched back into the bowler's hands by Carrie Pierre. And I had a short discussion with him during the lunch interval as well. And they're always working with the young chaps, not only with their physical fitness, but their mental fitness as well. And that mental fitness has a no ball here from Teddy Bishop, and Cardinal Sin in the world of cricket for spin bowler to be bowling no balls. This one flatter, carry pair pulls. It's a bit shorter as well and in the air a bit, but down to that square leg region, and it's past the outstretched hand of the fielder out there. Into the boundary it goes.
Well, for the rate that the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force are going now with a lead of 119, I would only like to believe on my personal speculation that they might just bat up until the tea time, then make a declaration. That's the Red Force. Because 119 now, lots of time to go before the tea interval. Gerard, that might be one of the other aspects creeping into the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force.
Short, pulled away by Pierre into mid-wicket, but it's only going to go to the fielder positioned down there. It's Roshan Worrell out there on the mid-wicket boundary. He was placed just a bit wider the ball before, so doing some good tactical work there, Naim Young, and his bowler following through on the tactics, of course. Again, short, Jed Gooley pulls, but what Jed Gooley is going to do that Carey Pierre didn't is find the gap between a long on and a mid-wicket, and another boundary to Jed Gooley.
And that has been one of the hallmarks of Jed Gooley's innings. His placement, he found the gap well. He split the fielders. The man on the deep mid-wicket boundary and the man on the long-on boundary never had a chance. It went one bounce and earned himself another boundary. So he advances his score on to, that's Jed Gooley, 112. Wow, that's a very good inning so far, and he's not out. So like I was saying, Gerard, that I would like to believe that Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, if they're still batting, they will bat right up on tea time and then probably make a declaration.
Gooley flicks into the leg side. The field that backward square, and Kadimalin comes across and does the fielding. And I am leaning on the side of should tea time reach and Jed Gooley and Carey Pierre as the end of an over comes upon us at 287 for 6. The lead now 124 on first innings for the Red Force. I think at tea time, which is still probably about an hour and a couple of minutes away from us, I think with these two at the wicket, no further loss of wickets, I think they will bat into the third session of play because they now have officially their first set of batting points crossing the 250, and they will look at possibly piling on some runs in the third session to get more of those batting points, because they behind the 8 ball somewhat because of that truncated affair against the defending champions in round 1. So they'll be looking to get as many bonus points as possible to make up and climb the table going into the third round. And also from a timing perspective, you mentioned it, Victor, the time in the field, so possibly bat and have a go at the academy, probably with about an hour to go in the day's play. I think that's going to be the tactics. Of course, the fall of wickets may also play its part in that because the academy can possibly eke out the next 4 wickets before said time. So Jet Gooley is on strike to Ashmead Ned. He flows this one up, but down the leg side. Gooley doesn't make a full connection with it and only finds the mid-wicket fielder. So it is definitely something to think about in so far as how you progress the game. And it's not just about being out there and bowling or batting, but you always got to be thinking. And of course, the brains thrust of the Red Force, as well as the academy, they're going to be thinking of exactly how they want to progress the games for their respective teams. And having said that, the coach of the academy, Mr. Rayon Griffith, has perched himself just on the outside of us here in the commentary booth at the straight on, just outside the sight screen on our right hand side. So he's getting a good vantage point of his boys and what they're doing. And whilst I was outside, you can hear him bellowing a couple of instructions to them and giving them guidance. So definitely good to have that support staff around. Down the leg side, Gully looks to paddle and into the hands of wicket-keeper Tuckett. And a remarkable innings here from Jed Gully comes to a close on 113. One down the leg side, probably an innocuous delivery. Just looking to paddle it was Jed Gully, but only into the gloves. Good work by Tuckett.
Yes, indeed. A good catch by the wicketkeeper Tuckett. And really, Jade Gooley makes his way back to the pavilion and a very well played 100. And obviously, he would be getting a standing ovation from his teammates there for a well played 100 in the situation. 288 it is for 7. Now, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force a lead of 125. But I must agree with you, Gerard, that and if it was the case where both of them were together by tea time, but that is not so now because Jade Gooley is back in the pavilion, caught at the wicket of the bowling of by wicketkeeper Tuckett. Well, Ashmead Ned was the bowler, so he adds another wicket. It's 4 wickets now to his name, 66 runs, 30.4 overs. The players are now having some refreshments, Gerard, but good bowling spell by the Ned at the moment. The players are now refreshing themselves out there in the middle. The umpires also too, and the ground staff doing their very efficient and good job as usual, remarking the creases, highlighting the creases so that the umpire can have clearer vision to the markings. But Trinidad and Tobago should be very pleased right now with their total because the West Indies Academy, they've been out in the field for quite a while, and that too will prove certain conditions of their fitness level when they have their opportunity to bat, how long and periods of time that they can concentrate for.
Yeah, so while the umpires and the players make themselves refreshed or have some refreshments, so will we. We will take a short break and we'll be back with you in about 3 minutes' time.
Yes, and back here at the Connery Cricket Centre right after the refreshment cat has left the field, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force are 288 for 7, 97.4 overs have been bowled, and Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they are in a commanding and strong position here at the Connery Cricket Centre as play is just about ready to resume just after the refreshment break. The refreshments have left the field already. The fielders are in their respective positions, and the action continues here at the Connery Cricket Centre. Left arm orthodox spinner, more attacking fielder or field positions now for the new batsman at the crease. As there is the wicketkeeper standing up, a first slip, a point, a cover, a mid-off, and extra cover, and a mid-on, a mid-wicket, a man on the square leg boundary, and a forward short leg. 288 for 7, 125 is the lead, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. That concludes over number 98. 125 runs in the lead, 288 it is for 7. And brilliant sunshine right here at the Connery Cricket Centre. So we are having a very enterprising match between these two teams. And the West Indies Academy, when they get their opportunity to bat, they will have to bat far better than they did in their first innings when they only scored out. They were all out for 163. And now Trinidad and Tobago Red Force have found themselves in a very strong and good position with a lead of 125. As I welcome back Gerard, good afternoon to you. Good afternoon to all who have joined us on the stream, especially those of you in North America, Kanta Zamba and those folks over there. Special good afternoon to you all, and thanks that you all are enjoying our deliberations here for the Connery Cricket Centre. There have been now 4 centurions in this tournament so far, as I welcome back Gerard, who went to do some technical assistance on the outside, all around in his own capacity, is Gerard Basu. And welcome back, Gerard.
Hello to you, Victor, and hello to everyone here. Indeed, I've been dubbed the all-rounder in the production team.
Well, I
by our head of production, Mr. Mamjan. I don't know. He threw me to the wolves, actually. That's a story for another time.
Well, I hardly and would most likely not believe that. He's not the type of individual that I know.
but at the end of the day, though, even though I say it like that, he threw me to the wolves. As a head of production and then, of course, someone who has years of experience,
yes.
And you would know that being an uncle, a father, an elder brother, or whatever it might be, that you sometimes throw the younger ones to the wolves and they're going to learn.
And our match referee who has just left the room, it brought a smile to his face. It's going to make his day. Good afternoon, Stuart Williams. And
would you believe it? A beautiful catch. Is it Kudi Malin, was it?
Well, and
it's Ashmead Ned, in fact, who's taken that catch. Carrie Pierre looking to flick one from Teddy Bishop that was just a bit short, and he stopped our conversation and our story time dead in its tracks. And I was just about to say that the academy was being thrown to the wolves by the batting of the Red Force, but they're fighting their way back here with the 8th wicket down, and it now opens the door for that conversation we had before the drinks break. What's the tactics from here out?
Well, you didn't realize too that one of our female scorers and the one closest to me, who is Yvette, she got up out of her seat because the catch was so brilliant. It was exciting and brilliant, and it's good to see fielders taking catches like this. So 288. It is 7 wickets or 8? 7?
It's now 8 wickets down.
8 wickets.
So 288 for 8. The Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Carrie Pay caught Ashmead Ned, bowled Teddy Bishop for just 10 runs. And now the bowlers will be the ones to take this lead of 125 further with just the captain, Brian Charles, and the 2 fast bowlers, Jaden Seals and Anderson Phillip, to come. Brian Charles, the skipper, only facing 2 deliveries and still yet to get off the mark. And Anderson Phillip it is who will be coming in ahead of Jaden Seals. And there is some pedigree to Anderson Phillip with the bat. As we see Rion Griffith here, he'll be a happy man, will Rion Griffith, the coach of the academy team, having a word with one of his charges. Can't make out who it is behind him though. So Teddy Bishop to continue. Anderson Phillip defends nicely, and I say there's pedigree with Anderson Phillip, and we saw a couple of times where he would have played in teams where they were struggling, and he came in low down in the order and put on some good runs,
Well,
50s and so on.
Well, it doesn't come down to the equation. What number you would come into bat. Once you have batting ability, the number goes out of the equation, and prove it. And then also to what can be proven lower down like that. But we are seeing the bowler having to leave the field. A ball was struck back. It seemed like he got struck on the fingers, so the physio coming out right away, but he's going to actually go right off of the field of play. We are not too certain, and we would hope that none of the fingers have been broken, but that's all part of the game here with cricket. It's a very 5.5 ounces is the weight of the cricket ball. Has that changed?
Not to my knowledge, but it just seemed as he tried to collect the ball as Anderson Phillip drove back towards him. He just kind of his fingers just seemed to get stuck in the turf as he was collecting the ball, and immediately he rolled the ball back towards the umpire and started shaking the hand. And with him coming off, it means Akimo Geese is going to have to complete the over for him. Akimo Geese with those 2 deliveries to be bowled, and one superstar standout, Jordan Johnson, makes his way on to the park. The standout under-19 player, now back from a World Cup experience with the under-19 West Indies team. Auguste outside the off stump. And,
he got some bounce from that delivery too, Auguste, that is. Well, he have one more legal delivery to be bowled in this over, but 125 though, that's the significant part of the game right now, the lead by Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. That concludes the over, so he just had 2 legal deliveries to bowl, and Auguste has some 10 runs off him, no wickets, and really 125 in the lead. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force right here at the Connery Cricket Centre.
Yeah, so both Anderson Phillip and Brian Charles and all batters for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force still to get off the mark, but they both can bat. And I heard Gary mention to you about Jed Gooley's 100 in a T10 competition in Tobago in November. I called that match and saw Jed Gooley hit the ball to all parts. But in that tournament as well was one Brian Charles. And at different intervals, you saw Brian stand up with the bat. He's been known to stand up with the bat in club cricket back in Trinidad and Tobago, and even for the national team at different times. Brian Charles defends astutely against Ashmead Ned, who's continued bowling after a wicked brilliant catch in the mid-wicket region to get rid of Carrie Pierre.
Yes, and it was really excellent catch indeed.
So the skipper, Brian Charles, facing here, and he himself, as the captain of the team, Brian Charles, he would know clearly in his mind, especially after probably having conversations with Mr. David Furlong and Sebastian Edwards, the manager, driven back to the bowler. He would have clear in his mind what the goal is for the team, and then he's going to put his own personal performance into the equation and push forward.
Yes, indeed. Quite right.
Looking to cut, not there, and missing out.
Well, probably if he was going over more to the offside, he was slightly backing away to the leg side. So that might just have been the possibility why he did not connect in trying to execute that cut stroke.
Yeah, so just defending. And you can see that he's going to be watchful still, just about 45 minutes or so, or a little more than that. To tea, so the time is of no issue at the moment for the Red Force, and probably time might be something in the back of the minds of the academy. However,
That should be.
Yes, the skipper, Charles, just flicking into mid-wicket and is going to pick up a couple of easy runs here. Wide open spaces in the mid-wicket region.
Yes, indeed, and really, Captain executed it nicely. He's off the mark. 290 it is for the loss of 8 wickets. 127 runs in the lead. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force right here at the Connery Cricket Centre.
And as you've given the score, someone just messaged me a milestone for Rakeem Cornwall. He's gotten to 3,000 first-class runs.
How many runs he got in the innings? Cornwall, that is, against the defending champions Guyana at the Warner Park. And we are here at the Connery Cricket Centre. So 2 matches are going on at the same time on this beautiful little island of St. Kitts.
20 minutes walk. It's 20 minutes walk.
By your standard.
Yeah, indeed. By my pace of walking. And that's the check from the sign that says Heroes Park to the top floor in Warner Park in the media center. Actually took 25 minutes.
Okay, good.
Rakeem Cornwall with another first-class half-century, getting 54 from 64 deliveries. Joshua Bishop is the one with the ball. And Anderson Phillip on the strike. Defending.
Well, the longer that these two can also keep the academy fielders out in the field, that will, in some way, may play some significant part in when the academy has to bat a second time, because the movements and time spent out in the field, the players usually in those situations should be the fittest of the fittest.
Yeah, and you talk about time, and you asked me about the score in that game at Warner Park. Leeward Islands, we mentioned at lunch, were 352 all out, that half century from the skipper. And the Guyana Harpy Eagles, this one looking to slog sweep and coming off at the inside edge and off the foot probably down to
We'll have to wait
third man. See if it did in fact get an edge. Yes, it was bat. In fact, the top edge, the toe end, the Q end of the bat, and going over the head of slip down to third man for a couple of runs. The Guyana Happy Eagles, the defending champions, are in all sorts of bother. They're 87 for 6.
Yes, and the wicket takers are there at Warner Park. We'll get that in a moment. But here is one turning and bouncing. And this again should give the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force spinners who are looking on some motivation to see that one, the height it made and the amount of spin that was on the ball that deceived the batsman but not deceive him enough where it could have taken the edge, but the wicketkeeper took it about shoulder height. Yeah. So, good going for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes at Warner Park up against the defending champions, the Guyana Eagles there. So the Leewards are doing well, and a good achievement by Rakeem Cornwall. And cricket is about runs and wickets.
I think, speaking about wickets, I think sibling competition and rivalry sometimes can be fun, because he would have sat and saw his brother score a remarkable century. Now he's come on with the ball and he's taken 3 wickets. Has the other Louis in the team, in Jeremiah, he's taken 3 for 29. So not to be outdone by his brother.
Well, and also too, in the first game against the Academy, that's the West Indies Academy, Jeremiah Louis, he got 5 and 3, so another 3 now. That will put him into double figures. So if he can continue along that line, and also his brother in scoring runs, they can be all asking the selections questions. I wouldn't venture to say that they will be selected, because there can always be comparison who in the same role and how are they performing, and then possibly you work out an equation who are the better performers at the medium pacer, or other batsman, and that sort of thing and so forth. But what is more significant is that the batsmen stay out there and try to pile on the lead too, because there is lots of time still in the game. 129 is the lead at present. And in my estimation, that is a very good one. But on the behalf of the West Indies Academy, they will have to bat far better in their second innings if they're going to save themselves, by, first of all, by not gaining points, and then Trinidad and Tobago Red Force might just come out with the majority of points out of this match. So even though the team that loses, they can gain points, but in what form or fashion? But one again spinning and bouncing and turning and leaving the right-hander. So the spinners in the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team looking on, they would be motivated in seeing what is extracting out of the surface here at this present moment at the Connery Cricket Centre. We will wait and see what this other level will produce. But Gerard, we are seeing the spinners getting turn and bounce, and like I have said, and that concludes the over. I have said that should be a motivation to the spinners in the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team when they recognize now the amounts of bounce and turn is there for spinners, especially when they give it the flight in the air. Flight like a kite.
And the spinner Ashmead Ned completing yet another maiden over. And at the end of the over, 292 for 8, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force with a first innings lead of 129. We're going to take a short break and get back with you in about 30 seconds time. So just about 1 hour and 20 minutes into the afternoon session, Joshua Bishop continues from the commentary booth end, or the end I like to call Heroes Park end, and Anderson Phillip is on a strike along with his captain Brian Charles at the non-strikers end, defending nicely with a slip, a forward short leg, and a young Jordan Johnson at a short extra cover, looking for that uppish drive as Mr. Gary Pemberton slides in alongside me. Floated delivery from Bishop on a little bit of turn again. Good afternoon, Gary.
Good afternoon to you, Gerard, and good afternoon to listeners. So the West Indies Academy is certainly up against it here at Connery. They're in deficit of 129 runs so far, and we saw a good knock from Jade Gully.
Yeah, I heard you mention that 107 in the Bago T10 blast, and another format, this 40 encounter. Turn again from Bishop, and the last time you and I sat on commentary, he had just gone past 50,
yes,
and I mentioned to you the last time he went past 50,
He went to 100.
he went on to 128. He didn't get to 128, but statistically speaking, when you look at Jid Ghuli's stats, he's still yet to get a first-class half-century, because the statistics,
converted it
it's
to
going to say 2 centuries and 0 50s. As we come to the end of the Joshua Bishop over, 292 for 8, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, just 8 runs away from adding some well-needed bonus batting points. Once they cross 299, they're going to get to the other tier of batting points.
Okay.
And I'll go through those batting points for the public once again in a while. Ashmead Ned continues.
So this game has progressed quite quickly in a sense, because the fact that the West Indies Academy would have made a small score in the first innings, and the Red Force leading now by 129.
A little bit of turn there, but back and across is the skipper Brian Charles, and cutting and looking for the second run, and a bit of lazy fielding from Joshua James in that cover region allows the second run, And he ran across, he stopped the ball,
And it was
but
slow in turning to pick it up. Yeah.
that's the type of pressure that you don't want to release. Defended nicely by Brian Charles. When you release that type of pressure, you allow batters who have just come to the crease. Neither of them have faced 3 overs in total. Either of them, just 16 deliveries each. And you allow them to get an extra run and just get a feeling of comfort.
Right. And you're already behind the 8 ball because you're in deficit now in excess of 100 runs, and you can't afford to be giving away runs unnecessarily.
Bit of a fielding change here as Mbiki Joseph just walks from the leg side to the offside. So from forward short leg to silly point. A slip awaiting in Rivaldo Clark. Cut away again. And the expression from Mbiki Joseph tells you that it's either a possibility of a chance or he feels he could have stopped it.
No, I think he's disappointed. It was a bad delivery. It was short, and he gave the batsman enough time to go back on the back foot to force it into the offside. Maybe was thinking he might have been in a bit of danger if he had gone straighter.
Of course, just before the ball was bowled, he moved from leg side to offside. So him standing there would have changed the shot as well and all the angles and the gaps available.
So going in front, so the over has been completed. So it was like a psychological change to put some pressure on the batsman, because like you're in the face of the batter, right in front of him. But it wasn't a good delivery by Ashley Ned.
Yeah, so the end of the over, 296 for 8. And matches going on as we speak across this CWI 4-day championship, both in St. Kitts and Nevis and Jamaica. And some of our traffic that has been accustomed to us, the airport just to the left of us. The traffic has been quite a lot coming from the airport. Yeah, so just to bring you up to date, some of those scores, we spoke about Warner Park, and in Kensington in Jamaica, the Jamaica Scorpions are replying to that 307 first innings by the combined campuses and colleges, are now on 79 without loss. And the Pride are under the pump. The Volcanoes are 232 for 3. They have gathered a lead against the Pride, who would have made 214. So they have an 18-run lead to the Volcanoes, the Windward Islands Volcanoes.
All right, so interesting times in Jamaica.
Full toss swung away by Anderson Phillip over mid-wicket. Wait for the signal from the umpire. It's 6 runs.
Yes, it was a delivery floated up, and Phillip went after it and swung it over mid-wicket for 6. So it's time to put some pressure on the bowling. The lead now extended to 139. So you can expect the lead to go past 150 once Anderson continues to strike like that. And the 300 coming up for the Red Force, 302 in the 105th over.
Yeah, so some more batting points in the bag for the Red Force. Floated up again.
Not going to be tempted. Just this time, just push it into the offside. Maybe you could have gone after that floated delivery, because you're already in front. You're a lead of 139. And it's dropped at first slip by Teddy Bishop. Came forward, outer half of the bat, found, and the fielder moving to his left at first slip. Couldn't hold on to it.
Yeah, that looked like Teddy Bishop at first slip. And it just seemed to flick the glove of Tuckett as well, so it died even more as it was going through to the left of Teddy Bishop, it looks like. And it disappointed the academy players, as you can see, as Tuckett.
It's like, okay, I think Bishop went off the field of play because he would have injured his finger while taking a ball which was played back down the strip to him. So
Indeed, you're right. So they have a Rivaldo Clark with his back to us and Jordan Johnson on the park. So they have their 2 substitute fielders.
It's the one was at first slip.
Indeed, it is Auguste who is now going out to mid-on, mid-off, in
Mid-off.
fact, to the right-hander, mid-on to a left-hander. So now that they've crossed 300 runs, 3 bonus points, batting bonus points in the bag for the Red Force. Ashmead Ned will continue. And he too floats one up full in length.
So with most likely and most definitely we see the West Indies Academy batting before the end of play. And based on where the things have progressed, it looks like this game will finish sometime tomorrow early.
Quite possible. But of course, anything can happen in sport on the whole. It is quite possible as well. A little bit flatter and a little bit shorter, and a cut by Brian Charles. And Joshua James does a lot better on this occasion, getting across, collecting, and one fell swoop, getting the return in.
He came across a bit quicker than he did previously and had a shy at the stump, but almost gave away some overthrow because it had to be backed up in the offside by Johan Lane. If it had gone past him, it might have been some extra runs, and it could have been a different story, but he was backed up by fielder on the onside.
Flatter defended by Anderson Phillip. And you mentioned the game, Gary, finishing possibly tomorrow on the 3rd day. But of course, when you look through the West Indies Academy batting lineup, there is so much potential in the batting lineup that in 2 games, 3 innings so far, you have only seen but a flash of what is possible with the batting lineup of the academy. That 4th innings, the reference point obviously with that quick scoring. And you look through and you see names like Akim Ogis, Joshua James, Kadeem Allen, Roshan Worrell, all very capable with the bat.
They just need to spend some more time in the middle. And I'm sure time in the middle would obviously you will get runs.
Yeah, some 200 minutes average Jid Guli spent in this match. Flicked away and another close one here, but a good quick single by the batters Anderson and Charles. Brings us to a close of another over, 304 for 8 at the end of the over.
So a lead of 141, and that certainly will put pressure on the West Indies Academy. And the Red Force will be looking to get closer to 175 and even 200 runs if possible. And if they bat until tea, another 15, 20 runs, I'm sure they should be able to get. And certainly the West Indies Academy will be under pressure. But as I said, it's a learning curve for the West Indies Academy. This is the first time they're actually playing in the 4-day competition, and they're youngsters, and it will only go well for their overall development. You understand, cricket is not an easy game. You have to, sometimes you have good times, next time you have to work hard to be successful. So they'll be able to learn, and I'm sure at the end of the season they would have come away with some positives.
Most definitely, as Joshua Bishop continues from the media center end, and Anderson Phillip just defends down in front of him. Still a slip in place in Akim Ogis and Mbiki Joseph at forward short leg. Kadeem Allen at short extra cover. And driven straight to that man, Kadeem Allen at extra cover. And Johan Lane in front of us at mid-off. A backward point and a cover fielder as well on the offside. This one just dabbed down. Rolls out. Allen does the retrieval.
And Anderson Phillip doesn't look too bad as a batsman. He's getting in behind the line and playing some in front of him.
And I was mentioning as this one just drops in front of Mbiki Joseph. Well stopped though. Possibility of runs in that little gap there in mid-wicket. I was mentioning that very said thing to Victor earlier. There was one game at first class level where the Red Force were under the pump, and Anderson Phillip came in and his half century ensured that they saved the innings as he looks to drive and only finds the mid-wicket fielder. And the end of another over, maiden over from Joshua Bishop. And in that game, his innings, ensuring they saved the innings, they ended up going on to win the game. I believe it was against the Ghana Harpy Eagles a couple of years ago.
So yes, he's shaping up quite well, and he would have already struck a 6. As you see the American airline on the runway at the RL Bacha International Airport. Maybe just coming in, just landed. I think he just landed at the airport. So flight coming in from Miami.
You guys have quite a busy island here. Planes coming, going, helicopters coming, going, cruise ships coming and going. So a couple of the Royal Caribbean cruise ships.
Yeah, this is the tourist season from December to April. So we're in the tourist season. You will see a number of cruise ships in the harbour.
Ashmead Ned from the far end. Brian Charles is back foot defending. And as one plane arrives, another leaves that airport. I think he's really trying to get a better view of the cricket here at Connery. Nicely defended by Brian Charles. And there, we had some discussions earlier about the possibility of a declaration and the fall of wickets. Now that we understand that the Trinidad and Tobago team do have some batting pedigree, even with their bowlers, as this one's punched off the back foot, no run, out to mid-off. It is quite possible that they can still bat after tea.
Yeah, there's no rush to declare. You have enough time. There's no immediate threat of rain, so yeah, I think you have enough time to win the game if necessary.
Looking to drive was the skipper in a half of the bat onto his own pad.
So a few minutes, about 20 minutes, 22 minutes to go before the tea interval. They'll be looking to bat until tea, and I'm sure they'll come out unless they're 9 wickets down, and maybe they probably would just declare, but I think they'll bat after tea.
Indeed, I was of the same opinion when Victor mentioned it earlier, that the Red Force would probably be looking for bonus points first of all. They have a couple of the pace bowling points because of Anderson Phillip and Jaden Seals, and then of course bowling out the academy. Floated up, driven in the air, and it's gonna go away now, wide mid-on for 4 runs to Brian Charles.
Right, so delivery which was floated up, and Charles went after it, played it over long on and into the boundary for 4, and the over has been completed. 308 it is for 8 after 108 overs.
Yeah, and that 308, they already have 3 bonus points batting, and they would have had bonus points from bowling as well. And part of that equation is that truncated affair against the defending champions in the first round, where they didn't have much of an opportunity to press on and get the batting points or even get bowling points. So I think that's going to be paramount in their mind. And I was of the same opinion. There's no rush to declare. And probably if they declare, it would have depended on a more aggressive, not to take away from these 2 batters, a more aggressive batter like Ajit Guli being at the crease, where they can push the scoring and then have a go at the academy probably in the last half hour to an hour of play today.
Yeah, I think there's still, I think the academy will be batting before the end of this play, because maybe these 2 bats, I don't think, even if these 2 batsmen were to bat well, I think they would still want to declare sometime today to put some pressure on the West Indies Academy later in the afternoon.
So Joshua Bishop with the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force leading by 145. Joshua Bishop for the academy. Slow delivery has floated up there. Probably trying to entice Anderson Phillip to go for that big shot he went for earlier.
Yes, so let us see if he will take the bait. Not this time. He's not going to go after the bait at the moment. He probably just take it easy.
Well, there is a man out there at deep mid-wicket. He's quite a bit wider. He's actually square as this one is tucked away in the leg side, and said fielder comes off of that boundary. But it's the speedy Colin Tuckett, the wicketkeeper who does the retrieval. But that man placed out there, he's a bit squarer than where the ball went when Anderson Phillip hit the 6. One of the things I heard mentioned this morning by the academy support staff was about, to the players while walking around in their warm-ups, was about getting players to hit into the wind.
Yeah, because the wind normally comes across the field from that corner. Ooh, floated up, but too wide outside the off stump to tempt Anderson Phillip. He's on 11. Both batters are on 11.
I think they've had a discussion. If you score a run, I'm going to score a run. Full face of the bat, driven on the onside. No run. So quite easy going at the moment. There he is looking for that slog sweep, and Mbiki Joseph was taking evasive action as the ball goes out at Joshua James on that deep mid-wicket boundary, and single to end the over.
Yes, so the over has been completed around 311, 148 runs in the lead, so 2 runs away from 150 run lead. They're scoring at just about 2.85 runs per over, and they'll be looking to continue to extend that lead. The captain is in the middle, so he will determine how things will go. He can determine if he want to declare before tea, or I don't think they'll declare before tea, or if they will declare at tea.
Akim Ogista with the ball in hand, and he had to complete that Bishop over when Teddy Bishop had that injury. His finger just seemed to get stuck in the turf as he was fielding one that was driven back to him from the batter, and immediately went towards the pavilion. So Akim Ogista can come into the attack now. What do you think, Gary, that the academy can do differently? Because it's easy for the Red Force at the moment. They're in the driver's seat, we know that. But what can the academy... They're now, with the consideration of Teddy Bishop having that injury, they're now a bowler down, if you consider the bowling of Teddy Bishop. And hopefully it's not that bad an injury that's going to keep Teddy Bishop from his batting, given that he was the anchor of their innings. But what can they do differently?
Well, they will have to, for starters, try and keep things tight. They would want to get these final 2 wickets as quickly as possible, and then when they get a chance to bat, they want to spend some time in the middle, because it's still a good batting strip here, because if you're down by in excess of 140 runs, then you want to bat well in your second innings.
This one turned around the corner into the leg side, backward of square, and a couple of runs to Anderson Phillip, and in fact 1 run bringing the skipper on a strike, Brian Charles. Roshan Worrell it is out there on the square leg boundary. Wide and slashed away, but he seemed to just be reaching for it.
It was a bit wide, yes, and he didn't time it as well as he wanted to. And so another single to the total. 149 is the lead, 150 as a matter of fact, 313. So the 150 lead has come up.
So an important mark, and there another player cupping one on the hand, and this time it's Akim Ogista.
He's shaking that left hand or the right hand.
A full face of the bat, and just seemed to get the finger stuck in between the ball and the turf. He seems to be all right for the moment, does Akim Ogista. And yet another player, again, we talked about Teddy Bishop, but Akim Ogista, his pedigree with the bat, we saw at Warner Park in that first game. This one, Anderson Phillip turns into square leg, looking for 2. Aggressive running, but there's only 1, as the 2 fielders are after it.
So the over has been completed, and yes, if when the West Indies Academy bat in the second innings, you expect the youngsters to bat and spend some time in the middle. Ogista, you said, has some potential, he has some ability, so you would want to stay in the middle and bat. You also have Kadim Aline, who seems to be a very aggressive player, but he would need to spend some time as well. The openers, they would want to get a good start from the openers. I don't think they would have gotten any good start so far in the season. I think in the first game, the first wicket went down on 15 against the Leewards, and in the second innings, the first wicket went down when the score was on 80. They had a much better start in the second innings, but they would want to get a good start from the openers.
And I think Roshan Worrell, the other opener, is the one that needs to come to the party. Of course, the captain Naeem Young himself as well, a king pair in that first game, and then just a handful of runs in this encounter. So he himself will want to bring that aspect of his game up a level. Joshua Bishop continues.
So he actually just made one in the first innings. That's the captain.
And Mbiki Joseph has been good though, and has been quite consistent, but he as a batter floated up above the eye line, and Philip drives with the full face of the bat.
He would need to get some runs in the second innings because he made duck in the first innings, so he'd have to try and make some runs for his team in the second innings.
I think Mbiki Joseph, as this one is short and wide and a cut. And speaking of Mbiki Joseph, he cups one flush on the helmet, and he is going to have to go through that concussion test. Will Mbiki Joseph, as the physio runs out, and we can only hope that he's all right. Immediately as the shot was played and he was struck, he took off that helmet, and
yes, let us hope that he's okay. So the physio has come onto the middle, so he seems as though he will be going off. So a second player for the West Indies Academy will be going off, and Mbiki Joseph seems to be having an exchange. Maybe a bit disappointed with the bowling of Bishop, because he was in front of the bat, and when you're fielding in front of the bat, you don't want too many loose deliveries, so you can put the fielder in front of the bat in danger. And so Joseph is making his way off the field.
Yeah, I think he's just a little bit more disappointed that he has to leave the field. He likes to be involved in the game, does Joseph, and that's the personality. And he's going to go straight to the medic's tent that is on the right-hand side of the pavilion, and he's going to get checked out. We can only hope that he's okay and will be able to continue in this encounter. But that's the risk and reward, as you see here, cut away and straight, just on the edge of your frame there on the replay, just cupping one just by around the air as he turned to take evasive action. And we really do hope for the health and wellness both of Teddy Bishop and Mbiki Joseph. They both have so much potential and such long careers ahead of them in whatever format they choose to play and whatever direction they want to take their career. You never want to see players go down. So now
the substitute Jordan Johnson is on the field, so he has come on for Mbiki Joseph.
And I believe Rivaldo Clark is also on the field as well. Take a look around. Rivaldo Clark not in this team for this encounter. But at the end of...
yes, very well. He's over there. He's that forward short. He's going to go into the forward short leg position. So he'll be he's going under the helmet at forward short leg.
Kadim Allen will hand him the helmet now. And Aki Mugis will go into first slip. And at the end of all that action, 3 dot balls in the Joshua Bishop over so far. Anderson Phillip 14 not out from 46 deliveries. Brian Charles 12 not out from 29 deliveries. Both spending some good time at the crease, 314 for 8. And probably just about 15 minutes away from the tea interval. Or a little bit less, 150 run lead on first innings, and 3 batting points already in the bag for going over 300. The Trinidad and Tobago Red Force flatter, quicker, and cut upishly just in front of Allen at extra cover.
So Bishop is in his 39th over, 3 for 114.
Floated above the eye line. he's really tempting Anderson Phillip here. That's about the fourth or fifth one in recent memory that he's floated above the eye line. There again, and he's looking to sweep.
So this one was wide. This was down on the onside, looking to sweep. He missed it. So the over is completed, 314. And Captain Brian Charles is just having a word with Anderson. And they'll be hoping to get a few more runs before tea. But a good lead by the Red Force to enforce, to get a victory, outright victory, and maybe an innings defeat, depending on how much runs they would have been in the lead by.
I think the academy, though these young chaps are full of confidence, though they're fearless. So being 150 at this present moment, let's just say the 2 wickets are to fall in the next 2 deliveries, they would not worry too much about the 151 run deficit. They're fearless and they're confident young players, and they're going to go out there and play their natural game. And of course, that adjustment in terms of being able to adjust, as you mentioned just a while ago, Gary, this is the first time they're playing red ball cricket at this level. And insofar as they did have a couple of red ball games, as Akimogis continues. Short, pulled by Charles. It's going to beat the fielder at a square leg into the boundary now. And some loud applause from that dressing room, the Trinidad and Tobago dressing room. So
a bad delivery, and was punished by the captain. Got the full treatment, 4 runs. So you make use of those bad deliveries. You don't want to give in too many bad deliveries at this stage. You're already down in excess of 150 runs. You want to try and keep things tight and get the final 2 wickets quickly.
A little fuller this time. In fact, full enough for Charles to drive, but only to the fielder at extra cover, Joshua James. And we talk about the learning curve, and the academy did play a couple of red ball games against the Ireland Academy a few months ago. A little bit flatter, a little bit quicker from Auguste, who retrieves now. But again, the challenge is with the academy that you never always have a set crop of players, because they're always aging and going back home. I mentioned earlier in the day, like a Matthew Nandu, flat but wide. No signal from the umpire other than to say 2 deliveries in the over again. And that's sometimes a challenge to get them playing that as an academy team.
Together for a while, yeah.
Short and pulled. And only finding young Jordan Johnson standing just alongside the umpire, Banwari at square leg. So now that you've had that turnstile and a new crop of players since that academy series against Ireland, and even with the Headley Weeks trophy a few months prior to that, you find yourself in a situation you now have to
start again from
scratch. From scratch. Getting a player like Cuddy Malin, for example, understanding that, hey, you don't have to go from ball 1 all the time.
Yes, it's a different format. You have more time to bat. But if you can score quickly and bat long, it will be good for you.
And I guess as the end of another over, just the 4 runs from the Akimogist over, and 318 for 8 the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. And again, I've been saying for some time, and I always say this, that the way the modern game is going, and we need to start looking at things like that, and how the modern game is going, so that we also can play a brand of cricket that is competitive against the likes of the Englands and the Indias. Of course, England, our next test assignment, coming up against a Baz Ball as Joshua Bishop continues and beats Anderson Phillip outside the off stump. Of course, their test match against India started last night our time.
Yes, and Sharma would have made a century. They would have lost some early wickets. They were 30 for 3, but then there was a good 4-wicket partnership where Sharma would have made a century, and Jadeja, they put on a very good partnership.
Yeah, so India doing well with the bat, and we wait to see the approach. We know the approach of the England batting is going to be one way. That's the confidence that is given to the players and the freedom given by their coach Brendan McCullum and their captain Ben Stokes,
Yes, yeah.
who is actually in his 100th Test match. Is Ben Stokes.
And I'm sure he'll be looking to score 100 in his 100th Test match.
And of course, talking about Test matches on the women's side, South Africa and Australia women's team, and not a good start for the South Africans. Cut and again, not finding the gap, not finding the timing as well. The South African team, Captain Laura Wolvaert will be mightily disappointed. Skittled out for 76. Floated up, full toss. Brian Charles drives, and just a one bounce into the hands of Naeem Young, who has a shy at the stumps.
And looking at Brian Charles, not to veer away from your discussion, he's batting at number 9, and he only bowled 1 over in the first inning. So he's in the team as all-arounder, or just for the captain, as a captain, or what?
Well, to my knowledge, he is in the team as an all-rounder. Come back to it. Floated up again, and punching off the back foot is Anderson Phillip. And of course, the caveat in the discussion of what he's in the team for is that in the modern era, so many players, you think of them as bowlers, but they can bat well. You think of them as batters, and then you come see them with the ball and they take wickets. But Brian Charles, over his career, has continuously developed as the end of the over comes upon us on a 320 for 8, 157 run lead on first innings. As his career has gone on, he's developed into what you would consider a full-on all-rounder, an out-and-out all-rounder. Of course, he's in the team. He's captaining the team because Joshua De Silva is still not fully fit. Whether or not he would have been the one left out for Joshua or Amir Django as the wicketkeeper, we'll never know. That's a call for the coaches. But he is in the team as an all-rounder. And in that bowling innings, it was whispered to me that he was not needed, really. Aki Mogis flat, and the captain cuts away and pass Joshua James, but no real timing. So it was whispered to me that he only bowled that one over because when you think of the situation of how their bowling innings was going, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, Anderson Phillip was bowling well, Jaden was bowling well, Carrie Pear came on as the first choice spinner and started taking wickets as well and was economical.
Right.
So he was not necessarily called upon to do much bowling.
So the question might be asked, so do you have someone in the team who is outright out-and-out batsman who can be in the team instead of Brian Charles then? If he's not needed for his bowling, and then maybe he will not get a chance to make runs at the lower end. He's coming at number 9. Is there a batsman who can probably come in and bat higher?
Well, in fact, the players left out of this Trinidad and Tobago team, and I say left out with the caveat being that Joshua De Silva is injured or recovering from injury, I should say. And the other player left out is Imran Khan, who's a bowler. No disrespect to his batting, as we say. He can wield the willow.
He can bat,
He can bat. And has done it time and time again for club and country. And a man with 450 first-class wickets is Imran Khan. Those are two players who their specialty, you would think of Imran Khan as a bowler and Joshua De Silva is a batter, wicketkeeper batter. So if there's any consideration, one out of the two of them coming in, it would be Joshua, who I think would, if you wanted him to bat higher up the order. And that's the strengthening of the batting lineup of the Red Force as half of an appeal here. The signal from the umpire is just that we continue the over, so that run off the bat.
Well, obviously so it's a single.
And watchful again, Anderson Phillip defends. So the makeup of a team, in particular, we talk about the Red Force team. As we come to the end of an over, we look to the umpire to see if there's a signal for tea.
Yes, they don't like.
And indeed, umpire Blades has removed the bails. Discussion that we continued in the final session in terms of the makeup of the various teams across the tournament and the speciality of various players. At the tea interval here at the Connery Cricket Facility, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force are 323 for 8, and they have a lead in excess of 150 runs on first innings. Remember, the Academy bowled out for 163 yesterday on the first day. So while the players leave the park to some lusty applause from their teammates, and the umpires, Blades and Banwari leave as well. Tea time on day 2. We will rejoin you in 20 minutes time at just about 3 p.m. Eastern Caribbean time.
Thank you very much, and welcome back to the Connery playing field. We tell you the play is about to start, and the West Indies Academy captain has decided to go directly to the new ball. As I say, good afternoon, and welcome back, Victor.
Good afternoon to you, Gary Pemberton, and to all our viewers at this present moment. Well, the new ball, they're going to look to take the two remaining wickets which are left by the Trinidad Red Force innings. They have surpassed the 300. They are exactly 323 for 8. And what a solid position the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force have found themselves into. And like most of us, including Gary Pemberton, would like to believe that this match would not go into day 4. And depending on how it goes, there's a signal from the umpire just about ready to recommence play after the tea break, Gary Pemberton. So, and how many overs remaining in today's play?
Well, there is a new ball has been taken, so Lane will be bowling a short delivery to Anderson Phillip. He allows the goes through. So, in the first session, the Red Force scored some 94 runs. And they would have lost just 2 wickets. In the second session, that is between lunch and tea, they scored 101 runs, and they would have lost 3 wickets. They faced some 34 overs in that session. So we're in the final session of the day's play, and so we'll have to wait and see how many more runs that the Red Force will put on the total that they have already. So we get a single, and just turn to the onside. It will go back for a second run, as the captain had to run all the way from a mid-on, a straightish mid-on, down towards the deep back of the square area. Joshua James was a bit slow in coming in from off the boundary, so they were able to get 2 more runs. So 2 runs have been added to the total after the tea interval, Victor.
Yes, and 162 in the lead. So a very healthy and strong lead. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force have formed themselves into at this Connery Recreation Center. It's West Indies regional cricket for the encounter.
So Anderson faces up to, that's Charles in the air, goes down towards the long leg area. They get a single. It was a short delivery, and the captain, Brian Charles, went after it and got it down towards the long leg area for a single.
Well, the lead advancing, 160-yard lead in there for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. There would be, and what would be an encouraging sign for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force? We saw the left arm spinners getting some turn and bunks, so that should bring some inspiration to the contingent of spinners on the Red Force squad. But it is Red Force still batting.
Short delivery. And the batter Anderson gets it down to long leg. So they bowl 114 overs before they decided to go to the new ball. The spinners did pretty well before the tea interval during the first part of these days play, and now he has decided to go to the seamers to see if they can get the final 2 wickets quickly. They will have to score more runs than they would have scored in the first innings before they can ask the Red Force team to bat again. So it certainly will be an uphill battle for the West Indies Academy team. And he's playing it into the onside on a short delivery. And the captain, Brian Charles, playing it down towards the captain of the West Indies Academy, Naeem Young.
Gary Pemberton, do you think the length of time that the West Indies Academy has been out in the field, do you believe that will have an effect on them when they go to bat somehow?
It probably will. We'll get back to that in a minute. A ball is turning to the onside, thinking about the second, and they will go back for it. The return comes in. A chance for a run out. Is he out? No, not out, said the umpire, Jonathan Blade, at the square leg end. They went back quickly. Return came in a little bit wide, and the keeper, Carly Tuckett, had to stretch to break the stumps, and they were able to get back for the second run.
Yeah, we will see it on the monitor how he got in. Just managed to get in for 2, but the incentive was they ran the first one quickly, so that is why possibly he made it much more easier in gaining the second run. Yeah, I believe the length of time that they're being out in the field, it might just have a slight effect on them when they go to bat in terms of their level of concentration and then trying to stay out there for a long period of time and build partnerships, Gary.
It has been a hot day here at the Connery playing field. Nice sunny conditions all day. So that certainly would have an impact on the players being in the middle in the field all day and have to go back into to open the batting, especially for the openers. They wouldn't have enough time to settle down or cool off because it's about 10 minutes between the change of innings. So
That's right.
so you have to be fit and you have to be determined to do well. If you have been in the field for a day, maybe you want to think the same thing. Well, if they can keep me in the field for a day, then I would do likewise and try and keep them in the field for the same length of time, Victor.
Yes, indeed, and really, it all comes down to, as you quite rightly said it there, Gary. It all comes down to condition of all the players, how fit are they are. That will also be a test in terms of their mental and physical fitness coming into this tournament. We will see how prepared they come. But here is Trinidad and Tobago Red Force still batting, trying to pile on the lead more and more, but being caught on the back foot there on that occasion. Luckily for him.
Flat, fast delivery from Ned. So actually, Ned is opening the bowling from the far end with the new ball. We saw Johan Lane bowling from this immediate center end with a new ball, and Ned has been entrusted with that responsibility. From the far end is bowled, looking to swing across the line of a delivery. That's Anderson Phillip, bowled by Ned. So the decision to ask Ned to open the ball, use the new ball from the far end has paid dividend. He has gotten another wicket, so he has now taken five wickets. So another 5-wicket haul in this competition. As Ali Mohammed would have taken 5 wickets for the Guyanese as well. So Ashneed Med 5 for 78 in 36.2 overs.
Yes, and we have had a few bowlers in this tournament so far who has taken 5 wickets, and Ned has bowled well, and the delivery was straight on the off stump and a little quicker through the air, and the batsman was sitting across the line and found that his off stump was rocked back. So as the 9th wicket goes down for Trinidad and Tobago, it's now 329 for 9, a lead of 165.
So the last batsman for the Red Force team is Jaden Seals. He's the opening bowler for the Red Force team. So if you're looking to come out in terms of maybe try and make some runs and then come back out and try and see how many wickets he can get before the end of the day's play. So we'd have to wait and see how long this partnership will last. The two last batsmen are in the middle for the Red Force team.
Yes, and really, the psychological thing to advantage that Red Force would have is that the West Indies Academy had to come back out after the tea break. So whenever they would get the final wicket, then to go off and then come back and try to build an innings, it's gonna be a task in truth, and especially more so with the lead that Trinidad and Tobago Red Force have, which is over the 160 mark.
So it's Sales will be facing up, the left-handed Sales will be facing up to Ned over the wicket, and he's allowed it to go through to be taken behind by the keeper.
But this been good bowling by the spinner Ned, though. Very good bowling. And Gary, we're seeing much more spin and bounce coming out of the surface.
So Ned would have bowled 11 overs between lunch and tea, and he's swinging to the onside, down towards back of the square. Should be out caught. Yes, he is.
Oh, the good
He's
catch.
out caught. And there was Sales looking to go after the bowling of Ned. He swung it in the air, down towards Joshua James on the boundary. The innings has come to an end. 329 all out the Red Force.
Yeah, and Ned might possibly be the bowler thus far who has taken 6 wickets, but that could be subject to correction as we go through the other tallies in the other encounters in the other regions of the West Indies. But here at Connery Cricket Centre, we can tell our viewers, especially those who might just be joining the view, 329 for 9, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force all out. That means a lead of 166. So quite a healthy and powerful lead. So in 10 minutes time when they return back now to bat, that the West Indies Academy, it will show how much temperament and fitness physically and mentally the batsmen are now to go out there and bat properly and take it into day four. But Gary Pemberton have different ideas. He said that if without no weather interruptions, he don't see a possibility where it might go into the fourth day. Well, if that is so, we will know what will contribute to a lot of that, Gary Pemberton.
So we tell you that the Red Force innings only lasted 1.4 overs after the tea interval, just so there's 10 balls for the two remaining wickets to be taken, and so they have been dismissed for 329, and 6 wickets going to the bowler Ashmead Ned. He had 36.3 overs, 6 for 78. And we also saw a 100 from Jade Gooley of 113. So the Red Force innings has come to an end. We will take a short break and we'll be back in about 10 minutes for the West Indies Academy reply. Academy. They will start the innings just about now. The umpires are on the field. The Red Force team is also on the field, and the two openers for the West Indies Academy, that's Russian Worrell and Karim Aline. They are making their way into the middle. They have an uphill task, Victor. They have to clear 166 runs before they can even think about asking the Red Force to bat again.
What a steep mountain they have to climb. But what look encouraging for the the West Indies Academy, the two batsmen came out and at the time making some strides across the ground and look very purposeful going to the crease, but even more so, you can see the Red Force already have their 3 slips in place, or 3 slips and a gully in place already, so the fielders obviously going into their positions, knowing who is going to bowl, which end he's going to come from. 3 slips and a gully in place, the wicketkeeper standing back. There is a point, there is a short cover at the moment, but actually there is a mid-off in place, there is a mid-on. The mid-wicket is vacant now. A fielder is going into that position, mid-wicket position. So wicket-keeper standing back, 3 slips in a gully, a point, a mid-off, a mid-on, a mid-wicket, and probably a fielder down on the long leg boundary. The umpire is now signaling play is just ready to recommence. The first ball of the second innings will be shortly bowled, and Garrett Pemberton will give his ideas for this first over.
So Russian Worrell will be facing up to Sales from the far end and turns it into the onside. So in the first inning they lost their first wicket when they score before they would have scored, and that was in the first over when Philip would have gotten the wicket of Worrell bowled and bowled for a duck. So they would be hoping for a much better start. They would have lost 3 wickets by the time the score would have gotten to 13, and that certainly would have put pressure on the remaining batsmen. We saw a good knock by Teddy Bishop of 64 runs, and he went off the field injured, picked up an injury while stopping a shot that was played back down the strip, and have injured his finger. Hope that all is well with the youngster. And getting a good delivery, that's Worrell, just pushed it down to the offside. So these two, Victor, they have lots of time to bat. The remaining time in the day's play, I'm sure they'll be looking to stick around and spend some time in the middle.
Yes, and huge responsibilities lies on their shoulders. And first of all, they have to get past that lead of 166 first of all. What a uphill task. But also too, Gary, the other side of it, it is an ideal and good situation for batsmen to be batting in, knowing well they have a deficit. So it means even more obviously now spending time at the crease is of high priority. They have to occupy that crease.
So Sales will be going into bowl to Worrell outside the off stump, keeping a bit low, taken low down by Django. And there is no chance of a run. How many overs remaining in this play? We'll get that from our scorers in a minute.
Yeah, and that's going to be very vital. You've got it?
So 19.3 overs. So at the start of the innings, 20 overs would have been remaining in the day's play. So Victor might get in more than 20 overs.
It depends on how and what type of bowlers that the Red Force would use. And if they're using spinners quite regularly in that percentage of overs, then we should get through and then go beyond, most likely.
So Worrell faces up to Sales, and he allows it to go through to be taken by the keeper. 4 balls have been delivered, no runs have been scored.
Yeah, but it is a huge task for these openers. But also, too, it is a task that will test temperament, concentration, shot selection, all inclusive in the batting artistry. But at the same time, though, it also gives the batsmen time to organize and take their time, be patient, and build a good partnership and a good individual score for themselves in the circumstances, because 160 had to clear, first of all, of a deficit. That is not going to be an easy task for the West Indies Academy.
So Sales will go around the wicket to the left-handed Worrell, and he allows it to go through once more to be taken behind by the keeper. So the batsman only had to play about 2 deliveries two deliveries that came off the bat, and most of the deliveries have been just on about or outside the off stump.
Yeah, well, it is obvious with having three slips on the gully and the wicket keeper standing back, but at the same time, Seals will have to get it more better directed wicket to wicket deliveries, and with the new ball and with the three slips, if it is moving across the left hander and bringing him on the front foot, inducing him or inviting him to play the cover drive, that might be a better option, or even trying for the Yorker before he concludes his first over. We have not seen that attempt by Seals.
So he goes around the wicket, final delivery, and similar to the previous delivery outside the off stump to be taken behind. Over has been completed, no runs have been scored. The second innings of the West Indies Academy has started. They are none for none.
Well, it is understandable with Seals. That was just his first over. Well, he didn't went expensive, but he didn't commit the batsman to play often in those 6 deliveries. But he will get it right, no doubt, as his overs goes on. But really a challenging task for the West Indies Academy. And then to what that will signal to us, to Gary Pemberton, that there are players who understand the situation, the match situation, and apply themselves to what is required in this present situation where Trinidad and Tobago Red Force have a lead over 160. So the batsman will know no indiscretion, spend time at the crease, and try to put your team in a good position by giving them a good opening start.
So Anderson Phillip will open the attack from this immediate centre end. Kadim Aline, who made 8 in the first innings, will be facing up to Phillip. You have 3 steps. There's a gully, and there's a point on the boundary. There's a cover and a mid-off. On the onside, you have a long leg and a mid-on. So it's Phillip to bowl to Aline. And he's playing a tentative shot outside the off stump. He's out caught behind. Delivered just on about the off stump. Didn't make much height, but he played a tentative shot at it to the edge found. And the trouble has started for the West Indies Academy. They have lost their first wicket in the second over.
Yeah, and if you were looking at the monitor there, well, what I have seen there is that you can see it for yourself now. There was no further movement across to the off stump, just hanging out the bat. So that was the main reason for that first wicket going down. The batsman guilty of not coming across to cover his off stump, found the outside edge. The first wicket going down for the West Indies Academy, no runs on the board, 1 wicket down. So a very good start to the second innings by the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Caught at the wicket, caught wicket keeper. So Gary, what a start, and what a better start can the captain ask for of the Trinidad Red Force team in Brian Charles, whereby wicket going down in the second over of this second innings.
So Ogis is batting at number 3, so it means that neither Mbiki Joseph or Teddy Bishop are maybe fit enough to bat in the position that they would have batted in the first innings. Joseph would have batted at 3 and Teddy Bishop would have batted at 4. Neither of those batsmen are out in the middle because Ogis, who batted at 5, is now batting at number 3.
Well, there is a change in their batting order, so probably there is going to be...
I think it's more of a forced change in the batting order rather than a tactical change.
Than a tactical change, okay. So we'll have to wait and see. But Philip, with his 48 on the back of his jersey.
To Ogis, outside the off stump, keeping a bit low, playing a delivery wide outside the off stump, as he did in the first innings. He got a wicket in his first over, and he came back in the second innings, and a wicket with the first ball. Victor.
Yes, and he's proving a level of consistency. But Agis did not have, or should not have been playing at that delivery. It was wide of the off stump, even though it was not wide enough for the umpire to signal wide. It wasn't anywhere close to his off stump because the wicketkeeper standing back had to move about 2 paces to his left. So that's a big indication as to why he shouldn't have played. But luckily for him, he did not get an edge.
So Anderson to bowl to Ogis will get at least 2 runs. I might even get 4 as he's going down towards the deep mid-wicket area, and Sales will pull it back just inside the ropes. And the fielding is completed by Jason Mohammed. So the batsman were able to come back for 2 runs. So 2 runs to O'Geese, he's off the mark. And they are now 3 for 1.
Well, and in losing that early wicket too, every time the ball go in deep areas of the field with that deficit of 160 odd first to clear, they will have to try to get all available runs when they present themselves in terms of overhauling first the deficit. But the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, after a good start, getting an early wicket, and Philip is the wicket taker so far.
Well, they lost the first wicket in the first innings without a run on the board. Same thing happened in the second innings. Victor, let us hope that the second innings doesn't follow the similar trend to their first innings. They were 13 for 3 at one point, but then there was a good fourth wicket partnership. Philip to Worrell gets a short delivery. We get a single down towards back of the square. So Worrell is off the mark. It is 4 for 1 West Indies Academy.
Well, the West Indies Academy would not like a repeat of that first innings result in terms of 3 early wickets which went down for 13 runs in their first innings, and we have seen already 1 wicket has gone down for the West Indies Academy. So the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force too, you will see a lot of agility, you will see a lot of purpose in the field just based on knowing what lead they have and a wicket going down early.
So they still trail by 162 runs. So if they are 4 for 1, they have to make another 162 runs before the Red Force could even bat again. And the delivery hustle the batsman. That's O'Geese, gets it down to back of the square. And they go through for a single. So 1 more to the total.
Well, and as the ball played down to the man wide down on the backward square leg boundary, they just accepted that it was just a single. Well, even if it might have been, but probably I still like to see the purposeful of running, running. Because the fielder might just take his eye off the ball, you could never tell. Might do something that was totally uncalled for. But in any event, they got a comfortable single.
So Anderson will continue from the media center end. And he will be bowling to Worrell, left-handed Worrell, wide outside the off stump. He's not going to be interested, and he allows it to go through to be taken behind by the keeper. So we tell you that Philip in the first innings had 11 overs, 3 for 63, and Seals had 9 overs, 2 for 26.
So the opening bowlers in partnership, they had good results. No doubt they would like to even better it that they had in the first innings. But it's really going to take some good application by the West Indies Academy if they're going to get first to wipe off the deficit. You have to look at that first aspect in their batting. But more essential is that the batsmen try to dig in, and these two would have to try and build a good partnership and play back themselves into the game. But the bowlers may have and would have other ideas. 3 slips and a gully awaits.
So Jude Gully at first slip, Brian Charles at second, and we have Vikash Mohan at third around the wicket. And the batsman O'Geese has allowed it to go through to be taken behind by the keeper. And then we have in the gully area, I'll get the name of that, probably is in one of the number 71 is in the gully. But we tell you 3 slips and the gully, or is it 77?
77.
So that's Cephas Cooper is in the gully. Cephas Cooper in the gully, and then there's a cover point and a mid-off. On the onside we just have the man at the wideish or forward square or mid wicket and a mid-on. So it sails, goes around the wicket to O'Geese, and it's coming forward, driving. Good bit of fielding by the fielder at cover. That's Carrie Peer, diving away to his right and stop. But certainly would have been at least 2 runs if that had gone past him.
Well, and Seals will be obviously motivated to see that grand effort there, diving away and saving, as you quite rightly said, dear Gary Pemberton, which possibly might have been 2, ended up to be just the 1. And that's another area too. because if Trinidad and Tobago Red Force feeling is tight on the batsmen, and with a deficit of over 162 still to get, that even makes the challenge more challengeable for the academy.
Seals around the wicket. He's guiding it down towards the vacant third man area. It's come close towards the boundary to actually cross the ropes now for 4. It was outside the off stump, and there was the batsman just guiding it down through between third slip and gully down towards the boundary for 4. So 4 runs to Geese. He has gone on to 4 or 8, sorry, and the total 9 for 1.
Yes, and the quick outfield here at the Connery Cricket Centre, that also contributed too, with the ball going into the boundary for 4. So that is all. That is all in 9, and we're just working out things. Well, Slipcott and Gary even getting more tighter. They have removed the gully, who is number 77, and it's actually now 4 slips. He's not in the gully area, and I think that is a good move too, whereby you're looking to take wickets and take wickets early on day 2. And if that pattern, if a few wickets really go down, we might only have the session between start and lunch tomorrow.
So
Who knows?
It's highly possible. It looks very possible that this game will finish tomorrow. What time tomorrow? That's for a different conversation. As Sales goes around the wicket to Ogis, he's playing it in the air. We'll get a single at least. They've crossed for 1. And Philip moving across to his right, down from long leg. 1 more to Ogis. He has gone on to 9. And the total is 10 for 1 in over number 3.
Yes, and really a good start by Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, getting an early wicket. And if those wickets start to tumble fast, well, who knows when it can really conclude. But at the same time, though, these two know, before even going to the crease, what their responsibilities would be, and how are they going to apply themselves in this situation. That also too is going to be a test.
So Sales will continue around the wicket, and Russian Warrell is allowed it to go through to be taken behind by the keeper. So over number 3 has come to an end. It is 10 for 1. They're still trailed by 156 runs.
Yes, and now there will also be Gerard Basu coming in to join you. Gary Pemberton. So Gerard, you're ready like Freddie.
So it's 10 for 1. Warrell is on 1. Ogis on 9. The batsman out. Aline caught at the wicket off the bowling of Philip for 1. It was really a nothing shot from Aline. He just stood back and played at a widest delivery. The ball came from the edge of the bat and taken low down by the keeper. And a poor start by the West Indies Academy as I welcome back Gerard Basu.
Hello, Gary. Hello, everyone. Not a good start for the academy, but some good bowling from the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force fast bowlers. And it was a decent delivery from Anderson Phillip to nick off Kadeem Allen. Come back to it.
So he's forcing down the ground, but the fielder moves across to his left. That's Hines. He feels no chance of a run.
Yeah, and I sat at ground level looking at the first couple of overs in the second innings of the academy, and both Jaden Seals and Anderson Phillip, they're generating some good pace because you can hear the thud as the ball gets into the gloves of Amir Django, and even that delivery, the moment he drew the batter into the shot with a good line and length, Anderson Phillip, you could see it just shoot off of the pitch, a ball with a good pace. I think the batter was undone for a bit of pace there, Kadeem Allen.
So Phillip bowls and he's punching it into the offside. We get at least a single as Hines has to run down towards the deep mid-off area, and they have enough time to come back for 2. So 2 more to the total from a ball which was pushed into the offside.
Yeah, and after seeing the exploits of the spinners for the academy, where 9 wickets going to the spinners, and 6 of them, of course, to Ashmead Ned, 3 of them to Joshua Bishop, bowling 70 plus overs between them.
Yes, a long spell by 70, 75, 75.4 overs. Bishop bowling 40 and then bowling 35. And he's swinging into the onside for 4 runs, a short delivery. And there was O'Geese. He swung it through mid-wicket down towards the boundary for 4.
Yeah, missing his length on this occasion. Or probably not missing the length, but not getting enough on that short ball, the direction of the short ball, just really sitting up and allowing Akim O'Geese to rock back. And the timing was immaculate, getting it between Jaden Seals and Jason Mohammed in the gap there at the mid-wicket for welcome runs. And Akim O'Geese is already a strike rate of up over 100.
So he's on 15 from 11. Outside the off stump, he's playing it down towards the cover area, but it is fielded and there's no chance of run. So Geese coming in at number 3, suggesting that Bishop and Mbiki Joseph might not be well enough to fill their position, their custom position.
That's interesting because Mbiki Joseph, the usual 1 down batter, and then Teddy Bishop follows him at 2 down at number 4. I did a glimpse Mbiki having a walk across the side of the pavilion with a bat in hand and gloves. Seemed to be going to do some throwdowns. I'll come back to it.
So it's Philip goes over the wicket to O'Geese. He's in behind a good delivery.
Yeah, they disappeared here, and the assistant coach of the academy team behind the pavilion there. Seemingly he's going to do some throwdowns. As of the tea interval, there was no medical update on him. At that point in time, the strength and conditioning coach for the academy, Shane Cooper, had told me that he was being tested at the point in time. When I asked him about Teddy Bishop as well, he said one of the main things he's looking at with Teddy as he goes through is the squeezing of the hand to ensure that he can hold the bat. Since then, though, no medical update on the pair.
So Geese faces up to Philip outside the off stump. Good delivery, beaten outside it and taken by the keeper. So the over has been completed. 4 overs gone, 16 for 1.
Yeah, we can only hope that the pair of them are well. As we said when we saw the injuries happen, that you never like to see players having to go through those things, and we wish them well. They are still quite young and they have long careers ahead of them. But for the time being, Akim O'Geese has come in at 1 down and has looked quite capable.
And quite busy as well. He has been scoring pretty quickly. It's 15 from the 14 deliveries he would have faced.
Yeah, and I think the last time you and I were on commentary together and we were chatting about the makeup of different teams and batters, bowlers and so on, I think I didn't mention at that point in time the fearless nature of the academy.
So Sales around the wicket to Worrell. Plays it down to Midon. So they're young, the exuberance of youth.
One of my favorite phrases, yes, the exuberance of youth. I look around at people like a Carrie Pierre or even Akim O'Geese, and I see a Carl and Tuckett and I see them diving around. Yes, the exuberance of youth.
So it's 16 for 1 in over number 5. So at the start of the innings, we had 20 overs remaining in the day's play. So the West Indies Academy, they were able to get through the overs pretty quickly. They would have bowled 32 overs in the first session and then 34 in the second, and then just 1.4 overs in the third before they would have gotten the last 2 wickets of the Red Force batting. Sales around the wicket, and Worrell just watches it go through to be taken behind by the keeper. So Sales has been bowling just on about the off stump. Not maybe he would want to make the batsman play a little more often. The left-handed Worrell, you have 3 slips and the gully, or you can say maybe 4 slips, and they're in a circle, a curve. The first slip is just behind the keeper, then you have second slip just ahead of the first slip, and then third slip just ahead of second, and then the fourth slip is the closest of the fielders behind the bats. And the Sales will continue from the far end.
Almost looks like a old school test match field.
He's driving, gets it down to mid-off. And they do is those. So I was making the point that he would want to make the left-handed batsman play more often with those four-slip fielders waiting for any sneak outside the off-stump.
I think Jaden has spent so much time around the senior statesman of the West Indies senior team bowling attack, Kemar Roach. We know of Kemar's exploits against the left-handers, going around the wicket and getting the ball to straighten and having them nick off to the keeper or the slips. So I think that's the ploy here from Jaden Seals. He's going to bring it in, and then just get that one to nick away from the batters, have them fend off or playing a shot if it's full enough, and nick off to those four slips or the keeper, Amir Django.
So Wall is driving beautifully to the offside for four. Ball pitched up and he just came forward and drove it to the left of the fielder at mid-off and into the boundary for four. That's Jason Mohammed at mid-off and down towards the boundary for four.
Yeah, so we mentioned before the tea interval, Roshan Worrell, one of those players that needs to come to the party as an opening batter for the West Indies Academy. This one showing a good technique, good stature, and good timing as well. The lightning quick outfield as he brought that foot forward and played full face of the bat, giving him full value for the shot. Although an over-pitched delivery from Jaden Seals, you still as a batter have to hit it.
Yes. So four slips goes down. Seals to bowl to Worrell. Getting a delivery, keeping a bit low. He's playing it down towards Spear at the point area. And the total remains on 20 for 1 with one delivery remaining in over number 5.
And I say when you get the bad balls, you still as a batter have to hit it. Sometimes bad deliveries, what we would term as bad deliveries, earning wickets. Jed Gooley today, an example of that. A wayward delivery down the leg side, trying to paddle it as it was passing him and just getting the edge of the bat into the waiting gloves of Colin Tuckett. So many times we talk about full tosses in the game of cricket being wayward deliveries and batters mishitting into the deep.
So Sales to Worrell. Good delivery right on the stump, and it's to the measure of it to bring up the end of over number 5. 20 for 1, the West Indies Academy.
And still trailing by 146 on first innings. Essentially they're one wicket down for naught when you do the calculations and the nature of this red ball format. But I think we got to give, you and I started talking about it before the tea interval, a little bit of leeway and freedom. These guys are young, and we're going to continuously say it. I think we as a public are so hasty. The academy is no good, but we forget the other side of it. They're human one. And then it's new to them.
Yeah, inexperienced, so they will learn on the job.
Sometimes the best type of learning on the job, being thrown to the wolves. But for the most part, you can pull out those one or two performances from the academy across the match and a half that they have had so far, the first round of games, and then the half of this game that has gone so far.
So it's Philip will bowl around the wicket to Ogis. He's onto the back foot, push it to the offside. So yeah, 20 for 1.
Yeah, you can pull out a couple of performances. We spoke about Mbiki Joseph and of course Teddy Bishop, who we hope are well, and their performances with the bat. We can now identify with the ball from this game Ashmead Ned.
Yes.
In the first game we can identify Joshua James through his all-round ability, because he took 3 wickets in one innings and was quite economical.
And he made some runs as well.
Yeah, part and parcel of the victory.
Driving through the covers, lovely shots. When they go on past the fielder Hines at cover and down towards the boundary for 4. That's Tiana Webster, as a matter of fact. 4 runs, 4 beautiful runs to the left-handed Ogis.
Yeah, and I thought for a moment it was Carey Peer. He would have done well to beat the hand of Carey Peer. not to take away from Tion Webster's ability in the field, but Carripier was at that backward point region for a moment. Just short enough, though, for Ogisa just to cut away through that region.
The balls to Ogis is coming, playing it down to Midon, where Carripier is in the way he feels. So a total 24 for 1.
Yeah, there he is. He's at mid-on. But a better delivery on this occasion from Anderson Phillip. A better length. And just getting Akim Ogis playing to the field. So bowling to his field here, Anderson Phillip.
Right, so they still trail by 142 runs. A deficit of 166. This is driving into the offside. That will go into the boundary for another 4. He's slowing up, but will cross the ropes just about now. Another good flowing off drive from Ogis. The ball pitched up, and he got it to the right of mid-off for 4.
Yeah, just seemed to be stretching for it just a tad, Akim Ogis, but an over-pitch delivery from Anderson Phillip, and getting the front foot forward was the important part for Akim Ogis. Even though he was leaning forward, almost stretching for it, that front foot movement allowing him to get to that over-pitch delivery and all along the carpet. Such an elegant player is Akim Ogis, and we've spoken so many times through this match about the players getting 50s and carrying on to 100s. There's so many players who get to 20 and 30 and don't go on to 50.
Right, so he goes over the wicket this time and is compactly behind it, down into the offside.
And Akim Ogis in that first match, of course, getting himself a start and not carrying on, and those few runs he scored in that first innings of the academy against Leeward, some very similar shots that we saw, those cover drives, a couple of pull shots as well at that Warner Park facility, and that's also a lightning quick outfield, and you do get value for your runs, except those days when we did have the weather interruptions and the field was a bit heavy.
So he got 19 and 22 against the Leewards. Faces up to Philip outside the off stump, going to play a dab shot a bit too close to him for it. The over has been completed, so he's on 23 now, and he will want to bat on. And his first intention was he wanted to bat until the end of the day's play.
Yeah, we still have probably about an hour and a half, probably an hour 45 minutes, given the number of overs still to be completed. Of course, the umpires have the say, the final say in terms of whichever one is closer and whichever one allows us to get through the minimum requirement of 90 overs for the day, of course, minus the few overs for innings changes and so on. But there's still about an hour and a half to go, so there's still some time. The other side of that coin, the academy are the ones under pressure, having a deficit to clear off before they can think about having Trinidad and Tobago Red Force bat again. So time is something that may be in the back of the academy's mind, not so much Trinidad and Tobago. They have 138 more runs to play with, 9 wickets to get, and all but 2 days and an hour in terms of time.
So yeah, at the start of over number 7, at the start of the innings, there were 20 overs remaining in the day's play, so 14 overs remaining up until the end of the day's play, and he's driving and he's taken on the bounce at slip. A ball pitched about to the off stump came from the on the portion of the bat when we bouncing and taken it down at first slip.
Yeah, immediately he lifted his bat to the Worrell and had a look at that Q end of the bat, but drawing that drive out of the batter, Jaden Seals, like Anderson Phillip, were going and erring on the side of a fuller rather than shorter. And those couple of cover drives from Akim Ogis in the previous over, they won't mind that as bowlers because you have the batters driving, you have them playing the shots. So now you can probably throw in the ball that's just a bit shorter.
So it faces up, that's Worrell, delivery outside the off stump, beaten, good delivery.
Just as I was mentioning, he's gone fuller, and this time he's drawn the length back, and you already have the batter in that mindset. of coming forward. This one, he was going forward and had to get back a bit because the length wasn't there. And the good line as well from Jaden Seals, testing that outside edge, testing the technique of these young academy batters.
So one of the slips have been removed. So we have 3 slips. There's a cover point, there's a cover and a mid-off. As Seals around the wicket. And we get a quick single. Fielder at mid-on cannot stop the run. And one more to the total, takes it on to 29. 29 for 1.
Yeah, that's good alert cricket. And the call coming from Roshan Worrell the minute he hit it, when he looked up and he realized that Terence Hines at a mid-on was just a fraction slow getting to the ball. You heard in the stump mic there the loud call of yeah, calling his batting partner Akim Ogis through. So the quick single, that's another aspect of how they want to approach their batting. Put some pressure back on to the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force.
And you see Joshua De Silva is on the field. Is that mid-off? Check and see who is off the field. As Seals comes around the wicket to Ogis. He allows it to go through. So Ogis is on 23 from 20. We're not seeing Cephas Cooper. He was one of the fielders in the slip cordon. He's not there, but
it is Cephas Cooper. In fact, I just had a look across to the pavilion and he's just having some rehydration and having a little chat with one of the assistant coaches and the strength and conditioning coach who's sitting at the front of the pavilion. So probably just a bit of heat exhaustion. Hopefully it's nothing too serious with Cephas Cooper.
So Seals will continue from the far end. Ogis on 23. A short delivery looking to get out of the way. The ball came off the bat and it inadvertently went down towards the boundary for 4 runs. There was a short delivery, was looking to duck, but the ball came off the high part of the bat, just went over the head of the keeper and down towards the boundary for 4.
Yeah, good short ball here. We speak about Jaden Seals and Anderson Phillip going full, and this time a good short ball from Jaden Seals as he kicks the turf because that's the evidence of him generating that extra pace, and that extra pace just as it nicked possibly the glove, or the top end of the bat, it just shot off. And Amir Django is no tall lad. He's not a Jason Holder or Mohamed Irfan, but even at that pace it went past him in a flash.
So Seals will try once more to Ogis. Get the delivery, looking to work it to the onside, coming off the thigh pad. So Ogis is on 27 with that boundary. 33 for 1 at the end of the 7th over, still trailed by 132 runs.
Yeah, that last delivery from Jaden Seals, that's the length that he's looking for. Whether he's bringing it into the batter or looking to get them nicking off to one of those 3 slips, that's the length right there. And creating some problems up in the rib cage, looking for that rib cage area. Maybe with a delivery like that, he's put a thought into Brian Charles's mind of possibly having a forward short leg the next time Jaden Seals bowls. This is interesting. This is
change of bowling from so Anderson Phillip has been replaced.
The skipper himself it is.
So he only had 1 over in the first innings, that he was needed in the first innings. So this time around, he's making sure he has brought himself into the attack very early after some 7 overs.
Yeah, so we spoke about that in the latter part of the academy batting innings. We saw, the Red Force batting innings. We saw some balls turning from Ashmead Net and Joshua Bishop. Brian Charles, of course, would have been out there and seen some of this when he batted not too long ago.
So he goes around the wicket to Worrell, gets it into the onside, and we saw Ashley Ned with the new ball picking up the final 2 wickets of the Red Force batting.
Yeah, I find this a bit strange though from Brian Charles. Come back to it. And he only has 1 slip in place. I would have thought maybe might have just gone for that second slip, given that the pitch is turning a bit.
And that you have 166 runs to play with, so you can afford to put some pressure on the West Indies Academy batsmen. So it's 33 for 1 in over number 8. Still 130 runs, 32 runs adrift of the deficit.
Having said that, he does have a forward short leg in place.
So there's a slip and a forward short leg. There's a backward square mid wicket and a mid on. And he's playing it down to Jade Gooley at extra cover. So tight first over. No runs have been scored in this over. 4 deliveries have been delivered, or 5 deliveries have been delivered by the captain, Charles. Onto the back foot, that is a bit of turn and bounce to bring up the end of a maiden over from the skipper.
Yeah, and that grunt as he bowled that last delivery can tell you he was looking for that extra piece as he bowled it. And watchful though is Worrell playing inside the line of the ball, and good going by him. Cephas Cooper is actually back on the park. So unusual to see Joshua De Silva out in the outfield.
As a wicket keeper.
I don't remember the last time I saw Joshua De Silva as an outfielder. I can't even remember if Joshua is any good in the outfield. He'll be upset at me for saying that, but nonetheless, he is the incumbent West Indies, the senior men's team wicketkeeper, and a wonderful job he's been doing over the last few years behind the sticks. And he's improved immensely, has Joshua De Silva. And that's the type of commitment and work ethic and improvements that you want to see from the young ones coming up now.
So Geese trace it up to Sales from the far end around the wicket. He's coming forward, and the bowler fields to his own bowling. So presently scoring at 4.13 runs per over, 4.04 runs per over. 33 for 1 is still trailed by 133. And the academy will want to spend some time in the middle. The youngsters still learning the craft. Steels goes back to the top of his mark at the far end. So Geese, who has looked quite busy, he's on 27 from 24 balls as Steels will go around the wicket. Playing it into the offside through the covers. If you go down towards the boundary for 4, it was a short of a length delivery, and he played it between extra cover and mid off, and down towards the boundary for 4, another 4.
Good looking back foot drive, cover drive, just picking up the length early, did Akimo Geese, and just rocking back on that back foot and punching, picking the gap with precision as well. Seems to be growing in confidence, the young lad, as he goes through the motions here and builds his innings. A strike rate of over 100 is 31 from 25 deliveries.
Yes, he has him scoring quickly. Scoring run rate is 4.44. Sales will try once more, and is coming forward, punching it, goes crisply down to extra cover. He knocks it down, kept it in front of him, and no chance of a run. So it's Vikash Mohan.
Vikash Mohan with a half century in that batting innings of the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. And speaking about runs, the older chap, Chadwick Walton, has chalked up a century for the Jamaica Scorpions. Remember, they're replying to the combined campuses and colleges at 307 in their first innings. Jamaica Scorpions are 172 for 1. Chadwick Walton 113 not out.
He has been scoring quickly based on the score.
Kirk McKenzie is coming to the crease and still yet to score.
Goes to for a quick single, has played it down to just to the right of Mohammed at mid-off, and he was able to go through for a quick single. So with that single, the score has gone on to 38.
Speaking about Centurions, the combined campuses got to that 307 on the back of 135 not out from 217 deliveries from Jonathan Carter, a name that I feel like I've been hearing the name
For a long time.
forever and a day. But that just speaks of volumes for the longevity of the chap, uh, who is Jonathan Carter, and continues to chalk out runs and great performances. So congratulations to Jonathan Carter.
It's opening, the face of the bat is coming down towards the vacant third man area. It will go close to the boundary, but Carey Perry will flick it back, and the fielding completed by Cephas Cooper. And so they will get 2 runs, just 2 runs. They should have been able to get more runs than that, but it was 2 more to the total.
But showing some nice deft touch there, Roshan Worrell, as he just guided one, not very wide, but right on a line that he could just open the face of the bat and just guide it past Cooper at third slip.
So Sale will continue from the far end. He's in his 5th over, 1 delivery remaining. And while he's getting off the outer portion of the bat, goes down to third slip, where Cephas Cooper fields above the end of over number 9. It's 40 for 1 at the West Indies Academy.
They still trail by 126 runs on the first innings, but that run rate, as you mentioned, being up over 4, and we spoke about that fearless nature, and they're going to continuously keep coming at you. And I think the message would have been, as we see one of the houses around the ground, this is one is across the road from us, some guys doing some construction. I understand that that's going to be a bar when it's completed.
Well, a nice view. You'd be overlooking the play field here at Connery.
Indeed. And I think the message would have been sent to the academy batters to be yourself, express yourself, have no fear, play your game. Be aware that you have time, but play your game.
Charles to Ogis. He's turning it. Will go to for a single. Will be coming back for the second run. They should be thinking about the third, as they thought about it, but changes their mind as the ball was pulled back by Jason Mohammed down at the mid-wicket. So 2 more to the total.
I heard you and Victor having a chat as well in terms of the fitness of these young chaps, and not just the fitness, but the effect of being in the field for such a long time. And it's quite possible that they're not running as hard as they may have run, let's say, on the first morning of the game, possibly because of just the effects that the body has, the toll it's taken on the body being in the field so long.
It has been a hot day here at Connery. To the back foot, looking to play his curve of the wicket, a bit of turn and bounce, missed it, and taken behind by the keeper.
I think he's also beaten for just a tad of bit of pace as well. Quick delivery from Charles.
So Charles is in his second over, coming down in the air, taken at mid wicket by Jason Mohammed, a ball which was pitched up on the centre like some point to drive, went in the air, and a good catch taken by the experienced Jason Mohammed.
Yeah, and yet again, Hakim Ogis getting a start, and you can understand that he's a player that likes to play the shots, and I think he did all the right things except either keep it on the carpet or get it up and over the field at mid-wicket, or even pick the gap, because he took a step or two forward, and he did get to the pitch of the ball, probably a little too close in the end, that he could not get up and under it to get it over Mohammed, but indeed the execution escaping him on that occasion. Hakim Ogis, so another start for the young man, and some things for him to think about moving forward.
Right, you get to as far as 34. From 30, you should be looking to bat and batting. Set your goals. You're looking to bat until maybe 4:15, bat until, take it in different stages. But he got to 30 and he was looking to play an aggressive shot. He got it in the air and went just to the left of Jason Mohammed, who took the catch, and we're at the first water break after the tea interval. So it's 40-4-2. So we'll take a break and be right back in a few minutes.
As we welcome you back here to the Connery Sports Club cricket ground in Bastia and the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis, the West Indies Academy versus Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. The umpire signals to the scorers and the scorers signal back, and we're ready for play to continue after the drinks interval. Brian Charles with still 2 deliveries in his over to go, a wide one. And chasing after it is Mbiki Joseph, who we are definitely glad to see out there after cupping one on the head from a cut shot, fielding at Silly Point, I beg your pardon. And this one a little bit closer to him. Amir Django is asking the question as he whips the bails off. There's no response from the umpire. And just as we welcome Ian Mbiki Joseph to the batting lineup of the West Indies Academy, I welcome back Victor Eddy alongside me.
Thank you very much there, Dario. And 42-4-2, so early inroads Trinidad and Tobago Red Force has made in this academy, West Indies Academy second innings, still trailing by 124 runs. This is just day 2 in this encounter here at the Connery Cricket Center. So Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they can always place fielders in attacking positions now. They don't have to thoroughly even have fielders in the deep areas of the field, because with such a huge lead, the current run rate though is 4.20. Still trailing by 124 runs is the West Indies Academy. And really that within itself is a task. But at the same time, it gives batsmen an opportunity, knowing that the more important thing for them is to spend time at the crease if possible, because with first of all 124 to erase as a deficit, that within itself is a great challenge. So Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they can afford to have fielders in more attacking positions with which 124 whereby the West Indies Cricket Academy is trailing by.
So Terence Hines takes the ball from the far end. Roshan Worrell will face up to him. Hines with that slingy action, bringing the ball into Worrell. Stucks it into the leg side, no run.
Well, it's a big title in West Indies circles of cricket. Worrell, our first black captain, was the late Sir Frank Worrell, and he has a lot to live up to just by the title.
Indeed.
And here he is, and in this situation, even more demanding that these two batsmen really put down their head and try to really compile a good partnership.
This one just outside the off stump, and they'll be. I think that's the more challenging part, and the biggest challenge for the academy being that of getting the mindset right. The talent is there, no ends up, or we can see through all the games that we look at with the academy, not just in this tournament, but even the Super 50 and the encounters against the Ireland Academy, and then the World Weeks Trophy tournament. This one edged past the outstretched hand of that second slip. It looks like Brian Charles at second slip and down into the boundary in front of us. And Terence Hines inducing the fall shot, or inducing the shot to get the edge.
Yes, indeed, and really that is what the West Indies Academy, they would need a lot of luck, first of all, because they have to take down the deficit and then build for themselves. But so far, 120 they trail by actually at this present moment. That is the West Indies Academy. So Trinidad and Tobago Red Force right on top here at the Connery Cricket Center. 2 slips on the gully, and really they are large and in charge. Basu.
As Terence Hines continues on a good length, that probing line and length outside the awesome from around the wicket, inducing the chance there. And Brian Charles not going the direction of following the ball, so to speak, and bringing back the third slip. He's remained with those 2 slips, himself and Carrie Pear in the slip quarter, and Cephas Cooper at a gully. Probably more like a fourth slip rather than a gully. Cephas Cooper. Here he is just running around to the point region and fielding one. Again, out a portion of the bat by Worrell, who is he's taking his time. And I was just chatting about that mindset. And I guess Roshan Worrell himself, having his own standards and his own goals and so on, would understand that, hey, I haven't really performed at my best yet in this tournament. And let me adjust my approach accordingly.
Well, it's so appropriate now, especially in the situation, and let us see if he'll just do that. Well, he does not have to play because the delivery almost wide of the off stump. That was the final one of that over. But also, also Darren Basu, the thing is here too, it gives the opportunity to the West Indies Academy batsmen to apply themselves, knowing well they have a deficit to go surpass if they're going to make Trinidad and Tobago Red Force bat again. So then it means no indiscretions, good shot selections, and just spend time out there at the crease, because the situation that they found themselves, so it also lays the foundation where these two batsmen and batsmen in general for the academy can come out with some good scores, because the situation that they found themselves in with a deficit of 120 runs still to be cleared. They are now 46 for the loss of 2 wickets.
The captain, Brian Charles, continues one just outside of the reach of Cephas Cooper, who is at a forward short leg, and the steer from Jason Mohammed standing at square leg tells you all that you need to know. It was a chance created.
Yes, indeed, and there will have to be a lot of luck on the West Indies Academy side. But if I was the captain of Trinidad and Tobago, I would also push in a silly mid-off, because with a deficit of 120 runs still to be erased, why be still a little so defensive, you know?
Yeah, I said that the last over he bowled, and Gary was here with me. I said that it was a bit surprising to me that he didn't have a second slip, knowing that he's turning the ball away from the right hand, the left-hander as well. But I also thought of that as well, the silly mid-off, or guys in the eye line in front of the bat.
Yeah, because with a deficit still of 120 runs to be had before they can start getting runs of their own, that is where you have to keep the pressure on, because you can play around more attacking positions because of the deficit that is still required by the West Indies Academy to get past 120. Here is one being struck nicely. It's in the air momentarily. It might just go into the boundary. Is that?
This one struck straight through the line, up into the air, similar to the aircraft leaving the airport to our left-hand side. Garrick Prayer was interested for a while running back from mid-on, but the ball had already gone past him and into the boundary. One bounce in front of us here at the commentary booth, and that boundary brings up the 50 for the West Indies Academy. And Joshua De Silva is still on the field, was come back onto the field. He was on the field momentarily when Cephas Cooper left, and it's so unusual to see him in the outfield. But within the unusual nature, as he fields the ball here at cover, does Joshua De Silva, it is good to see him from a Trinidad and Tobago perspective as well as a West Indies perspective, because him being on the field means his fitness is progressing in the right direction.
Yes, indeed, and really, since he has been in the West Indies team, he has done very good so far in his career. Very good wicketkeeper, very reliable and capable low-order batsman. So he and Daria, he's a good find for the West Indies because most of the times wicket keepers should be good batsmen, and he is one.
Terence Hines continues from the far end. This one outside the off stump into the hands of wicketkeeper Django.
Yeah, 50 it is on the board. 2 wickets are down. So these two batsmen trailing by now 116 is the West Indies Academy. So these two batsmen also have an opportunity to play in themselves, use the appropriate shot selections, put away the loose deliveries if they are presented, that is.
No loose delivery here from Terence Hines, going full on this occasion, attacking those stumps. Worrell is watchful, definitely a mental thing here now, especially for Worrell, who's been there for 34 deliveries, and Mbiki Joseph as well. The mental aspect of it for Mbiki Joseph is the fact that he went through that concussion protocol and was cleared in the fact that he can come into bat.
Well, that's very good to hear, because we do not like to know that players are severely injured or injured in any form or fashion. But that will always be an aspect in all sports, and cricket is no difference in that vein. But it is good to hear that good news that nothing serious has happened to that particular player.
And if you know the Trinidad and Tobago players, they will, because they're familiar with him as well, being a Trinidad and Tobago boy himself, they will remind him that he's not fully fit, or they'll be giving him some chatter in the field. So definitely a mental, the mental part of the game coming in to question, or coming in to the fray and the mix, and how well the academy batters deal with that mental side, because that mental side will lead to exactly what you're talking about, being able to be selective in their shot selection, trusting their instincts, trusting their abilities and their techniques.
And there are two sides to that chatter too. It can work well, and also too, on the other hand, it can be a motivator for the batsman.
Indeed it can. Short from Hines, but too wide, and Worrell is watchful. So he's going well, and he's gotten himself a start of sorts with 12 runs to his name. And Mbiki Joseph has only faced the 8 deliveries as he stands at the non-strikers end, deep in thought. Mbiki Joseph.
Well, what also too is important for the academy is that the overs are ticking away on day 2. So if these two can go into the close, no doubt they will be pleased, not looking at the total in that instance, but just saving those wickets.
This one just back of a length, and punched off the back foot from Worrell to bring us to the close of another over. And Terence Hines now with 2 overs and just 4 runs from his overs. 50 for 2 on the board for the West Indies Academy, still trailing by 116 runs on first innings.
Yes, and as the overs are ticking away, these two would realize that even after having long stints in the field, and if they can bat out the remaining overs or the remaining time on day 2 here at the Connery Cricket Centre, that will do the West Indies Academy good from that aspect of things. But this platform also gives the batsmen an opportunity to get good individual scores.
Yeah, and I think more than Trinidad and Tobago, more so on the side of the academy, they would be the ones thinking about the time in the game remaining. Brian Charles continues this one, punched through the covers past the outstretched hands of Joshua Da Silva, and Anderson Phillip does the fielding. And quite interesting, as he started that over, Brian Charles, he sent Carey Pierre back onto the long on boundary for Mbiki Joseph. A tactic I'm not sure I agree with for Joseph, who is the newer of the batters.
And with the deficit of 115 still on the board.
Indeed.
Keep the pressure on. Just don't give the batsman the luxury of providing him with a single to a deep long on, and you're having a deficit of 115 still to be cleared. So you can still have more fielders closer to the wicket to compile that pressure, whereby it's about taking wickets, not about saving runs in this particular instance.
Yeah, on that occasion, he just seemed,
No,
he just seemed
doesn't
Brian
add up.
Charles to follow the ball a bit, because in his previous over, Mbiki Joseph hit him down the ground in the same region where Carey Pierre was sent. And I think sometimes captains overthink it, and they go hunting when it's just about keeping it simple.
But also to, even though he cleared the fieldsman, don't send back the fieldsman right away. Give him the opportunity to believe that he can go over the top again. He might just mistimed it, but that was not to be. I guess every captain have their different tactics and strategies.
We always say that at the end of the day, they are out there in the middle, and no matter what we do, even the coaches, whether Rayon Griffith for the academy or David Furlong for the Red Force, they have to give way to their respective captains who are on the field of play.
Well, it will be good if we can, which is a very difficult one, if we can find coaches who can teach players how to think. That is a huge challenge, because thinking is the biggest part. And here is one. Here is it. The man in, out caught, trying to clear the man at mid-on. So just as I would clear in, bring in the mid-on, bring in the mid-off, you have 116, 15 deficit. So if the man was back on the long arm boundary, it would have been an easy single. Bringing him into what could be considered a 30-yard circle, the catch was taken because the batsman see an opportunity where the delivery was flighted, didn't time it, and he held out to mid-on.
Yeah, so a wicket here for Brian Charles. He's gotten himself in the wickets column. Just that solitary over on that one wicket in the first innings. And Roshan Worrell, after getting himself pretty much set, facing 42 deliveries, just the execution again of the shot similar to his batting partner in Akim Ogis. The ball flighted, looking to go over the top and losing his shape in the shot, head falling over, not balanced in the shot, and probably just a tad too full to get up and under the ball. And Carey Pierre, 2 deliveries before that, had been brought back in closer to a regulation mid-on position for Worrell. And Brian Charles has created the breakthrough to end the over. At the end of the over, 51 for 3, the Academy is still trailing by 115 runs on first innings. And the Academy is a captain now. Naeem Young has come to the middle. He'll be on the non-strikers end though, because the wicket coming off the last ball of that over, Brian Charles with 2 wickets in fact now, as Terrence Hines continues from the far end.
And Gerard Brassou, you're so right. He was falling away. And also, what was more obvious, he was not trying to get to the pitch by coming out of his crease. He stayed stationary in his crease. But here is what? A short pitch delivery. And is there a chance for a run out? Almost the non-striker. What was he doing? Ball watching. And then almost losing his wicket by the run-out route. Look at it on the monitor for yourself there, Gerard. What was he thinking about? But eventually he made it in. But coming back to that dismissal, as I was saying, and you said it rightly too, whereby he was falling away, but he would have been better off if he was even trying to take a chip forward. He might have just cleared the man at mid-on, but that was not to be. 52 runs on the board, 3 wickets are down. The Academy, West Indies Academy, their back is definitely against the wall. Still a deficit of 114 to be cleared before they can really have runs of their own. That's the West Indies Academy right here at the Connery Cricket Centre. The sun has left us momentarily, but no even sign of any rain, but the sun has left us momentarily as a short pitch delivery. The batsman just get under it. No ball has been signaled, and so in any form or fashion, the West Indies Academy will accept any runs how they can get them, especially in this situation, and it's a no ball. So 1 more to the total.
Yeah, and that's a front foot no ball, because the moment he delivered the delivery, the no ball was called by umpire Blades.
And what is
in fact, it's umpire Bhanwari. They've switched around.
Yes.
They were on the opposite ends for most of the day.
And Blades is the short of the two.
But the call came immediately upon delivery of the ball, so it was not for height. But definitely a ploy here to go short, this time outside the off stump, and straight to Joshua De Silva at extra cover. But it is a plan. The short ball is coming for Naeem Young, because Jason Mohammed is at backward square, at deep square leg, I beg your pardon, and Vikash Mohan is at a fine leg, almost a long leg, if you will. So that short ball is coming to Naeem Young. How well can Terence Hines execute? Of course, Naeem Young hasn't gotten going in this tournament like many of the academy batters, but he backs himself, he backs his ability as he's nicely in line and defends this one. And chatting with him, like many of the young academy players, you get that impression that they think about their game a lot, and they work on their game, and they're always seeking that advice. So sometimes when we see them with false shots or not performing to the highest standard, you can take my word for it. They do think about it as players.
They should. They should. They should. So thanks for that, Dario. They should really pay attention to those things. But here is a situation now that they really have to bat. Short pitch delivery again, obvious ploy, having the man out on the square leg. But what can be the element of surprise? One or two Yorker leg deliveries.
And he does bowl a magnificent Yorker, does Terence Hines.
Well, he should be trying it.
And that sling of the arm, probably not as low as we said yesterday as a Lassit Malinga, for example, but that sling giving that Yorker yet another element of surprise, if you will.
Well, let us see if he'll try it on this occasion with this particular delivery. Oh,
He's missed the length there by probably about 6 inches, but still bowling to his field because sparing it in at the feet, and turned away down to Jason Mohammed at a square leg, coming in off the boundary, and at the end of the over, the end of the Terence Hines over. Indeed, no, there's still a delivery to go. Yes, there was the no ball earlier in the over.
That's right.
So one delivery to go, and Beaky Joseph now on strike with that single down to square leg. And Terence Hines will come around the wicket to the left-hander. 2 slips and a gully away it. Backward point. This one out to the cover fielder in Jason Shadow Mohammed. And now the over is officially completed with that illegal delivery. And 54 for 3.
And trailing by 112 runs is the West Indies Academy. And really huge tasks lie ahead of them. Both batsmen now having a mid-pitch conversation. What that can be, most likely Basu, it can be what do we do from here? What should we be doing? Should we take chances? Should we go for extravagance? Should we just base our batting partnership now on shot selection and good running between the wickets? All that is left to be seen when it compiled the package together. Well, the overs are ticking away, and 3 wickets has gone down already for the West Indies Academy. It's now 54 for 3. And it's all happening here at the Connery Cricket Centre, so they have found themselves in some steep trouble here at the Connery Cricket Centre. And here is the batsman trying to go over the top. That is the reason why to bring in the mid-off in the ordinary position where he's placed. So good tactical move, I think, at this present moment.
And Brad Charles will continue, as he continues, in fact, from commentary booth. And the pitch is one up to the bat. And the field is interesting because he has Joshua De Silva at short mid-wicket, but he's pretty much straight. And he still also has... Anderson Phillip at a long on. And Anderson Phillip is pretty much right behind on the straight of where Joshua De Silva is standing. So that gap down to long on, a very small one with the Brian Charles spinning the ball into the right-hander. This one pitching on middle and past the legs and the leg stump. Flighted delivery outside the off stump, going on with the arm, watchful.
And a lot of bunks also too coming out of that delivery. Look at it on the monitor there, Gerard. You will see how much height. I think the wicketkeeper was actually jumping to in gathering it. That just shows how much bunks he's extracted out of the surface here.
And this one just tucked away into the offside. Jaden Seals are doing the fielding, but yeah, Amir Django taking the ball well above his waist on a couple of occasions in the Brian Charles over. A sign of the turn and bounce on offer at the Connery Cricket Facility.
Well, I think we might be just getting close to the 90 overs which was be bowled in a day's play. Should not be far away now, but the total is 54 for 3. The West Indies Academy batting a second time, but having a deficit still to erase of 112.
Yeah, and it's quite possible that they may be a batter down in the instance of Teddy Bishop. Still no word on that hand injury he picked up while batting. Of course, that would be unfortunate because they can't bring in a substitute to bat for him. It's not the concussion protocol that would have been applied had Mbiki Joseph not been okay, which we're thankful that he is okay. But still no word on Teddy Bishop. So even more things to think about as Terence Hines continues bringing this one into Joseph, who's back and defending. So more things to think about in terms of their batting lineup, the academy. Will they have the services of Teddy Bishop, who scored that lovely half century in the first innings? Turns this one into the gully region, and a bit of a misfeel from Mohan allows it to beat Cephas Cooper into the third man boundary, and the disappointment evident on the face of Vikash Mohan, who would back himself to get to the ball and field it, and 4 welcome runs to Mbiki Joseph.
Well, and that is this sort of luck that the West Indies Academy would need, because with 108 as a deficit still to erase, they will appreciate those runs in any form or fashion. But that was a bad miss there by the fielder, and 4 well-earned runs to the Academy, advancing their total on now to 58 for the loss of 3 wickets.
Going a tad fuller on this occasion, but Joseph just punches into the offside. So Terence Hines, a couple of deliveries coming in to Mbiki Joseph. Maybe the surprise delivery, the short ball, maybe the surprise delivery, that one that just nips away from him with 2 slips awaiting, and also a fielder at deep backward square leg. So the short ball may be coming, that one nipping away may be coming. Full, driven straight to the cover fielder, Jason Mohammed.
And that is the pressure that will build on the batsmen. 3 fielders, well, there are 2 slips and a gully. But in the offside, the fielders are within what would be considered the 2 fielders, 1 at cover and 1 at point, within, or 3 of them within what would have been considered a 30-yard circle. So once they can keep it tight within that area and the batsmen do not get easy singles, that also adds more pressure on these 2 for the West Indies Academy.
It's gone over the wicket and looking to angle across, and Mbiki Joseph is up to the task with that angle, just opening the face of the bat and past Vikash Mohan at a point into the boundary at backward point. Another boundary here for Mbiki Joseph.
Yes, and the execution of that boundary was about placement and timing, and he did it well. Bisected the fielder at point, and it raced into the deep point boundary for, as we can see on our monitor, the scenic railway here in St. Kitts. That is one of the significant hallmarks within the tourism industry here in St. Kitts and Nevis, where it makes various tours around the island. So, and but because the limitation of your time on the island, you would not have a lot of time to explore a lot of the beautiful things we have to offer here in St. Kitts and Nevis.
Swung away by Mbiki Joseph. He's getting into gear here now. An over pitch delivery from Terrence Hines. Really just in the arc of Mbiki Joseph, and playing through the line of the ball, closing the face of the bat on impact to get it over that mid-wicket boundary.
And that is good to see too, that the batsmen are executing the strokes when the loose deliveries are presented. They're not looking at the equation of how many more runs to race, which is 100 exactly. And that, I think, is the right approach. If the deliveries are there to be struck, try and put them away. And you can't, the batsmen should not go totally in a defensive mode too, because of the deficit which stands now at 100. Just score if you think that the deliveries are within your arc to really get runs, and then that can create more confidence between both batsmen if they are doing that same thing by playing the necessary balls that are loose when necessary, running the ones and twos, and just building a partnership now. Well, there might just be a little semblance of that developing.
Short from Brian Charles, who continues from the commentary booth or the Heroes Park end, and Naim Young, the skipper of the academy, has just one run to his name so far. He'll want to be the anchor for this innings for his team. He'll want to do well with the bat from a personal perspective as well as a team perspective.
Yes, and lead by example. He's the captain, and in this situation, it's a good area now where he can instruct and guide the other partners with him and really fulfill a challengeable task towards the 100 exactly now as a deficit, which they will have to clear. But that within itself is not going to be easy. 3 wickets already down, 7 wickets are in hand. What can happen before the close of play on day 2 here at the Connery Cricket Centre? Still left to be seen.
There are 2 days in the contest remaining. That's on average 180 overs. If you take away a couple overs for the changing innings, if the Red Force do have to bat again, but that is quite a lot of time still to be played, and it's still about a half an hour in today's play as well, half an hour to 45 minutes. So time definitely not of a major concern just yet, but the next run that they do get is going to carry that deficit under 100 as Young punches, and it only goes to Jason Mohammed at cover. But that next run that they get is going to be, once they are aware, which you think they would be aware that the deficit is under 100, it'll be a psychological barrier crossed or a psychological bridge crossed, that they now have it in double figures rather than triple figures. And it's that much closer, the deficit.
Yes, it makes a difference, but what also makes a bigger difference, if these two can really clear the 100 that is remaining as the deficit, then they can feel to themselves that they can gain more points coming out of this encounter here at the Connery Cricket Centre. Well, one of the batsmen just having some refreshments, and as you would know, on most occasions, coming with that refreshment there to the player is usually a message. And we would not be certain what that message would be, but we can tell you as the viewers and those who are looking at the stream, it is 66 on the board, 3 wickets are down, still 100 runs to clear the deficit. And really, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they are really on top.
And when you look at the batting to come for the academy, you have the likes of Joshua James and Joshua Bishop, Carlon Bowen, Tuckett, as Carrie Peer comes into the attack for the first time in the second innings. Picked up a couple of wickets in the first innings, bowling to Mbiki Joseph. And this one looking to sweep. The expression, as you hear in the stump mics from the wicketkeeper Amir Jangu. That one was close.
Yeah, indeed. I wonder for a moment if that was appropriate, that what he was trying there in this situation, especially.
He's looking to sweep this time. He paddles, and Joshua De Silva at short fine leg does the fielding. And Carrie Pierre will be looking to drift that ball away with the breeze that's coming from across the back of Mbiki Joseph from the eastern side of the ground. This one
Shout for
half
catching.
of a chance. There was a shot of catch it, and Amir Jangu put it down. We get to see it on replay again, but he's looking. This is the third one in succession that Mbiki Joseph has attempted that sweep shot.
Right there, Carrie. Right there.
And this one nicely in and back behind it. And the replay showing that just possibly he did get an under edge onto his boot and up into the gloves of Jangu. But difficult that one down the leg side. This one, he's a lot fuller his peer. Swung it away. Has Mbiki Joseph down to a wide mid-wicket area. And picks himself up a couple of runs. So he's showing the intent, is Mbiki Joseph. He's let them know that he's not going to allow Carrie Pierre to get on top of him. He wants to score, and he wants to continue ticking the scoreboard over.
Yeah, indeed. But that choice of that shot selection was a very risky, whereby he was trying to sweep, and luckily for him, he did not go caught at the wicket. 68 on the board, 3 wickets are down. The West Indies Academy, now the deficit goes down to 98. So if these two can bat out the remaining play today on day 2 here at the Connery Cricket Centre, well, the sun has gone beneath the cloud, has left us momentarily, and we can see there is no area, any signs of any interruption for rain, just that the clouds, the sun has left us momentarily. The light is still good. We are not too certain if there will be any reasons whereby the umpires might have to bring out the light meter before the conclusion of today's play. We could never tell, but nature will take its course.
So Jaden Seals has swung around. He is now bowling from the commentary booth end or Heroes Park end. And this one is tucked away into the leg side. Joshua De Silva runs around from mid-on. And this is going to be interesting with Joshua De Silva standing at mid-on and Jaden Seals bowling. They are good friends, the two of them. We may just pick up some chatter here. Usually De Silva is behind the stumps bellowing out instructions and encouragement to Jaden. And a good friendship, these two lads. As you see them there, just discussing, just out of your picture is Joshua De Silva. Just discussing those tactics. Mbiki Joseph on strike though. And Seals choosing to go over the wicket, looking to angle it across him. And a short delivery.
And very aggressive delivery too.
And well dealt with by Mbiki Joseph, ducking inside the line and under the delivery. And I think that short ball is definitely a ploy still. There is a mid-wicket, a regulation mid-wicket in place. It seems to be Anderson Phillip. There's a long leg and a deep backward square leg in place. So we know that that short delivery is coming. There's also a short fine leg, forward short leg, I beg your pardon. So maybe up into the rib cage, getting him fending off. Jaden Seals is a foolish, and Mbiki Joseph just plays it through the line and swings it through mid-wicket. And not a man move, as the saying goes. And a boundary to Mbiki Joseph carries him on to 24.
But what was a little humorous, you should have seen the reaction of the batsman, because when the bowler said something to him, usually in our terms, he say, bang out, go where you're going. but he threw his hand, and responded.
Well, I
But
did-
sometimes, sometimes this sledging is a motivator, as it can be also to the different way. So sometimes speaking to batsmen, sometimes saying the wrong things can just motivate them to and be inspired to just bat better.
Indeed, and these chaps know each other well. Looking to swing it away. It's skewed off the outer portion of the bat in the air, bouncing away, running away, down into the boundary. And the man they call Tech, Tion Webster, cannot get it. And yet another couple of words being exchanged. Yeah, the banter is always good, and they're going to know each other well. Mbiki Joseph is from central Trinidad, attended school in South Trinidad, and Jaden Seals also from down those parts, and they would have played against each other through age group cricket and school cricket.
Primary school.
They would have been around the West Indies Academy and the West Indies setups, the Trinidad and Tobago setup. They've played for clubs as well against each other. So the familiarity bringing a bit of fun here later on afternoon number 2. A short ball once again as the chatter continues. And unfortunately, we can't hear it on that end. But you can tell that they are having good fun here, good competitive nature. And the competitive nature of the game, it's refreshing at times. A good old-fashioned battle between bat and ball.
And now this is taking place. It brings to my memory whereby the great Brian Charles Lara, Mark Waugh of Australia, used to tell, when he was captain, that is, used to tell the players that when Brian Charles Lara comes to the crease, please do not provide him with any sledging. That is the biggest motivator for him. So you see, it works. It works for different people. So he warned them strictly: do not say anything to that gentleman when he's in the wicket. It's a motivator for him.
Yeah,
and I
at
believe
the end of the over, 77 for 3, and the chatter continues as the Jaden Seals walks past Mbiki Joseph and Naeem Young.
yeah, the chatter is good, but also too sometimes some batsmen don't mind it because when the bowler keeps chatting to them and they hit them for 4 or 6, you will say, go and find the ball now.
Well, the other side of that coin, I saw it with a bowler where one Dean Jones said the biggest mistake he ever made was asking the great Sir Curtly Ambrose to take off his wristbands. The next few deliveries, history tells the story as Carrie Pierre continues. This one seemingly just keeping a tad low.
Yes, a little on the low side. So the batsmen in the pavilion too would have to realize, playing to the slow bowlers, you can be much more safer going on the front foot instead of going back, especially if you are in doubt.
This one
Okay, that's
forward
better.
and driving in to the mid-off region, down to long off. 2 fielders are back on the boundary for Mbiki Joseph, for Naeem Young, which I'm not sure why Brian Charles would do that, knowing that Naeem Young just came to the crease. Would have expected maybe the long on and long off for Mbiki Joseph, who is going guns blazing. But nonetheless, Brian Charles is out there and is seeing something different. And you can hear the voice now. Joshua Da Silva is now behind the sticks, not with the gloves though. He is at a leg slip for Mbiki Joseph. So familiar territory for Joshua Da Silva. And looking to nick him off here is a Carrie Pierre. Full and back at Carrie Pierre. Did he take the catch? Did it bounce?
No,
It
went full to hand and then ricochet and hit the stumps. It looked to me like it went to his hands, but did not hold on, and then it hit the stumps.
This is surprising. A drop catch by Carrie Pierre.
Well, it was struck hard too, and very firmly.
I'll tell you something.
But
Carrie Pierre is
having-
one of the best fielders in the Caribbean in any format, and he himself will tell you if you ask him at the end of the game, I should have caught that. That's the standard he puts on himself. It doesn't matter how hard they hit it, he's going to take the catch.
Well, that's very good when you put those standards upon yourself, and as you know him better than I do, Well, and it's good when a player have that level of confidence too about themselves. That also bring about better results. But he's a good cricketer, and that is the type of luck that the West Indies Academy needs, but not on that occasion.
Mbiki Joseph continues to come hard and hit the ball hard. He did well over wide, long off, in the direction of that tree stump on the mountain top. And it's another boundary for Mbiki Joseph. 6 runs.
That's it.
And that delivery, the last delivery of the day, will signal with that 6 from Mbiki Joseph, who moves on to 34 from 32, the end of day 2 here at the Connery Sports Club Cricket Ground. And you would probably think that Trinidad and Tobago are well ahead in this one.
Well, yeah, because the West Indies Academy is still trailing by some 82 runs at the conclusion here at the Connery Cricket Centre of Day 2. The match between the West Indies Academy and Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force still leading them by 82 runs, and the West Indies Academy in response, they have lost 3 wickets, 84 runs on the board. So they will have a bit of consolation, that is the West Indies Academy, that these two just showing signs of semblance of developing a partnership. But that's the conclusion of day 2. Some further updates from you, Gerard, probably what has transpired in the other matches. And here we can tell our listeners that Connery, day 2 has concluded. 84 for 3 is the West Indies Academy batting a second time. So the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they would be pleased with their day's play, having amassed over 300, because in the first innings, the West Indies Academy, they scored 163, which meant that they led by over 160 odd runs. But now the deficit is 82, but 7 wickets are in hand. And tomorrow, all being well, when play resumes here at the Connery Cricket Centre, they will try to re-establish a partnership, that is the West Indies Academy. But on the other hand, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they would be thinking about getting making early inroads. Gerard.
So indeed, the end of day 2 in this round 2 encounter between the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force and the West Indies Academy. Before we leave you, just some updates. Jamaica Scorpions are 217 for 3, replying to the combined campuses and colleges at 307 all out in their first innings. The Barbados Pride 214, the Windward Islands Volcanoes at 325, and in their second innings, the Pride are 20 without loss. And up at Warner Park, just about 20 minutes away from us, walking, the Leeward Islands Hurricanes at 352, the Guyana Harpy Eagles 188, and the Hurricanes are choosing to bat the second time, 36 without loss, just before the close of play in that one. And of course, this one, the encounter between the Red Force and the Academy. Remember, the Academy won the toss yesterday on the first day, chose to bat, were bowled out for 163. The Red Force replied with a 329. Today, a day for batting that belonged to Jid Gooley, who for Trinidad and Tobago would have amassed a second century at first class level. Jid Gooley 113 from 248 deliveries, and scores of 54 and 40 from Vikash Mohan and Amir Django. And for the Academy, with the ball, the star of the show, Ashmead Ned, with a 36.4 overs, 9 maidens, 6 for 78. And that's how the day went so far, with the the Red Force being bowled out for 329. The Academy now 84 for 3 in their second innings, is still trailing by some 82 runs. But we do have, by all intents and purposes, with good weather and good conditions here at Connery, 2 full days of cricket still to be played. And in those 2 days of cricket to be played, you never know what can happen. And we will see when we get back tomorrow with a Naeem Young not out on 3 and Mbiki Joseph going guns blazing, taking the game to the Red Force on a 34 from 32. But for now, until tomorrow, day 3 in the encounter between the Academy and the Red Force, it's so long and bye-bye from Connery Cricket Club facility.